Chapter 1. Qin Song. Qinyuan Continent. Daxia Dynasty, Yuanqing Prefecture. Head, you have finally awakened. A hoarse voice resonated in Qin Song's ears. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of eager gazes hovering above him. Qin Song instinctively rubbed his head. Pain! A searing sensation erupted within him, as if his very brain were being torn apart. Suppressing the urge to faint once more, the man beside him hastily retrieved a damp towel and placed it upon Qin Song's forehead. Once the cold cloth enveloped him, the agonizing sensation subsided significantly, and he began to muster the energy to assess his surroundings. Qin head, do you feel better? The man poured a bowl of water and presented it before Qin Song. Observing the tall, lanky figure clad in dark official attire, with a long knife sheathed at his waist, Qin Song could not help but think he resembled a constable. A constable? Had he traversed realms? As Qin Song surveyed his environment again, he confirmed that this was not the familiar abode he once knew. Instead, it was steeped in the essence of antiquity. While pondering which era he had been transported to, fragmented memories surged into his mind. The sudden influx rendered his thoughts blank, plunging him into unconsciousness once more. After a whirlwind of sensations, Qin Song awoke again. This time, his head throbbed less fiercely, and his whole being felt considerably lighter. Struggling to sit up, he noticed the previous man still vigilantly by his side, now slumped over the wooden table, sound asleep. Perhaps sensing the commotion, the man raised his head and exclaimed in delight, "Boss, you're finally awake." In the blink of an eye, he stood by the bedside, a mournful expression adorning his face as he lamented, "If you hadn't woken up soon, I would have run out of money to summon a physician for your treatment." At this, Qin Song let out a cold chuckle, unable to help but shake his head. "Wang Sheng, when will you ever rid yourself of that avaricious habit?" "Qin head, you know our meager salaries barely suffice for sustenance. We can hardly afford a visit to Chunfeng Tower for leisure," Wang Sheng replied, not angered by Qin Song's familiar jest, but rather engaging in banter. "By the way, how many of our men were lost this time?" Qin Song, unfazed by Wang Sheng's lightheartedness, inquired directly about the matter at hand. Having perused the memories of his predecessor, Qin Song had gleaned an understanding of his current identity and the circumstances that led to his head injury, leaving him bedridden. Indeed, he had traversed to another world, one that was not merely a bygone dynasty, but a realm of cultivation. Here, sex flourished and dynasties rose and fell. The relationships between the various dynasties and sects were intertwined, each existing within the other. Strength was the sole measure of status. Qin Song found himself in the capital of Yuanqing Prefecture, serving as a mere constable within the governor's office. Lacking any innate talent for cultivation, he had attained his current position solely through brute strength. Fortunately, during his tenure as a constable, Yuanqing Prefecture had encountered few major cases, mostly petty thefts easily resolved, allowing him a somewhat carefree existence. However, just 2 days prior, a notorious criminal, long sought after by the court, was apprehended in a nearby town. This individual possessed formidable strength, rendering ordinary folk powerless against him. Ultimately, it took the intervention of a revered elder from Tianyin sect, summoned from the governor's office, to subdue the criminal. For safety's sake, to prevent potential rescue attempts during transport, the governor's office decided not to escort the criminal to the capital, but rather confine him in the dungeon, where the governor would personally conduct the interrogation. Since Qin Song could not partake in the capture, he volunteered to oversee the interrogation, eager to witness the prowess of a cultivator firsthand. Though the man was immensely powerful, capable of obliterating them with a mere slap, once his cultivation was sealed, he was little different from an ordinary person, alleviating Qin Song's fears. Yet, none could anticipate that during the interrogation of this infamous rebel, an audacious rescue attempt would unfold within the governor's dungeon. As the constable, Qin Song was determined not to let the prisoners escape, seizing his weapon to engage the assailants. However, the intruders were far more skilled, and they had little chance of mounting a defense, resulting in his current predicament. Qin Song understood that his safe return home indicated that the situation had been resolved. It must have been the mysterious elder from the governor's office who intervened. Otherwise, as mere mortals, they would have stood no chance against a cultivator. We lost 3 brothers. 2 are severely injured, and the rest have only minor wounds. The office has already provided for their needs. Wang Sheng recounted the situation to Qin Song, though his expression had shifted from earlier levity to one of gravity. By the way, Qin head, Wang Sheng suddenly brightened, as if struck by inspiration. Our youngest has stumbled upon a great opportunity. He has been taken under the wing of that elder from Tianyin sect as a disciple. Oh, really? Qin Song paused, momentarily taken aback. Then a smile of joy spread across his face. At last, someone from this humble place has achieved something remarkable. Indeed, you should have seen the expressions of the others at that moment. Oh, I nearly laughed myself to death. Wang Sheng, brimming with excitement, recounted the events that transpired while Qin Song lay unconscious. However, at that moment, Qin Song's head began to throb again, making it difficult to concentrate on Wang Sheng's words. Let's do this. Take me to the youngest home tomorrow to congratulate him. Qin Song interjected, weariness etched across his face. Noticing Qin Song's pallor, Wang Sheng suppressed his enthusiasm and assisted him in reclining once more. Shortly after Wang Sheng departed, Qin Song opened his eyes again. Even though his head felt heavy, he refused to succumb to slumber. He wished to discover if, having crossed into this new world, he might be granted some benefits befitting a traveler. After all, this world was perilous, rife with cultivators. With his current strength, he could not guarantee his own safety. If he did not alter his circumstances, he risked meeting the same untimely fate as his predecessor. Thus, he must grow stronger. Ideally, like the youngest Wang Sheng mentioned, he would join a sect and become a cultivator. Only then could he seize control of his own destiny. Yet, in the following days, Qin Song endeavored through various means, yet received no response. In a haze, he drifted back into sleep. But this time, the duration was notably prolonged. Chapter 2. The Youngest, Sun Yin. When Qin Song finally opened his eyes again, the oil lamp in the room had extinguished, casting the space into darkness, obscuring the passage of time. Listening to the distant sounds outside, he discerned from the watchman's loud calls that it was now the hour of the rabbit. Although he had fallen into a coma due to injury the previous day, under normal circumstances, he would not need to report to the office. However, following the recent jailbreak, the number of available personnel in the office had dwindled. Moreover, Qin Song bore no visible injuries, prompting Wang Sheng to specifically remind him before leaving that the chief constable required everyone to report on time, including him. Under usual conditions, Qin Song would typically sleep until nearly the hour of the dragon before setting out. On his way to the office, he would often indulge in some free breakfast and casually check on the vendors in his jurisdiction. By the time he completed these errands and reached the office, it would usually be 1/4 past the hour of the dragon. At this moment, Wang Sheng had already prepared a pot of tea, awaiting his arrival. The Daxia dynasty had been established for nearly 500 years, having undergone countless dynastic changes. The regulations set during the founding era were now seldom observed. Moreover, as Yuanqing Prefecture was situated on the frontier, the office's rules were even more relaxed barring exceptional circumstances. Few cared about the exact time of attendance, as long as one showed up. Otherwise, individuals like Qin Song, who frequently arrived late or left early, would have been dismissed long ago. However, today's circumstances were different. Qin Song dared not linger. After all, no one could predict what might transpire within the office today, and a sudden storm could descend upon them, leaving even their meals in jeopardy. Hastily donning his clothes, he grabbed a few buns to stave off hunger. Upon reaching the office's entrance, he chanced upon Wang Sheng, who was carrying a lunchbox. "Qinhead, why are you here so early today?" Wang Sheng greeted him, somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that, despite his reminder, Qin Song would only arrive slightly earlier than usual. Yet today, he had arrived at this hour, even before the other constables. "Let's discuss inside." Qin Song cast a fleeting glance at him, refraining from any unnecessary words, and resolutely made his way into the yamen. Wang Sheng scratched his head, perplexed by Qin Song's intentions, and could only follow him while carrying the lunchbox. After the hour of evening, Qin Song led Wang Sheng back to his modest quarters. "Qin Tu, are you truly all right?" Wang Sheng inquired anxiously, observing Qin Song with one hand pressed against his forehead. "I'm fine," Qin Song replied, shaking his head. Is everyone gathered? Yes, all the brothers who could make it are here. Wang Sheng stood tall and surveyed the individuals in the room. Oh, except for Sun Yin, who is yet to arrive. Sun Yin? Upon hearing that name, Qin Song momentarily paused, then quickly regained his composure. Forget him, it may be difficult for you to see him again in the future. The Sun Yin that Wang Sheng referred to, known as the youngest, was indeed the youngest member of Qin Song's entourage. At a tender age, Sun Yin had assumed the position left vacant by his father, who had died in the line of duty, thus becoming the youngest member of the governor's office 2 years prior. Due to his youth, he was affectionately nicknamed the youngest by his peers. However, despite his tender years, Sun Yin was exceptionally astute and had honed his martial skills from a young age, which made him a favored proc of Qin Song, who took him under his wing for further development. As Qin Song's personal bodyguard, Sun Yin was naturally involved in the recent prison break incident. When he witnessed Qin Song being injured by the assailants and falling into unconsciousness, he did not hesitate to risk his life in an attempt to rescue Qin Song from the clutches of danger. In that critical moment, an incredibly formidable power erupted from within him. This surge of strength caused a brief moment of shock among the assailants, buying precious time until reinforcements from the governor's office arrived. Ultimately, after a thorough examination by an elder of the Tianyin sect, Sun Yin was confirmed to possess the potential of a cultivator. As for the extent of that potential, according to Wang Sheng's account, the elder immediately expressed a desire to take him as a disciple. Upon Sun Yan's agreement, the elder's smile never faded, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. While Qin Song's companions rejoiced at Sun Yan's newfound opportunity, others, particularly Huang Qin, another head of the Yamen, who had always been at odds with Qin Song, felt differently. Huang Qi, emboldened by his seniority and the fact that his uncle was a secretary close to the governor, often looked down upon others. In the early days of Qin Song's appointment as head, he had endured considerable bullying from Huang Qi, not to mention the other Yamen officials. Sun Yan's meteoric rise, however, instilled a sense of pride and confidence among Qin Song's followers, straightening their backs and emboldening their words. Now, even if Huang Qi wished to engage in any underhanded tactics, he would have to reconsider in light of Sun Yan's presence as a genuine cultivator. At that moment, just as Qin Song was about to speak, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the room, as if a throng of people was approaching. One of his subordinates seated at the door quickly peered through the crack to ascertain the source of the disturbance. Upon catching sight of what lay beyond, he wasted no time in flinging the door open, his face alight with surprise, as he turned to Qin Song and exclaimed, "It's Sun Yin. Boss, the youngest has returned." "Really? The youngest has come back?" "Indeed. He is accompanied by people from the governor's office." "I must see." Upon hearing this, the occupants of the room hurried to the entrance, peering outside, and Qin Song was no exception. Sure enough, amidst a throng of supporters, Sun Yin was striding purposefully towards them. Most of the crowd consisted of officials from the Yamen, and Qin Song recognized one of the individuals accompanying Sun Yin as a personal guard of the governor, with whom he had previously interacted. "Boss!" Upon spotting Qin Song, Sun Yin approached him with palpable excitement, as if a child returning home to share the joy of winning a prize. Sun Yin eagerly recounted his experiences from the previous day to Qin Song, brimming with enthusiasm. Though the surrounding individuals had witnessed the events unfold the day before, they listened intently to Sun Yan's account of his sudden surge of power, eager not to miss a single detail. In particular, several Yamen officials, only a year or two older than Sun Yin, meticulously absorbed his narrative, hoping that one day they too might achieve the status of cultivators like him. At that moment, Qin Song was equally curious about what it felt like to become a cultivator. Yet, as he grasped Sun Yan's arm, a disconcerting voice suddenly echoed in his mind, causing him to lose his train of thought momentarily. Chapter 3: The First Extraction System? Oh my! It truly exists. Surely, fate has not abandoned me. At this moment, Qin Song stood frozen in place, his eyes brimming with delight. He had initially thought he would be the most unfortunate transmigrator in history. With mediocre talent and an unremarkable background, now engaged in a perilous occupation, living each day in trepidation. To his astonishment, the long-anticipated golden finger appeared at this very moment. hearing the repetitive notification echoing in his mind. Qin Song felt as though he were caught in a dream, which prevented him from making an immediate decision. Instead, he chose to investigate the abilities of his newfound golden finger, since there had been no response upon awakening yesterday. And the same held true until this morning. The appearance of the system following Sun Yin's arrival sparked his curiosity. Did this imply that the extraction target was solely aimed at cultivators, or those who possessed some form of cultivation? After all, Sun Yin had merely unleashed the potential within him during yesterday's jailbreak incident, and still had a considerable distance to traverse before becoming a true cultivator. To validate his hypothesis, Qin Song rose from beside Sun Yin and, under the puzzled gazes of those around him, circled the room twice. After conducting his experiment, Qin Song confirmed his suspicions. The notification in his mind vanished when he distanced himself from Sun Yin, returning to a profound silence. Yet, upon his return to Sun Yin's side, the sound re-emerged in his consciousness. It appeared that the extraction target was indeed focused on those endowed with cultivation. Upon returning beside Sun Yin, the notification sounded once more. This time, Qin Song did not hesitate. He immediately chose to initiate the extraction. However, the process was not as swift as he had envisioned, as there was a considerable loading time involved. Ding! Extraction successful. Cultivation won in an instant. A warm current surged through Qin Song's limbs, invigorating him and filling him with boundless energy. This sensation was unprecedented in its power. The feeling compelled him to unleash a roar. A primal urge to express his newfound vitality, but with his subordinates surrounding him, he could only suppress his emotions as he sensed the energy coursing within him. Though faint, it was evident that he might have already become a cultivator. If this ability were ineffective in other worlds, it was certainly different here. One must understand that this realm was replete with cultivators. As long as he possessed sufficient patience, even without access to the esteemed sex for cultivation, he could still rise to prominence. Naturally, Qin Song felt he needed to experiment further with this extraction ability before feeling entirely at ease. Observing Sun Yin joyfully sharing his excitement with his comrades, completely oblivious to the situation, Qin Song let out a sigh of relief. At the very least, he would not be detected while extracting abilities from others. With this realization, confidence surged within him. As long as there were enough cultivators around, he did not care about their status. Qin Song would exhaust every means to befriend them, and at the very least, glean some benefits for himself, for that was in line with his character. Ha! Congratulations, brother Sun, on joining the Tianyin sect. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated, followed by the entrance of a robust man into Qin Song's chamber. Upon seeing him, all present rose and bowed in respect. Chief Constable, what brings you here today? Qin Song hastily invited the man to take his seat while he stood to the side. The man, Meng Shou, appeared to be in his 40s, older than the majority present. His face was adorned with a constant smile, exuding affability. Yet, upon his arrival, the previously lively atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, as a myriad of reverent and cautious gazes converged upon him, as the undisputed leader of the local government. Responsible for security in the entire county, Meng Shou's reputation was well established. What made him particularly formidable was his military background. It was rumored that he hailed from a branch of the powerful Meng family, known for producing great generals in the Xia kingdom. Thus, within the governor's office, his status was exceedingly high. Even the most arrogant individual in the office, Huang Qi, dared not speak loudly in his presence, lest he invoke peril upon himself. Yesterday, while accompanying the governor on his inspection, I heard that brother Sun was fortunate enough to be favored by Elder Bai and has joined the Tianyin sect. I naturally came to extend my congratulations. Meng Shou beamed at Sun Yin, his eyes glistening with admiration. After all, Sun Yin was the only individual under his command to have become a cultivator in many years, which brought him great satisfaction. However, Sun Yin was unprepared for Meng Shou's commendation, standing dazed and unsure of how to respond. Observing this, Wang Xing nudged him, snapping him back to reality. Oh, thank you, Chief Constable. For your kindness, I will certainly strive to cultivate diligently and not bring shame to the office. Regaining his composure, Sun Yin quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, stammering. Meng Shou waved his hand dismissively, smiling warmly. Good. With those words, I am at ease. Meanwhile, Qin Song stood silently beside Meng Shou, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. There had long been rumors within the office that Meng Shou was, in fact, a powerful cultivator, merely masquerading as an ordinary person. Theo ascertained the truth of this. Qin Song cautiously inched closer, striving to shorten the distance between them. As Meng Shou and Sun Yin engaged in pleasantries, Qin Song found himself only a step away from Meng Shou. Ding. Target detected. Would you like to begin extraction? His heart raced with astonishment. Meng Shou truly was a cultivator. It seemed that there was indeed truth to the rumors. Without hesitation, Qin Song initiated the extraction. However, the loading time for Meng Shou's extraction was considerably longer than Sun Yan's, indicating that a swift extraction was unlikely. Now, Qin Song could only hope that Meng Shou's conversation with Sun Yin would prolong, allowing him to complete the extraction smoothly. Yet, fate often has a way of thwarting one's desires. Just as the progress bar neared completion, Sun Yin was called outside by someone stationed at the door of the governor's office. With the protagonist departing, the others in the room were likewise unwilling to linger. Upon seeing this, Meng Shou prepared to rise as well. Not wishing to forfeit the imminent reward, Qin Song stepped forward, blocking Meng Shou's path, and called out loudly, "Chief Constable, I have something urgent to report." Chapter 4 Thunderblade. Regarding Qin Song's sudden appearance, Meng Shou had been aware for some time but had not given it much thought. After all, even if Qin Song had been engaging in small maneuvers to inch closer, Meng Shou was not concerned about any ill intentions he might harbor. Not to mention that with his strength, the combined might of everyone present would not pose a threat. Meng Shou was also well acquainted with Qin Song's character. "Oh? What is it? Speak up," he inquired, settling back into his seat just as he was about to rise. The surrounding officials promptly vacated the room, leaving only Qin Song facing Meng Shou. At this moment, however, Qin Song was at a loss for words. His intention was merely to keep Meng Shou from leaving, hoping to stretch the remaining moment and seize the final reward. What Qin Song did not expect was that Meng Shou's aura had shifted entirely, pressing down on him with an intensity that made him struggle for breath. If just moments ago, Meng Shou had appeared as a benevolent elder before Sun Yin, now he radiated the formidable presence that instilled fear in everyone within the office. Standing barely a step away from Meng Shou, Qin Song felt the overwhelming energy emanating from him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "You am Chief Constable," he stammered, glancing at the nearly complete progress bar, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "I have heard from those below that one of the criminals from the jailbreak managed to escape." And then, Meng Shou took a sip from the teacup beside him, not sparing Qin Song a glance. Watching the last sliver of the progress bar dwindle, Qin Song struggled to fabricate a continuation, steeling himself to say, "I believe there is a significant chance that this individual is still within the city. Do you have evidence?" "No." Hearing this, Meng Shou abruptly set down his teacup, piercing Qin Song with a sharp gaze. "Without evidence, what are you saying to me?" Qin Song's heart raced under the intense gaze of Meng Shou, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He understood that if he failed to provide Meng Shou with a satisfactory explanation at this moment, his future days could become exceedingly difficult. Swallowing hard, Qin Song gathered his thoughts and clasped his fists toward Meng Shou, saying, "Chief Constable, I have dispatched men to thoroughly search the city. I believe we will locate the solitary thief before long." Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Meng Shou did not regard him with his usual predatory gaze. Instead, he picked up his teacup and inquired, "How long is before long?" 3? No, 2 days, Qin Song replied, wiping the sweat that had dripped to his chin with his sleeve. He was determined to provide the chief constable with an explanation within this 2-day time frame. "Good. Excellent," Meng Shou exclaimed, setting down his teacup and rising to his feet. He lightly patted Qin Song's shoulder and added, "I shall return to the magistrate's office in 2 days. I hope you will have a satisfactory response by then." With that, Meng Shou tossed an object into Qin Song's arms and turned to leave the room. "With my token in hand, everyone in the magistrate's office will heed your commands during these 2 days," Meng Shou's voice echoed as he vanished from sight. Holding the token that represented the chief constable, Qin Song felt no hint of joy in his pursuit of rewards for Meng Shou. He had unwittingly plunged himself into a perilous situation. The thought of failing to provide Meng Shou with a satisfactory explanation in 2 days was too dreadful for Qin Song to contemplate. Shivering involuntarily, he carefully stowed the token into the pocket of his robe, deeming it the safest place. For him, there was no turning back. He could only strive to find the fugitive thief within these 2 days. Fortunately, he had heard from Wang Sheng that the individual had been injured by an elder from the Tianyin sect. It was likely that the thief was hiding somewhere in the city to recuperate, significantly reducing the danger involved. With this thought, Qin Song suddenly recalled that he had successfully drawn a reward from Meng Shou just before his departure, but the circumstances had not permitted him to examine the specifics of the reward. Arriving at the door of his small dwelling, he cautiously opened it a crack and observed that the people outside were busy with their own affairs, showing no inclination to seek him out. For safety's sake, Qin Song locked the door behind him. Returning to his seat, he immersed himself in the newfound golden opportunity he had just acquired. He was eager to discover whether the reward he had drawn from Meng Shou was truly worth the risk he was undertaking. Ding! Extraction successful. Cultivation 5. Thunderblade 1. Thunderblade. Qin Song marveled at the reward he had just received. He had heard of the reputation of this technique, but had never had the opportunity to witness it firsthand. It was said that this style of swordsmanship was a high-level martial art within the Daxia dynasty's army, accessible only to senior commanders. The power of this technique was immense, capable of summoning a bolt of thunder in its later stages. Yet mastering it required exceptional insight, something not easily achieved by the average person. Qin Song could hardly believe he had drawn such a technique from Meng Shou. It seemed that the rumors were true. Meng Shou was likely a member of the esteemed Meng family, perhaps even a direct descendant. However, Qin Song had no means to investigate the hidden identity behind Meng Shou and could only keep this information to himself. Having accepted the reward drawn from Meng Shou, Qin Song felt the energy within him swell significantly, and, most importantly, he had fully grasped the method of using the Thunderblade. Drawing his trusty long sword, he practiced a few moves, feeling the sharp whistle of the blade slicing through the air. He quickly halted his practice, calming the energy within him to avoid inadvertently damaging his office. Though he had not exerted his full strength, Qin Song could sense the formidable power of this technique, far surpassing the haphazard slashing he had employed previously. This only solidified his resolve to seek out all the cultivators within the city. Only in doing so could he swiftly extract rewards from them to fortify himself. Sheathing his long sword, Qin Song pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. Observing the bustling officials around him, he seized Wang Sheng, who was attempting to escape, and dragged him out of the magistrate's office. After all, there was a ready cultivator awaiting his attention in the prison. Chapter 5. The Magistrate's Prison, Yuanqing County. Magistrate's Prison. Qin Song escorted Wang Sheng to the entrance of the magistrate's prison. At this juncture, the only 2 cultivators Qin Song was aware of yet had not encountered were the esteemed elder from the Tianyin sect, Bai Changlao, residing in the county governor's office, and the notorious inmate involved in the recent jailbreak incident. These 2 individuals were the only cultivators he had not yet had the opportunity to engage with. However, the former rarely made public appearances unless significant matters arose, and as a mere constable, it would be impossible for Qin Song to gain an audience with him. Thus, he set his sights on the inmate, hoping to extract a reward from him. Since the jailbreak had failed, the individual had once again fallen into the hands of the magistrate's office. To prevent similar incidents from occurring, the county governor had discreetly transferred this individual from the dungeon to the magistrate's prison. Despite the latter typically housing only petty thieves, more formidable criminals were usually sent to the dungeon for custody. However, due to the extensive damage inflicted upon the dungeon cells during the jailbreak, the county governor, upon hearing suggestions from his advisors, arranged for this notorious criminal to be moved to the magistrate's prison, where he was guarded by the most elite of the imperial guards. Under normal circumstances, as a mere constable, Qin Song would have faced little opposition in accessing the prison. His presence would typically have been met with indifference. Yet, given the current situation, without Meng Shou's token, it would have been impossible for Qin Song to enter the prison so easily. After undergoing multiple inquiries, Qin Song successfully gained entry to the prison with Wang Sheng in tow. Chief Constable, what are we doing here? Wang Sheng asked cautiously, tugging at Qin Song's sleeve. The sight of the heavily armed guards surrounding them emanated an aura of lethal intent. Clearly, these men were seasoned elites who had faced the trials of battle, their presence far surpassing that of mere constables. Why do you think we're here? To interrogate the prisoner, of course, Qin Song replied, glancing back at Wang Sheng. Interrogate the prisoner? Wang Sheng was taken aback. But Chief Constable, haven't all the prisoners been transferred elsewhere? There's no one left to interrogate. he was utterly perplexed. However, he rationalized Wang Sheng's confusion, considering that his superior had sustained an injury to the head the previous day, which might have affected his memory. Wang Sheng believed that his remarks would surely jog Qin Song's memory. To his astonishment, however, Qin Song did not halt his advance upon hearing Wang Sheng's words. Instead, he quickened his pace, heading toward the most restricted area of the prison. That area was a forbidden zone, and without a direct order from the county governor, trespassing could cost one their life. Realizing this, Wang Sheng hurriedly pursued Qin Song, intent on stopping him. Yet, he hesitated and ultimately lagged behind. By the time Wang Sheng caught up with Qin Song, he saw that 2 guards had already intercepted him. To his surprise, the guards did not turn Qin Song away. After a brief exchange, they permitted him to enter the innermost cell. Wang Sheng was left utterly astonished. He could not fathom how Qin Song had gained entry. But at this moment, all he could do was hasten to follow. "Stop. What business do you have here?" One of the guards, wielding a long blade, obstructed Wang Sheng's path. Feeling intimidated by the fierce expressions of the 2 guards, Wang Sheng swallowed hard and pointed at the already entered Qin Song. "Brothers, I came in with our chief constable." However, the guard showed no inclination to allow him passage, continuing to inquire, "Do you have the county governor's order?" "And no." Wang Sheng cast a fearful glance at the imperial guards beside him, who had already placed their hands on their long blades. Just then, Qin Song seemed to realize that Wang Sheng, who had been following closely behind, had vanished, prompting him to retrace his steps. Upon seeing Qin Song reappear, Wang Sheng felt as if he had discovered a savior, and he excitedly called out, "Captain, I am here." Noticing that Wang Sheng had been halted by the guards, Qin Song hurried over to their side, hoping to bring Wang Sheng along. However, the 2 imperial guards were unyielding, stating, "Apologies, but your token permits only 1 entry point." One of the guards explained to Qin Song. "I understand." Qin Song nodded at the 2 men, then turned to Wang Sheng and said, "You wait for me outside." "All right, Captain." Wang Sheng agreed with a nod. Before departing, he cautioned Qin Song, "Boss, please be careful. That scoundrel is quite treacherous. Keep your distance during the interrogation." "Got it." Qin Song waved his hand and stepped back into the cell. Inside the dimly lit cell, the sounds of iron whips striking flesh and the clanging of chains echoed incessantly. Listening to the relentless strikes of the iron whip, the executioner's force only seemed to intensify, yet the victim inside made no sound. Upon entering the cell, Qin Song beheld a man suspended in the air, bound by iron chains, flanked by 2 imperial guards and one wielding an iron whip. The man was none other than Jing Qi, Qin Song's former superior, who had become a member of the governor's household after saving the governor's life by chance. It was evident that Jing Qi had come here under the governor's orders to interrogate this criminal. Observing the man before him, who gasped for breath with each swing of the whip, it was clear he was nearing exhaustion. "Brother Jing, why not take a break? Allow me to handle the interrogation," Qin Song proposed. Hearing the voice from behind, Jing Qi turned, and upon recognizing Qin Song, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had been unnerved by the earlier prison break incident, thus now exercising utmost caution. "It's you, Brother Qin," he said, setting down the iron whip and wiping the sweat from his brow. "Since you've requested it, I shall rest for a while." With that, Jing Qi swiftly handed the iron whip to Qin Song and slumped into a chair nearby. Chapter 6. The Azure Cloud Swordsman. As Qin Song had a thorough understanding of Jing Qi's character, cowardly, indolent, and mean-spirited, these were the sentiments expressed by those who had worked under him. Whenever a challenging task arose within the yamen, Jing Qi was invariably nowhere to be seen. Yet, once the matter was resolved, especially if his subordinates were involved, he would quickly emerge to claim credit. During his tenure as captain, the yamen's constables were reluctant to follow Jing Qi. Was merely due to a fortunate coincidence that he saved the governor's son, allowing him the opportunity to escape the yamen and join the governor's household. Jing Qi's presence here suggested that the governor had sent him to conduct an initial interrogation of the criminal. After all, as a former captain, he was well versed in such matters. Casting a glance at Jing Qi, who was seated comfortably in a grand chair, drinking water, Qin Song attempted to wield the iron whip. To his surprise, the whip was forged from high-quality iron, significantly more potent than the leather whips they typically use. If wielded against an ordinary person, it was likely that the victim would not withstand even a few strikes. Don't underestimate him. This man has a sturdy physique, Jing Qi's voice interjected from behind as Qin Song scrutinized the victim suspended by chains. A person of his caliber has reportedly tempered his internal organs. Common injuries are unlikely to claim his life. Noticing Qin Song's hesitation, Jing Qi urged him to act without delay. The recent prison break had caused quite a stir, and the governor had demanded that the escaped criminal be apprehended within 5 days. Lest they all face dire consequences, Jing Qi, having transitioned from the yamen to the governor's household, was not exempt from this predicament. Unfortunately, after interrogating the man for an entire night, he had garnered no useful information. Now, upon seeing Qin Song, he sought to enlist his help to salvage his own standing. Realizing Jing Qi's intent, Qin Song approached the criminal without delay. Before him stood a man who had been so ruthlessly tortured that it was nearly impossible to discern his human form, save for the 4 iron chains that held him aloft. Yet, as Qin Song drew near, the man suddenly raised his head to glare at him, eyes filled with a feral intensity, emitting a bestial roar. In that moment, Qin Song noticed that the man's jaw had been dislocated, his teeth shattered beyond recognition, rendering him incapable of speech. In a wonder, there had been no cries from him during their approach. "Brother Jing, do you happen to know this man's name?" Qin Song inquired before beginning the interrogation. "This man is Yu Shang, a native of Quancher County, known in the martial world as the Azure Cloud Swordsman. Orphaned at a young age, he trained under a master and roamed the lands of our Xia Kingdom a few years ago. His master was killed due to a feud with others. Presently, he possesses a cultivation level around the 3rd tier. A true rogue cultivator," Jing Qi recounted, seemingly well acquainted with the man's background. However, Qin Song was more intrigued by the mention of the 3rd tier cultivation level. It was the first time he had heard of such classifications among practitioners. Piquing his curiosity, "Only the 3rd tier?" Qin Song murmured. He had previously heard claims of this man's formidable prowess, leading him to believe that he must be an exceptionally skilled cultivator. Yet, Jing Qi's tone suggested a dismissive attitude towards Yu Shang's 3rd tier status, particularly in how he emphasized the term rogue cultivator with evident disdain. Although puzzled by Jing Qi's contempt for a 3rd tier cultivator, given his own lack of any cultivation ability, Qin Song remained unconcerned with the matter. Regardless of the tier, as long as he could extract some rewards from Yu Shang, he deemed him a worthy practitioner. Observing Yu Shang once more, who had let his head droop, Qin Song edged closer. Wrapping the iron whip around his hand and seizing Yu Shang's chin, with a decisive crack, he restored Yu Shang's dislocated jaw. To Qin Song's surprise, there was no scream of agony. Yu Shang remained eerily silent, as if in a stupor, refusing even to glance at Qin Song. Annoyed by this, Qin Song yanked Yu Shang's long hair, forcing him to meet his gaze. Thus, the 2 men in the cell locked eyes. Qin Song refrained from asking any questions, merely observing in silence, while Yu Shang matched his stillness, his blood-red eyes fixed on Qin Song as if he intended to devour him whole. The cell fell into an oppressive silence, broken only by the sound of Jing Qi drinking water. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Jing Qi lifted his head to discern the cause of the tension. Suddenly, Yu Shang spoke. "Dog official, do not expect to extract anything from me." He spat a mouthful of blood, which Qin Song deftly evaded. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. "I alone killed the magistrate of Anping County. Not only did I slay him, but I also exterminated his entire family. If you have the guts, kill me now." With that, Yu Shang erupted into maniacal laughter. Before Qin Song could react, Jing Qi lunged forward, landing a powerful punch on Yu Shang's face. The force of the blow was such that Qin Song momentarily envisioned several of Yu Shang's teeth flying from his mouth. "Want to die? Not on my watch," Jing Qi declared, striking Yu Shang with fists and feet. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in Qin Song's mind, prompting him to retreat to Jing Qi's earlier resting spot. Observing Jing Qi's unhinged fury, Qin Song calmly settled into the grand chair, appreciating the fruits of this interrogation. Ding! Extraction successful, cultivation level 1, Zixiao Heart Method 1. Gazing at the rewards extracted from Yu Shang, Qin Song wore a faint smile upon his face. Just as he reveled in his silent joy, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. Before he could discern who had arrived, a voice resonated into the cell. Chapter 7. The practitioner hidden beside us. So, what has our esteemed Captain Jing unearthed in his interrogation? Both Qin Song and Jing Qi heard the voice. Though Jing Qi visibly flinched at the sound, he quickly regained his composure, but Qin Song noticed the subtle tremor. As they both turned their gazes toward the cell door, a man clad in black armor entered. Accompanied by 2 guards, Lin Xiaowei, Jing Qi clasped his fists in a salute to the man. Qin Song followed suit, though he remained unaware of the man's identity. However, anyone who appeared here armed and armored surely held a significant rank. The title Xiaowei was typically reserved for military personnel. Yet, the fact that this Xiaowei could instill such fear in Jing Qi, who hailed from a prestigious governor's office, suggested he was likely the head of the governor's guards, tasked with overseeing this prison break incident. Indeed, Lin Xiaowei strode directly to the chair of honor upon entering the cell. Observing this, Jing Qi approached to pour water for him while relaying the situation at hand. As he listened to Jing Qi's submissive report, Lin Xiaowei's gaze lingered on Qin Song for a considerable time, which made Qin Song feel a surge of anxiety. Though he had committed no offense, nor was he an accomplice, he feared that Lin Xiaowei might discern his cultivation status under that piercing gaze. Fortunately, Lin Xiaowei's attention soon shifted from Qin Song to Yushang. Perhaps due to a lack of useful information, Jing Qi's report concluded swiftly. Is there anything more? Lin Xiaowei inquired, casting a glance at Jing Qi. No. Not for the time being, Jing Qi replied, bowing. Xiaowei, I shall intensify the interrogation and ensure you receive a satisfactory answer. Qin Song noted the tremor in Jing Qi's voice, indicative of his growing panic. This left Qin Song breathless, compelled to keep his distance. Perhaps because he was dressed in the attire of the governor's underlings. Lin Xiaowei seemed to disregard Qin Song's presence entirely. After inspecting Yushang's condition and confirming Jing Qi's claims of severe punishment, he uttered no further words. You have 1 more day. If you fail to extract the truth by then, Lin Xiaowei coldly remarked, I will have no choice but to consider you an accomplice. Upon hearing this, Jing Qi collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy. However, Lin Xiaowei provided him no opportunity for supplication, merely bypassing him and exiting the cell. Yet, as Lin Xiaowei brushed past Qin Song, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding, target detected. Shall extraction commence? Qin Song momentarily froze upon hearing the voice before realization struck him. This Lin Xiaowei was also a practitioner. It felt as though he had stumbled upon a new world, and his mind struggled to process the revelation. By the time he regained his senses, Lin Xiaowei had departed the cell with the 2 guards. Seeing Jing Qi still kneeling in a daze, Qin Song approached and helped him to his feet. Brother Jing, do not worry. For the next few days, you shall focus on interrogating the prisoners while I seek useful leads outside. If I uncover any accomplices of Yushang, I will notify you at once. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Jing Qi was nearly moved to tears. Grasping Qin Song's arm, speechless. Noticing Jing Qi's emotional state, Qin Song chose not to linger, seeking an appropriate moment to depart. Brother Qin, I shall remember your kindness. If you encounter any troubles at the governor's office in the future, simply mention my name, and I assure you that Huang Hao will not dare to bully you again. Seeing his former subordinate, Qin Song, exerting such effort to assist him, Jing Qi felt as if he would lay bare his heart for him. Regarding Qin Song as a true brother, after all, whether he survived this ordeal would ultimately rely on Qin Song's support. Regrettably, Qin Song took Jing Qi's words lightly, not placing them in his heart. Given Jing Qi's past, he often declared a few brothers whenever trouble arose, a habit that the people in the governor's office were already accustomed to, hardly taking it to heart. Qin Song's assistance was, after all, a measure of self-preservation, as he had made a promise in front of Meng Shou to uncover Yushang's accomplices within the stipulated time. Upon exiting the governor's prison, Qin Song spotted Wang Sheng squatting in a corner, tossing stones. Let us go back to the office, Qin Song said, lightly kicking Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, startled by the sudden kick, was about to curse when he realized it was Qin Song, prompting an immediate change of expression. Hey, you finished the interrogation so quickly? Wang Sheng inquired, curiosity piqued. He had anticipated that Qin Song's questioning would take at least an hour, yet it had barely taken a moment. Don't ask so many questions. Just follow me. Qin Song scanned the surroundings, determinedly heading in a specific direction. But, isn't the office to the east? Wang Sheng remarked, noticing Qin Song moving toward the west. He attempted to alert him, but Qin Song's pace was too swift that in the blink of an eye, he had covered several meters. Seeing this, Wang Sheng promptly chased after him. Regardless of where you're headed, following you is bound to be correct. Did you see a man in armor come out just now? Qin Song queried as he surveyed the suspicious individuals on the street, glancing back at Wang Sheng. That I did. Wang Sheng nodded. They seemed to be from the governor's office. 5 in total. After exiting, they headed east. They must be returning to the governor's office. Wang Sheng recounted his observations while squatting in the corner, confirming Qin Song's suspicions. To his surprise, not only Meng Shou was a practitioner within the governor's office, but even Emir Xiaowei was also a practitioner. It appeared he had underestimated this world. However, it was also possible that he had previously been oblivious to the concept of practitioners, leading to his encounters being confined to ordinary individuals and somewhat formidable criminals. Of course, had it not been for the current system, Qin Song would have been unable to unearth so many practitioners hidden around him. Chapter 8. Spring Breeze Pavilion. Though Wang Sheng was unaware of Qin Song's intended destination, he remained silent, trailing behind him. However, when Qin Song came to a halt, Wang Sheng's expression shifted dramatically. Hey, you're not planning to go in now, are you? Seeing Qin Song linger at the entrance of the establishment, Wang Sheng momentarily found it hard to believe. Qin Song did not respond to Wang Sheng's inquiry but continued to scrutinize the flow of patrons exiting the small shop. Upon noticing Qin Song and Wang Sheng, the customers quickened their pace, some even concealing their faces with wide sleeves to avoid detection. In contrast, those standing at the entrance of the establishment exhibited no such concern. The brightly attired women, clad in revealing garments, showed no surprise at the presence of Qin Song and Wang Sheng, instead beckoning them over enthusiastically. Yet, the distance between them and the two men, separated by the street, made it impossible for the women to approach. Regardless, this did not deter the proprietress of Spring Breeze Pavilion from attempting to attract customers. When her subordinates informed her of the official's presence at the entrance, the proprietress promptly set down her wine cup, apologized to her guests, and hurriedly made her way to the door. Sure enough, upon navigating through the hall, she found 2 individuals clad in the governor's office uniform standing at her entrance. However, the proprietress and her subordinates were perplexed, for the 2 merely stood there, taking no action. They neither entered the establishment to conduct an inspection nor made any other movements. Yet, the seasoned proprietress quickly recognized Qin Song and, with a sway of her hips, sauntered across the street. What wind brings our esteemed Lord Qin to us today? The brothel keeper approached Qin Song with great enthusiasm, greeting him warmly as he caught a whiff of her distinctive scent. Qin Song found it somewhat pungent, yet still within the realm of tolerability. Behind him, Wang Sheng gazed at the brothel keeper with an infatuated expression, as well as at the young women standing at the entrance of Chunfeng Lou. Enticing patrons, Master Qin, it has been so long since you last visited Chunfeng Lou. Surely you are unaware that we have a stunning beauty among us, the brothel keeper remarked, noticing that Qin Song's gaze was not fixed upon her, which left her somewhat puzzled. To capture his attention, she began to drop hints about the new arrival. That a newcomer? When did she arrive? Qin Song quickly inquired upon hearing her words. Seeing that he had taken the bait, the brothel keeper's face lit up with a triumphant smile. Waving her fan, she replied, "Oh, she only arrived in the last couple of days. If you don't believe me, you can ask your companion, Xiao Wang." At this, Qin Song turned to look at Wang Sheng, who, upon meeting Qin Song's gaze, momentarily faltered, choking slightly on his own saliva. "It's not like that. Boss, let me explain," he stammered. After a brief coughing fit, Wang Sheng prepared to clarify the situation, but was promptly interrupted. "Very well, Chun Mama. Once my shift ends, I will certainly come to support you. But do not hide this newcomer from me, or I shall hold you accountable," Qin Song replied, reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor, which eased the brothel keeper's apprehension considerably. "Good. I shall await the esteemed arrival of Captain Qin," she said, satisfied that her objective had been achieved, and then gracefully retreated back to Chunfeng Lou once she had left. Qin Song, feeling a mix of irritation and amusement, tapped Wang Sheng on the back of his head. "You just told me yesterday that you couldn't afford to come to Chunfeng Lou. How does this fit in?" Initially thinking that Qin Song would let the issue drop, Wang Sheng was surprised when, after they had moved away, Qin Song recalled the matter. With no other option, Wang Sheng recounted the events of the previous day. "So, you mean to say that you and the others have not even seen this new courtesan?" Qin Song, uninterested in delving into yesterday's discussions, merely voiced his curiosity. "Indeed, we have not. However, we did hear her sing. And let me tell you, that little tune was simply exquisite. It is a pity you were at home recuperating. Otherwise, you would have been utterly captivated, Wang Sheng exclaimed, his eyes closing in reminiscence. Yet, before he could finish, he sensed a distinct absence beside him. When he opened his eyes, he found that Qin Song had already distanced himself considerably as twilight descended. Qin Song, now dressed casually, returned to the entrance of Chunfeng Lou. The establishment buzzed with activity, far more so than during his earlier visit. Even the young women beckoning patrons were surrounded by several rough-looking men. "Boss, let us hurry inside," Wang Sheng urged, barely able to contain his excitement at the sight of the bustling crowd. He had not expected Qin Song to not only refrain from chastising him, but to accompany him here after their shift ended. Although he was still spending his own money, being here with his superior altered the nature of the outing entirely. "Lead the way," Qin Song instructed, gesturing to Wang Sheng, who eagerly dashed ahead, guiding him to a reserved table on the second floor. Qin Song found Chunfeng Lou to be quite unfamiliar. He had visited a few times before but had never formed a lasting impression, primarily because those occasions had only involved dining before returning home to attend to family matters. Under the guidance of the waiter, Qin Song and Wang Sheng arrived at the table that had been set aside for him by the brothel keeper. Although she had yet to appear, her preparations were meticulous. Just as they settled in, an array of dishes and fine wine was served from the kitchen. Concurrently, the sweet, melodious sound of a pipa resonated throughout Chunfeng Lou, compelling nearly everyone to cease their activities. The clear, enchanting notes of the pipa enriched the hearts of every patron within Chunfeng Lou, including Wang Sheng. Drawn by the music, both Qin Song and Wang Sheng turned their gazes toward the window. Outside, the main hall of Chunfeng Lou was filled to capacity. In the most prominent position, a raised platform draped with heavy beaded curtains concealed the pipa player. Through the swaying beads, onlookers could glimpse the figure behind. Though her full visage remained obscured, a young woman in a flowing pink gown cradled a precious pipa, her delicate legs swaying gently. Her lovely countenance, reminiscent of willow catkins fluttering in the spring breeze, and her bright eyes seemed to radiate an irresistible charm, capturing the gaze of anyone fortunate enough to catch a glimpse. Yet, the obstructive curtain ensured that her true features remained hidden, prompting numerous patrons to consider climbing upstairs for a better view. However, Chunfeng Lou was well prepared for such eagerness. Several burly men armed with clubs blocked the staircase, preventing anyone from ascending. The inability to behold the beauty up close left the crowd in a state of agitation, with some openly declaring their willingness to pay for a mere glance. Yet, the typically money-minded brothel keeper remained unyielding, refusing to allow anyone passage upstairs. Observing this spectacle, Qin Song couldn't help but admire the marketing strategy employed by Chunfeng Lou. In this era, it was indeed quite captivating and a lucrative method of attracting patrons. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng mirrored the discontent of the crowd, lamenting, "What a splendid tune!" As the performance concluded, he couldn't contain his admiration any longer. "Boss, do you think that young lady could be the new courtesan?" he asked, watching the throng below who were still intent on rushing upstairs. "It's hard to say," Qin Song replied, shaking his head as he poured himself a drink and took a sip. "However, judging by the current atmosphere, I doubt it." Unlike others who were enraptured by the pipa's melody, Qin Song had grown weary of classical music, having been accustomed to contemporary tunes in his previous life. Thus, he redirected his focus to the other patrons within Chunfeng Lou. After all, his purpose for being here was not mere leisure. He was on a quest to locate the fugitive involved in the jailbreak. Time was of the essence, and if he failed to apprehend the individual within 2 days, his future would be bleak. Losing his job was one thing. Risking his life was another matter entirely. Just as everyone assumed the performance had concluded, the clear notes of the pipa re-emerged, this time accompanied by a melodious voice that wove a captivating song. The enchanting melody sparked limitless imagination among the audience. And without Qin Song needing to speak, it was evident that the singer must be the new courtesan. Wang Sheng, now entirely consumed by the performance, yearned to rush upstairs alongside the others to catch a glimpse of the courtesan's beauty. "You stay here. I shall go take a look," Qin Song declared, no longer inclined to remain in the private room. His sole intention was to find a means to approach the two individuals upstairs and their companions. It was worth noting that every other person in the city had been thoroughly searched by the local authorities, yet this newly arrived courtesan had left no trace of inquiry. Thus, to validate his suspicions, he had ventured to Chunfeng Lou this evening. "I'll accompany you," Wang Sheng insisted, despite his desire to continue listening to the performance. He took his work seriously, especially since Qin Song treated him like a brother. Otherwise, he might not have made such a decision. Very well, Qin Song conceded to Wang Sheng's suggestion. Let us split up. You find a way to ascend from the front. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Wang Sheng swiftly comprehended his intent and, without further ado, exited the private room. As Wang Sheng engaged in a verbal altercation with the servant stationed at the staircase, who was preventing anyone from ascending. Qin Song seized the opportunity to slip away into the rear courtyard of Chunfeng Tower amidst the commotion. Since a frontal approach was unfeasible, he resolved to enter from the back. Gazing at the chamber where the courtesan resided, Qin Song estimated its height to be approximately 4 stories. In the past, such an elevation would have been insurmountable for him. However, with the cultivation he had acquired, he was now markedly different from his former self. With a mere leap of 10 meters, he could easily ascend with a single bound. Grasping the outer edge of a window with one hand, Qin Song cautiously maneuvered towards the room of the courtesan. During his stealthy approach, patrolling servants occasionally traversed the courtyard. Fortunately, Qin Song's movements were remarkably discreet, producing almost no sound. Soon enough, he found himself positioned beneath the window of the courtesan's chamber. Clutching the window ledge with one hand, he executed a wide swing of his body in midair, then, utilizing his waist's strength, performed a swift turn and flipped into the room. Upon entering, Qin Song discovered he had arrived in the courtesan's inner sanctum. Her private quarters, where her melodious singing was clearly audible. Yet, Qin Song had no inclination to indulge in music at that moment. Instead, he swiftly surveyed his surroundings, hoping to glean some clues from the room's decor. Unfortunately, his brief examination was cut short as the singing outside faded, followed by a sudden tumult. Once the commotion subsided, the door to the room swung open. "Who are you?" A woman cradling a pipa stood at the threshold. Her expression one of palpable anxiety as she scrutinized Qin Song. With the pipa in her arms, she appeared ready to defend herself at a moment's notice. Before Qin Song could offer an explanation, another woman entered from outside. Gently placing her hand on the pipa player's shoulder, she spoke softly, "Do not worry, it is nothing." The newcomer approached Qin Song and offered him a courteous bow. "I am the head constable Qin. I apologize for the intrusion." "You know me?" Qin Song was momentarily taken aback. This encounter was diverging significantly from his expectations. The courtesan of Chunfeng Tower indeed lived up to her reputation. Surely, everyone in Tianyuan City must be aware of head constable Qin's renown, the woman remarked with a gentle smile, noting Qin Song's slightly astonished demeanor. "Now I understand," Qin Song conceded, unable to contest her assertion. And he offered a polite smile in return. "I, Qin, have intruded at night, and I seek your forgiveness." With that, Qin Song clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. "Well then, the misunderstanding has been clarified. If there is anything you wish to inquire about, please feel free to ask." The woman simply smiled in response, and then waved to the maid behind her. "Miss," the pipa player appeared decidedly displeased with the woman's decision. In her view, regardless of Qin Song's status as the head constable, he was still a potential threat. What sort of honorable man would intrude upon a young lady's private quarters under the pretense of an investigation in the dead of night? "It is quite all right. You may leave," the woman said dismissively, showing little regard for the maid's objections. Faced with this, the pipa player reluctantly exited the room, casting a fierce glare at Qin Song as she departed. "Please excuse my rudeness," the woman said with a gentle smile. "Do take a seat." She gestured towards a nearby chair, inviting Qin Song to sit. Naturally, Qin Song had no reason to decline her request. Once they were both seated, the woman poured him a cup of hot tea. "I am yet to learn your name," Qin Song politely inquired as he accepted the teacup from her. "You may call me Inger," she replied with a slight smile. "I lost my parents at a tender age and wandered with relatives, changing my name multiple times for survival along the way. Consequently, I can no longer recall the name my parents bestowed upon me. If you must call me something specific, let it be Chuninger. It was Chen Mama who kindly took me in. Without her, I would be adrift with Xiao Tang, unsure of our whereabouts." Listening intently to her narrative, Qin Song took out a small notebook typically used for his investigations, jotting down her account. Perhaps sensing his earnest demeanor, Inger recognized that he was unlike other guests. And thus, she answered all his questions with great detail. However, after a series of routine inquiries, Qin Song discerned that this new courtesan of Chunfeng Tower exhibited no suspicious traits. Her responses were flawless, leaving no room for doubt at that moment. A gust of wind swept through the open window, sending Qin Song's notebook tumbling to the ground. As he bent to retrieve it, he noticed it had landed near Inger's feet. With a sense of trepidation, he edged closer to the courtesan. Ding! Target detected. Would you like to begin extraction? Wait, what? She is indeed a cultivator. Qin Song froze in place, stunned by the unexpected alert in his mind. The revelation struck him with such abruptness that he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. While the news was startling, it did not entirely catch him off guard. He had harbored suspicions regarding the courtesan's sudden appearance at Chunfeng Tower. However, after their recent conversation, he had nearly dismissed that doubt. Had it not been for the unexpected prompt in his mind, he might have overlooked this significant individual entirely. It now appeared that Chen Inger was a figure of considerable intrigue, likely the fugitive from the prison break incident. Yet, at this moment, Qin Song understood that his foremost priority was to avoid alarming this unaware cultivator, ensuring she remained oblivious to her exposure. Simultaneously, he needed to devise a means to draw closer to her and procure rewards from her. Unlike the other cultivators he had encountered, Inger was the first female practitioner Qin Song had met. Thus, approaching her would not be a simple task. Fortunately, with the two of them alone in the room, this was a rare opportunity. Begin, quickly. Qin Song, without a hint of hesitation, made his choice to extract. Head Constable, are you all right? Perhaps due to his prolonged bending, Inger also crouched down to check on him. Seeing this, Qin Song immediately clutched his lower back, groaning in feigned agony. Oh dear, I twisted my back from an injury sustained a few days ago. Noticing Qin Song's expression appeared genuine, Inger expressed concern. Is it serious? Quite serious indeed. Qin Song nodded earnestly. I would be most grateful if Miss Inger could assist me in rising. My old back is truly immovable at the moment. Upon hearing this, Inger swiftly left her seat, coming to Qin Song's aid, pulling him up from beneath the table. If it is serious, then please bear with me. I shall give your back a gentle massage. As she spoke, Inger extended her hands, preparing to ease Qin Song's discomfort. No, there is no need for such trouble, Miss Qin. Qin Song replied, visibly taken aback, waving his hands in refusal. Please, Head Constable, do not be so polite. I have learned some massage techniques over the years that are not easily accessible to the average person, Inger urged gently. Qin Song hesitated, his lips moving as he grappled with his response before ultimately relenting. Very well then, I shall trouble you, Miss Inger. Please, Head Constable, move to the bed, Inger instructed, pleased with his compliance. She guided him to the bedside, and once he was comfortably positioned, she retrieved a porcelain vial from a medicinal box. Lifting his shirt to apply the ointment to his back, feeling the warmth radiating from the ointment, Qin Song beamed internally, observing the progress bar before him. He was elated. He had not anticipated that this extraction process would proceed so smoothly. Not only was he benefiting from the intimate service of the courtesan, but he was also poised to extract rewards from her without incurring any cost. Previously, he had learned from Wang Sheng that one typically needed to part with a significant sum of silver to even glimpse the courtesan, let alone receive personal service. Just as Qin Song reveled in the moment, enjoying Inger's ministrations, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door, wherein he recognized the voices of Wang Sheng and the brothel madam. Chen Mama, who are you? This is no place for you. Speak quickly. Have you hidden our constable? I warn you, do not obstruct me. I have told you, you cannot enter. In the midst of a heated argument, the door to Inger's room was forcefully flung open from the outside. To be more precise, it was violently crashed open. Chapter 11. The Arrival of My Sister. With a resounding crash, Qin Song and Inger witnessed the door collapsing straight onto the ground. Shortly thereafter, Wang Sheng and a maid clad in pink entered the room, tugging at each other. However, upon their entrance, they were met with the sight of Inger seated beside the bed, her delicate hands resting elegantly on Qin Song's waist. While Qin Song appeared utterly absorbed in the moment, witnessing this scene, Wang Sheng's heart sank. It seemed he had unwittingly disrupted his superior's opportunity. Meanwhile, the maid in pink regarded Inger with an expression of sheer astonishment. Just then, the madam of Chunfeng Tower ambled in, chattering incessantly. I told you not to be so hands-on, and look where that has led us. I invested a considerable sum in this door, and now look at the damage. The madam's words trailed off abruptly as she too became aware of the unfolding scene. though her reaction was far more composed. First, she offered a smile to Qin Song and Inger, then cast a sharp glance at the pink-clad maid. Effectively ushering both her and Wang Sheng out of the room, it was evident that this was not her first encounter with such a situation, as her actions were executed with practiced ease. However, upon witnessing the look she shot as she departed, Qin Song felt a shiver run down his spine. He was acutely aware of what that gaze signified. Payment was due, with that thought in mind. He promptly sprang from the bed. "Qin Darren, are you not going to stay?" Inger inquired, observing his sudden movement. "I recall there are matters at the yamen that require my attention," Qin Song replied, straightening his attire while discreetly gauging the reactions from outside the door. "Thus, Miss Inger, I shall return tomorrow for our conversation." With that, he made his way back to the bedside, assessed the situation in the courtyard, and leaped down. Regarding the rewards he had hoped to extract, Qin Song surmised that Inger would not be departing Chunfeng Tower anytime soon, and as such, he would have to wait for another opportunity to approach her. More than the prospect of rewards, he was preoccupied with the contents of his own purse. His meager salary was hardly sufficient, and unlike Wang Xing's affluent family, he had a large family to support, leaving him with little money to spare. Dining at Chunfeng Tower was within his means, yet should he be cornered by the madam in Inger's room, he would require a considerable sum to make his escape. Therefore, to ensure his safe exit, Qin Song chose to forego the imminent extraction of rewards and instead opted for a hasty retreat through the window. Inger watched in silence as Qin Song leapt from her view, remaining motionless. When she finally heard the sound of him landing, she merely lowered her head and smiled before pouring herself a cup of tea, relishing it alone. A short while later, Chun Mama knocked on the door, only to discover that Qin Song had long since vanished, inciting her ire. However, for reasons unknown, she refrained from directing her fury at Inger, instead unleashing it upon the now damaged door. "Why did you come out so soon? What were you up to in there with the courtesan? What is the name of that new courtesan and how old is she? Where does she hail from?" Wang Sheng trailed behind Qin Song, his curiosity piqued by what transpired in the room. Yet, Qin Song had neither the time nor the inclination to engage with him. Had it not been for Wang Sheng's forceful intrusion into Chan Inger's quarters, he might have successfully extracted rewards from her, perhaps even enjoyed the courtesan's skilled ministrations. Most critically, all of this would have been at no cost to him. Wang Xing's sudden appearance had disrupted everything. Not only had he gained nothing, but he was also left pondering how to find another opportunity to approach Inger. Following today's incident, it seemed likely he had landed himself on Chan Mama's blacklist. Attempting to see Inger at Chunfeng Tower again would surely require a hefty sum. With this in mind, Qin Song shot a glare at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, who had intended to pry further into Qin Song's affairs, swallowed his words upon encountering the fierce look in Qin Song's eyes. "Look, isn't that our sister?" Wang Sheng exclaimed, pointing behind Qin Song and signaling with his eyes. Turning around, Qin Song indeed spotted an individual standing at the entrance of his home. However, given the darkness of night and the few lanterns illuminating the street, visibility was poor. Yet, judging by Wang Sheng's animated demeanor, it was very likely that the person at his doorstep was none other than his younger sister. Hastening his steps, Qin Song approached the figure. "Shu Yao," he softly called out his sister's name, only to be met with the unexpected sight of the young woman hurling her bundle at him. "Look who decided to come back," she exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves as if poised for a confrontation. Wang Sheng, sensing the tension, promptly distanced himself from Qin Song, fleeing in the opposite direction. As Qin Song caught the bundle thrown at him and turned to inquire of Wang Sheng about the situation, he found that the latter had already vanished. With no choice left, Qin Song steeled himself and advanced towards the girl. Placing his right hand on his waist, he grasped the dagger concealed there. Preparing for any eventuality, to his astonishment, the person before him turned out to be his very own sister, Qin Shu Yao. Upon approaching him, Qin Shu Yao scrutinized him thoroughly, even leaning in to inhale his scent. When she caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance emanating from his waist, she fixed him with a disdainful gaze and questioned, "Where on earth have you been this late at night?" With her arms crossed defiantly over her chest, she assumed an interrogative stance. Instead of feeling anxious, Qin Song found himself smiling at the scene. "Let us head home first and discuss it," he suggested, hoisting his sister's bundle and draping an arm around her shoulder as they began to walk home. However, The moment Qin Song made contact with Qin Shuyao, that familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Target detected for extraction. Would you like to begin extraction? Goodness, no way. He was taken aback to discover that his own sister was a cultivator, as her elder brother who had watched her grow up. Qin Song realized he was utterly oblivious to this fact. Chapter 12. A letter from the teacher. Qin Song found it utterly perplexing that his own sister was also a cultivator. Why was it that, born of the same parents, he possessed no aptitude for cultivation whatsoever? Had it not been for the golden finger he acquired upon his arrival in this realm, he might have lived his life devoid of any connection to cultivation, destined to remain an ordinary person. Yet, upon witnessing his sister's demeanor, he was compelled to uncover the nature of her cultivation. Though Qin Shuyao had always remained in the town with their parents, he recalled that they had last met 6 months prior to that time. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Qin Shuyao had insisted on coming to Tianyuan City to visit him. With no other recourse, their family had enlisted the help of their uncle, who was delivering goods to the city, to escort her to him. Thus, Qin Shuyao spent over a month residing in his home at that time. Qin Song had only recently been appointed as the head constable, experiencing a surge of authority. After his shifts, he either dined with his subordinates or drank with his superiors, and as a result, many in the yamen became aware of his responsibility for his sister. It was during this period that Wang Shang had been assigned to accompany Qin Shuyao, leading her around his jurisdiction, and gradually they had grown acquainted. This was why Wang Shang had recognized Qin Shuyao at a glance. Now, confess, where exactly did you go tonight? Upon entering the house, Qin Shuyao immediately took the lead, leveling a serious expression at Qin Song. Nowhere in particular. Wang Shang simply dragged me out for a meal, Qin Song replied, attempting to defuse the situation. Qin Song found himself at a loss as to how to explain things to Qin Shuyao. If he were to reveal that he had visited a place like Chunfeng Tower, even if she exhibited no immediate reaction, it was likely that upon returning home, she would inform their parents, who would then reprimand him. Although the Qin family was not particularly affluent, they placed great importance on the education and upbringing of their children. Despite Qin Song's parents currently living in a modest town and leading a frugal life, his father often recounted tales of their ancestors' former glory, mentioning that someone in their lineage had held a significant position during the reign of the great ancestor in the Daxia dynasty. Thus, it could be said that the Qin family hailed from humble beginnings. Consequently, Qin Song had been sent to the most esteemed tutor in town from a young age, all to ensure that he did not tarnish the family's reputation. However, Qin Song had always been more inclined towards play than study, dedicating much of his time to martial arts rather than academics, which ultimately led to his successful appointment as a constable in Tianyuan City through his teacher's recommendation. Naturally, Qin Shuyao was not exempt from this rigorous upbringing. Being a girl, their parents, wishing for her to focus on her studies, had invested a considerable sum to hire a tutor to teach her at home. Given the current time, Qin Song realized that Qin Shuyao should be engaged in lessons at home. With this thought in mind, he abruptly shifted the conversation, adopting the authoritative tone of an elder brother to inquire. And what of you? Shouldn't you be studying under Mr. Zhang at this hour? What brings you here alone? The more he spoke, the more perplexed he became. Whenever Qin Shuyao sought him out in the past, their parents would always send word ahead, ensuring that even if he was preoccupied with matters at the constabulary, someone would be dispatched to the city gate to escort her safely. Yet this time, Qin Song had received no prior notice. Could it be that his sister had quarreled with their parents and decided to run away? Observing her youthful visage, which bore the innocence of a child, he found it entirely plausible that she might be acting out in rebellion. Thus, Qin Song believed his suspicions were not unfounded. However, it seemed that Qin Shuyao had seen through his thoughts. With a disdainful smirk, she retrieved a letter from her satchel on the table and handed it to him. Initially, Qin Song assumed it to be correspondence from their parents, but upon discerning the signature, he was momentarily taken aback. A letter from the teacher. Qin Song was surprised and asked, "Have you misbehaved and been expelled from your studies? Are you referring to yourself?" Qin Shuyao shot him a scornful glance, her words dripping with derision. As she retorted, pointing out the irony of his own past misadventures that nearly led to his expulsion, she emphasized the term expelled with particular weight. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Qin Song coughed to mask his embarrassment. Quickly opening the envelope to discover the reason behind the teacher's personal correspondence, as he read through the contents, Disbelief washed over him as he turned to look at Qin Shuyu, who was sipping water. He had never anticipated that his younger sister, who had always been bright, not only excelled in her studies but also exhibited exceptional talent in cultivation. According to the teacher's letter, during a playful incident, she had discovered an unusual energy within her body, which she had concealed from their parents. It was only when the teacher was instructing her that he noticed the energy emanating from her. The teacher speculated that Qin Shuyu had awakened a talent for cultivation, and thus wished for her to travel to Tianyuan City to participate in the upcoming recruitment examination for the Tianyan sect. Naturally, their family had no objections to the teacher's proposal. In fact, their parents were overjoyed. After all, in this world, only by becoming a cultivator could one alter their own fate and that of their family. Qin Song, who had once been the subject of great expectations, had been deemed an ordinary person during subsequent evaluations, leaving the mantle of hope to fall upon his sister. As Qin Shuyu observed Qin Song's expression, she could hardly contain her delight. The little girl's innate nature shone through as she witnessed her brother's astonishment at her abilities, instantly dispelling her earlier discontent. Yet, at that moment, Qin Song was not preoccupied with anything else but contemplating the possibility of testing a hypothesis regarding his extraction ability on Qin Shuyu. He was curious to see if the rewards extracted from someone who had begun cultivating but had not yet undergone formal training would differ from those extracted from others. Previously, in the case of Sun Yan, who was similar to his sister, Qin Song had only managed to extract cultivation-related rewards without any additional benefits, as he had not engaged in proper training. If he could validate his theory, this ability might prove invaluable to him in the future. By the way, Qin Song began, the teacher mentioned that you should attend the recruitment event for the Tianyan sect. However, I have never heard of such an occurrence. He looked at Qin Shuyu, puzzled. Being part of the constabulary, he was well informed about matters in Tianyuan City, yet he had not encountered any news regarding this event. In fact, throughout his tenure at the constabulary, he had never once heard mention of it. The only information he possessed was that there was an elder from the Tianyan sect residing in the governor's mansion, who had recently taken on a disciple. Oh, a disciple. Qin Song recalled that Sun Yan had been accepted as a disciple by the elder just yesterday. If his sister were to join the Tianyan sect at this time, would they not become siblings in the sect? With this thought, Qin Song resolved to visit Sun Yan's home soon, both to congratulate him on his newfound status and to ensure that he would look after Qin Shuyu within the sect. Of course, Qin Song would not express these intentions outright. People could change, and he could not guarantee that Sun Yan would remain steadfast after becoming a cultivator. Yet, to be on the safe side, Qin Song was determined to secure a protector for Qin Shuyu. After all, they had met before, and as long as Qin Shuyu successfully joined the Tianyan sect, they would undoubtedly have opportunities to see each other. Regardless, Sun Yan's starting point was higher than most. Not everyone had the chance to be taken under the wing of a sect elder as a disciple, which indicated that Sun Yan possessed extraordinary potential. As Qin Song pondered how to pave the way for his sister, he failed to notice the change in Qin Shuyu's expression. From an initial state of elation, her eyes now reflected a sense of reluctance. For Qin Shuyu, the thought of leaving her parents and her brother, who had been her companion since childhood, was unfathomable. Yet, witnessing their parents' excitement, she could not bring herself to reject her teacher's proposal. Thus, she had come to Tianyuan City alone. Concealing her intentions from her parents, I am uncertain. Qin Shuyu quickly composed herself. The teacher instructed me to find someone at a specific address in Tianyuan City. He mentioned that this person would guide me to the Tianyan sect's recruitment event. I also learned from the teacher that the Tianyan sect only recruits disciples once every 10 years, making this opportunity exceedingly rare. Listening attentively to Qin Shuyu's words, Qin Song took her account to heart. Although he was now capable of cultivating, he had no intention of joining any sect. He preferred to continue his role as a constable, where he would interact with more cultivators. Nonetheless, he remained deeply invested in his sister's future. So that is the case, he nodded earnestly. Please write down the address. I will investigate it tomorrow and ensure it is safe for you to go. That won't do. The teacher said I must go alone. Qin Shuyu rejected his proposal without hesitation. Moreover, it is said that only cultivators can enter that place. As she spoke, Qin Xiao cast a glance at Qin Song. Growing up together as siblings, Qin Song could not help but comprehend the meaning behind her gaze. Thus, he immediately assumed an authoritative demeanor, prepared to teach Qin Xiao a lesson. The two engaged in playful banter and chase within the confines of Qin Song's already modest room for a while. Ultimately, The result was a familiar one. Qin Song emerged victorious with ease, just as they had during their childhood. However, this outcome bewildered Qin Xiao. Despite her current speed and strength being vastly superior to her past self, she could even overpower the so-called local tyrants of their town. She felt that her brother excelled in every aspect. This led her to momentarily suspect that her brother was also a practitioner of martial arts. Unbeknownst to her, while they were frolicking, Qin Song had indeed extracted a reward from her, albeit one akin to his encounter with Sun Yin this time. It provided merely a cultivation bonus without any tangible benefits. This subtly confirmed Qin Song's earlier conjectures. Nevertheless, he was not content with this alone. His curiosity and yearning for the address mentioned by his sister had intensified. In all his years serving in Tianyuan City, it was the first time he had heard of a place accessible only to cultivators. If such a place truly existed, Qin Song felt that it might hold the key to his future aspirations. However, to avoid arousing his sister's suspicions, he refrained from inquiring further after 2 attempts. As long as this place remained within Tianyuan City, he was certain he would find an opportunity to uncover it. The pressing matter at hand was to handle Qin Inger at Chunfeng Building. After ensuring Qin Xiao was settled to rest, Qin Song sat alone in his room, pondering how to address this issue. The following morning, as dawn broke, Qin Song awoke to the sound of the night watchman's bell, realizing that it was already time to head to the yamen. Stretching lazily in bed and moving his body, he found that even after a sleepless night, he was still remarkably invigorated. After splashing water on his face, he appeared far from the weary figure of someone who had gone without sleep. Having donned his official attire, he made his way to Qin Xiao's room, intending to invite her for breakfast. Standing before her closed door, he hesitated, uncertain if she was awake. Not wanting to disturb her rest, he quietly exited. However, this time, Qin Song's destination was not the yamen but rather the governor's mansion. After much contemplation through the night, he resolved to report the matter to his immediate superior, Chief Constable Meng Shou. To observe his reaction upon learning the news, as for Jing Qi, who was still interrogating prisoners in the jail, Qin Song decided it would be prudent to wait for Meng Shou to make a decision before considering whether to inform him. Noticing that the day was still young, Qin Song made an unprecedented visit to the bustling tea houses of Tianyuan City, where he enjoyed a breakfast. Since he was outside his jurisdiction, he had to pay for this meal himself. Though he did not mind it much. What surprised him most was encountering someone who should not have been there at all. Chapter 14. The schadenfreude of Huang Qi, a fleeting figure, which would have gone unnoticed by an ordinary person, caught the keen eye of Qin Song, the chief constable. He quickly recognized that it was his sister, Qin Xiao. Just as he prepared to rise and investigate, an unwelcome voice intruded upon his thoughts. "Oh, isn't this our esteemed chief constable Qin? What brings you to my jurisdiction for breakfast today? Have the merchants in your district ceased to honor your presence, leaving you to fend for yourself?" Ha ha ha! At this remark, laughter erupted from those behind him. Without needing to turn around, Qin Song knew who had spoken. In the entire yamen, only Huang Qi would dare to address him in such a manner. Sure enough, after noticing Qin Song's lack of response, Huang Qi and his companions plopped themselves down directly across from him. Clad in their official garb, an overpowering stench of alcohol wafted from the group. Observing their demeanor, Qin Song sighed. While he longed for a life of indulgence, he understood that not everyone in the yamen could afford to slack off and collect pay without work. Lacking Huang Qi's connections, most responsibilities fell squarely on his shoulders. Huang Qi, if you have nothing better to do, perhaps you should look into that escaped prisoner from the jailbreak. Stop bothering me with your idle chatter. Seeing Huang Qi and his entourage displaying such a carefree attitude, completely devoid of any semblance of duty, Qin Song felt a surge of irritation. Ever since he became chief constable, he had ceased to fear Huang Qi. Especially now that he possessed the strength of a practitioner. "Oh, look at you, feeling quite capable," Huang Qi replied with unexpected mirth. "Don't think I don't know that you swore an oath to Chief Constable Meng yesterday, promising to find that escaped individual within 2 days. Trying to coax me into helping you? Not a chance. Just wait for your doom." After Huang Qi's declaration, his sycophants erupted in raucous laughter, relishing the moment. Fools! Qin Song regarded the obnoxious group before him. He merely shook his head and chose silence. He was not surprised that Huang Qi was aware of the developments between himself and Meng Shou. With his uncle's influence, Huang Qi would undoubtedly hear about any stirrings within the governor's mansion. it was apparent that this information had come from his uncle. Qin Song now suspected that Huang Qi had likely been drinking with his uncle the previous night. Furthermore, the fact that his subordinates had not faced any repercussions for their actions during the jailbreak and were instead favored by an elder of the Tianyin sect had undoubtedly triggered Huang Qi's discontent. Rumors had circulated that Meng Shou might soon leave Yuanqing County, and the position of chief constable would likely be contested between Huang Qi and Qin Song. Huang Qi had once held great hope for the position, bolstered by his uncle's influence and his frequent appearances at the governor's mansion, which had garnered him considerable support. However, the moment Sun Yan became a disciple of the Tianyin sect elder, Qin Song's status shifted dramatically. With such connections, it was uncertain whether the elder would lean towards Qin Song. It was well known that, although the elder rarely made appearances, he wielded significant authority, even if the elder did not favor Qin Song. The fact remained that he had a genuine practitioner backing him. For ordinary individuals, practitioners were seen as exalted beings, nearly untouchable, making it all too easy for them to deal with others. Thus, upon learning of Qin Song's military pledge, Huang Qi had celebrated exuberantly, immediately rallying his lackeys for a night of drinking. Presently, Huang Qi's sole desire was for time to pass swiftly, enabling Qin Song to pack his bags and leave. Naturally, Huang Qi had never entertained the thought that Qin Song might successfully locate the fugitive. After all, if those within the governor's mansion had been unable to find him, how could a mere chief constable like Qin Song manage it? Not only did Huang Qi doubt Qin Song's abilities, but so did others in the yamen. Only a few of Qin Song's loyal aides were still diligently seeking clues in hopes of salvaging the situation. Yet, in Huang Qi's eyes, their efforts were futile. As he observed Qin Song's seemingly inevitable downfall, Huang Qi's spirit soared, and he laughed heartily. I am eagerly awaiting the moment you are ousted from the yamen. Just wait and see how I deal with you then. Without waiting for a response, Huang Qi and his entourage stumbled away, leaving Qin Song to ponder Huang Qi's unusually buoyant demeanor, dismissing it as mere folly. However, this disruption had effectively quashed any chance of investigating whether that fleeting figure had indeed been his sister. Quickly finishing his breakfast, Qin Song wasted no time and set off towards his intended destination. After a brief interval, he arrived at the entrance of a residence adjacent to the governor's mansion. Once he stated his purpose, the servants of the house ushered him inside. Ultimately, in a study, Qin Song came face to face with the person he had sought, Chief Constable Meng Shou. To what do I owe the pleasure of your early visit? Have you made any discoveries? Meng Shou inquired directly upon entering. In response, Qin Song placed his now cold teacup down and stepped forward to clasp his fists respectfully. Yes, Chief Constable Dado? I am intrigued by your answer. Pray, do share. Originally, it was thought that Qin Song had hurried over early in the morning to plead for himself, as 2 days indeed seemed rather short. However, Qin Song had previously established a military order, and given his resolute style, there was no turning back. He would certainly not allow for more time to apprehend the criminal. Yet, to Meng Shou's surprise, this seemingly unpromising subordinate had actually uncovered some clues. Seated upright in his chair, Meng Shou cleared his throat and said, My subordinate discovered individuals suspected of being practitioners at Chunfeng Tower yesterday. Chunfeng Tower? Are you certain? Upon hearing this name, Meng Shou was taken aback. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes, Qin Song replied with unwavering certainty. However, I cannot ascertain whether they are truly practitioners. Hence, I have come to seek guidance from the chief constable on what steps to take next. Chapter 15. Meng Shou's decision. Listening to Qin Song's words, Meng Shou fell into a moment of deep contemplation. In the face of this scenario, Qin Song dared not breathe a word, his gaze fixed intently on Meng Shou. As Meng Shou pondered, Qin Song speculated on what decision his superior might make. Hearing the sound of Meng Shou's fingers tapping on the table, he soon straightened his posture and, with a serious expression, addressed Qin Song. Although there is no evidence to directly prove that there are thieves hidden within Chunfeng Tower, the sudden appearance of a practitioner raises significant suspicion. You deserve some credit for this. After speaking, Meng Shou rose and approached the desk where paper and ink were kept, picking up a sheet to begin writing. Aware that a study is typically a highly personal space, Qin Song refrained from following Meng Shou inside, opting instead to stand patiently until he finished. Fortunately, Meng Shou wrote swiftly, not making Qin Song wait for long. Here, take my letter and deliver it to the officials at the prefectural office, informing them of your findings. As for the subsequent matters, simply follow their arrangements. Yes, Chief Constable. Qin Song respectfully accepted the letter with both hands, placing it close to his heart for safekeeping. Seeing Meng Shou lift his teacup once more, Qin Song understood it was time for him to take his leave. He bowed and clasped his fists, saying, "If there is nothing else, Chief Constable, I shall return to the office." Meng Shou nodded and waved a hand at Qin Song. By the way, Meng Shou's voice caused Qin Song, who had just stepped out of the study, to halt and turn back. "Once this operation is complete, you will be absolved of the military order you established earlier. If we truly capture the thieves at Chunfeng Tower, it will be a great achievement for you. Come back to me once that happens." Upon hearing Meng Shou's words, Qin Song stood frozen for several seconds, before a jubilant smile broke across his face as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Chief Constable." With that, Qin Song turned to leave the study once more, but this time his steps seemed markedly quicker, his whole demeanor infused with vigor. From Meng Shou's earlier remarks, it was clear to Qin Song that if he successfully captured the thieves this time, he would be rewarded personally by Meng Shou. This aligned perfectly with Qin Song's intentions. After contemplating throughout the night, he had devised a plan to present himself as a practitioner without arousing suspicion among the officials at the prefectural office. The crux of this scheme hinged upon Meng Shou. Ever since Qin Song had gleaned the Thunderblade martial art from him yesterday, he was convinced that Meng Shou had connections within the military. Even if he were not a direct descendant of the Meng family as rumored, he must hold a significant position. Given this connection, acquiring a form of military cultivation method from him should not pose a major obstacle. Qin Song had heard of such a cultivation method during past conversations with seasoned officials while drinking, though he had never had the opportunity to engage with it directly. This method had been collaboratively developed by several sects commissioned by the Great Xia dynasty. Unlike ordinary cultivation methods, those trained through this approach were not true practitioners. They merely possessed a semblance of cultivation. While such individuals might seem of little use and were typically looked down upon by genuine practitioners, they held considerable importance within the military formation system of the Xia kingdom. Their presence maximized the efficacy of the army's formations, serving as a form of tactical assault akin to formations. This was the very foundation of the Great Xia dynasty's military might, a national treasure. Thus, those who could cultivate this method typically underwent rigorous scrutiny within the military, or were offspring of military nobility. Qin Song's interest in this method was not primarily to enlist in the army, but rather to serve as a cover. Even if, on some future day, his identity as a practitioner were to be inadvertently revealed, he could invoke this method as a smokescreen, preventing suspicion from arising. Of course, all of this hinged on the success of the current operation. Nevertheless, Qin Song was not overly concerned, as Meng Shou's directive to approach the prefectural office implied he would not interfere, thereby granting the situation greater maneuverability. Currently, the officials at the prefectural office were busily engaged in this matter. According to what Lieutenant Lin had mentioned yesterday during their time in the jail, it was evident that the prefectural office had set a deadline for this case. However, based on the information Qin Song had gathered over the past 2 days, it appeared that the prefectural officials had not discovered any leads. The information he held, coupled with the letter from Meng Shou, constituted the crux of the entire case. As for whether Air at Chunfeng Tower was an accomplice of Yu Shang. Did it truly matter? Not at all. The prefectural office sought merely a conclusion, and they were indifferent to the specifics of the individual involved. Upon leaving Meng Shou's residence, Qin Song touched the envelope against his chest and gazed at the prefectural office in the distance with a sigh. Though it felt somewhat unscrupulous, he felt he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Observing a squad of guards emerging from the prefectural office, Qin Song refrained from entering directly and instead turned swiftly towards the office. Quickening his pace, he had no acquaintances within the prefectural office, and delivering the letter without caution could easily lead to detection by Huang Qi's uncle, a secretary to the prefect. His position, though not high-ranking, still carried weight within the office. Qin Song believed that he would undoubtedly attribute any merits to Huang Qi out of familial loyalty. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the past. To prevent such an eventuality, Qin Song decided to head to the jail, seeking collaboration with his former superior, Jing Qi. Although Jing Qi was known for his greed, he possessed the clarity to discern what was unattainable. He would never attempt to seize that which was beyond his reach. As someone also bound by a strict order, Qin Song was confident that the information he possessed would compel Jing Qi to willingly assist him in executing his plan. However, before heading to the jail, Qin Song needed to ensure that Air was secured. Otherwise, if the target fled after he notified the prefectural officials, all would be in vain. Thus, someone had to keep watch over Chunfeng Tower. By default, this responsibility fell to Wang Sheng. After returning to the office and arranging everything with Wang Sheng, Qin Song then proceeded to the jail. Chapter 16. Qin Song's Plan, Part 1. Head. Are you serious? You truly want me to go to Chunfeng Tower right now? Gazing at Qin Song, who was leisurely sipping tea, Wang Sheng found the situation somewhat surreal. If asked what his favorite pastime was, he would undoubtedly reply that it was to spend time at Chunfeng Tower with a few friends after work. Yet, with a limited salary, he could only afford to indulge in such pleasures during the first few days after receiving his pay. Typically, he would only pass by Chunfeng Tower while patrolling the streets, occasionally stopping for a drink. However, now his superior was instructing him to go to Chunfeng Tower early in the morning, leaving him momentarily speechless. He could not fathom why Qin Song would suddenly make such a request, but having followed him for a long time, he sensed that something was amiss. I'll ask you one last time. Will you go or not? If you refuse, I will find someone else. Seeing Wang Sheng's hesitance, Qin Song decided not to waste further words, instead rising as if to leave. Based on his understanding of Wang Sheng, it was improbable that he would let such an opportunity slip by. Sure enough, hearing Qin Song's words ignited Wang Sheng's excitement, and he quickly leaped in front of Qin Song, blocking his path. Wait, boss. Who said I wouldn't go? Wang Sheng patted his chest, declaring, whatever you need, just let me know. Very well. Noticing Wang Sheng's newfound confidence, Qin Song nodded and tossed him a few pieces of silver from his pocket. Your task today is to keep a close watch on their new courtesan at Chunfeng Tower. Remember, regardless of who arrives, do not pay any attention. Keep a close watch on her. The moment she departs from Chunfeng Tower, you must immediately come to inform me. Upon hearing the task assigned by Qin Song, Wang Sheng stood frozen for a moment, then cast a rather peculiar glance at Qin Song. The boss asked me to keep an eye on Miss Inger. Indeed. Understood. Rest assured, I excel at surveillance. Seeing Qin Song's unhesitant response, Wang Sheng's expression grew even more bizarre, and he raised an eyebrow at Qin Song, signifying that he comprehended. One need not look to know what thoughts were swirling in Wang Sheng's mind at that moment. However, Qin Song offered no explanations. But upon noticing Wang Sheng clad in official attire, ready to stake out Chunfeng Tower, Qin Song quickly called out to him, Wait, are you going in that outfit? Wang Sheng, who had reached the entrance, immediately glanced down at his clothing upon hearing Qin Song's voice. Realizing Qin Song's intent, he chuckled and dashed towards his quarters. Observing Wang Sheng preparing for his task, Qin Song decided not to linger in the yamen, especially with someone like Huang Qi around, who was at odds with him. Any additional minutes spent here posed a threat to the mission. While Wang Sheng changed his attire, Qin Song made his way towards the yamen's prison. Compared to usual, with Qin Song's current agility, he could reach the yamen's prison in just a few minutes. After passing through several layers of scrutiny, Qin Song arrived at the cell where Yu Sheng was detained. The sound of the iron whip cracking echoed throughout the prison, and as he stepped into the cell, he could hear it quite clearly. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Yu Sheng, who had been a man just yesterday, now reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, barely clinging to life. His body was marred with wounds, and not a single inch of unblemished skin remained. Yet, even in the face of such torment, Yu Sheng emitted no cries of agony, which compelled Qin Song to admire the man before him. Perhaps upon noticing Qin Song's arrival, Jing Qi, who was conducting the interrogation, suddenly threw down the whip in his hand and slumped into the chair behind him. It was evident that this former superior was exhausting all means to survive. Judging by the various instruments of torture within his view, it was clear he had utilized every implement available in the yamen. However, the frown on Jing Qi's face indicated that he had still failed to extract any information from the prisoner. Seeing Jing Qi gazing at him with a look of helplessness, Qin Song hurriedly approached and offered him a bowl of water. Thank you. Jing Qi, his voice hoarse, accepted the water from Qin Song and inquired. I hope you aren't here to mock me, Qin Laudi? Not at all. Qin Song shook his head. I have matters to discuss with Brother Jing. Oh? What is it? Jing Qi asked with curiosity. Yet, Qin Song did not respond directly. Instead, he glanced back at the suspended Yu Sheng in a worries. He is already a broken man. His limbs have been shattered, and his dantian has been destroyed by an elder from Tianyin sect, leaving him incapable of escaping alive. Regarding Qin Song's concerns, Jing Qi confidently assured him that no one else would learn of the events here. Naturally, Qin Song's apprehension extended beyond the fear of Yu Sheng spilling secrets. observing Jing Qi's demeanor. Qin Song proceeded to share his discoveries. Is that true? Are you certain? The rebel is indeed hiding within Chunfeng Tower? After hearing Qin Song's words, Jing Qi was so astonished that he leapt from his chair. Shoo! Be cautious. Walls have ears. Qin Song swiftly grabbed him, placing a finger to his lips to signal silence. Understood, understood. Jing Qi's volume immediately dropped from the highest to the lowest. Is everything you said true? Qin Laudi? Jing Qi asked, still in disbelief, and he repeated the question in front of Qin Song. That of course. Would I deceive you? As he spoke, Qin Song produced the letter from Meng Shou, waving it before Jing Qi's eyes. Although the contents remained unseen, the sight of Meng Shou's handwritten note instantly convinced Jing Qi of Qin Song's words. To say he believed Qin Song would be an understatement. Rather, he placed his faith in Meng Shou. As a veteran of the Yamen, Jing Qi was well acquainted with Meng Shou's character. Thus, knowing that Qin Song possessed a personal letter from Meng Shou to the prefectural office indicated that this matter had indeed been validated by Meng Shou. Consequently, Jing Qi unconditionally trusted Qin Song's assertions, convinced that Yu Shang's accomplice must be concealed within Chunfeng Tower. Qin Laudi, you truly are my lucky star. Jing Qi chuckled heartily, then turned to Qin Song and asked, Is there anything you require my assistance with? Indeed, there are matters where I need Brother Jing's help. Qin Song nodded and leaned in to whisper a few words into Jing Qi's ear. Without hesitation, Jing Qi clasped his fists in gratitude and exited the cell without looking back. Chapter 17. Qin Song's Plan, Part 2. Watching Jing Qi depart, Qin Song felt a sense of relief wash over him. In his scheme, Jing Qi played a crucial role, serving as the key link between him and the prefectural office. Like himself, Jing Qi was also under strict orders from above, and his situation was hardly better. Therefore, upon learning of Qin Song's release, he would undoubtedly rush to report to his superiors at the prefectural office and initiate the necessary arrangements. However, had he been the one to handle this matter? Given his position as a mere Yamen head, he would have had little opportunity to meet with those in the Yamen wielding real power. Thus, when it came to a matter of life and death, Qin Song dared not take chances. Even if this meant he might miss out on any accolades, it was preferable to safeguarding his life. Nonetheless, regarding the ultimate outcome, Qin Song believed he still had a chance to secure some advantage. Now, within the cell, only he and Yu Shang remained. With Jing Qi's absence, the cold atmosphere of the cell dissipated somewhat. Approaching the still suspended Yu Shang, Qin Song cautiously stepped closer and splashed a bowl of water onto his face. Since Yu Shang's head was tilted downward, the water flowed directly into his mouth and nose. Cough, cough, cough. Choking on the water, Yu Shang emitted a series of violent coughs, marking the second time Qin Song had heard him make a sound. Kneeling before Yu Shang, Qin Song gently brushed aside the hair obscuring his face, observing his bloodshot eyes and battered visage. He softly inquired, You heard everything I just said, didn't you? To Qin Song's question. Yu Shang remained unresponsive, staring blankly at the ground as though he had not heard a thing. You need not answer. I can repeat myself. Qin Song smiled, lifting Yu Shang's body to an upright position. He then brought Yu Shang's face close to his own and reiterated what he had told Jing Qi. Let me inform you, I have located your accomplice within Chunfeng Tower. Though she has concealed herself quite well, I have nonetheless uncovered her presence. Following this, Qin Song laughed heartily and turned to leave. Just as he was about to exit, he noticed Yu Shang's pupils suddenly widen, and his entire body trembled involuntarily. With his back still turned to Yu Shang, Qin Song waited a moment, but upon observing no further reaction, he departed the cell. However, as he left, he kept a watchful eye on Yu Shang's condition. Although he did not achieve the desired outcome, it did not necessarily imply that Inger and Yu Shang were entirely unrelated. After exiting the cell, Qin Song turned to the two guards stationed at the door and quietly instructed one of them. Please ensure that once I leave, you remove the prisoner's jaw to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Hearing Qin Song's words, the guard merely nodded mechanically. Upon returning to Chunfeng Tower, Qin Song had changed into casual attire. By his side, Jing Qi was leading a squad of guards from the prefectural office, stationed in the nearby alleys around Chunfeng Tower. The two stood at the entrance of the alley, observing the movements within Chunfeng Tower. Qin Laudi, my life and fortune are now entirely in your hands, Jing Qi whispered to Qin Song. That of course, Qin Song replied with a nod, clasping his fists in acknowledgement. Hearing Qin Song's words warmed Jing Qi's heart, and he gestured to those behind him. Soon, a guard approached, carrying a finely crafted wooden box. Qin Laudi, take this with you and open it in front of that courtesan later. What is it? Gazing at the wooden box before him, Qin Song found himself momentarily bewildered. Observing Qin Song's expression, Jing Qi's face suddenly broke into a smile. This treasure is something I exerted considerable effort to borrow from the governor's residence, Jing Qi remarked, casting a cautious glance around. Inside this wooden box lies a pearl capable of detecting the strength of a cultivator. While such items are quite commonplace in most sects, they are exceedingly rare in my possession. Although we are but a group of martial artists, through years of use and modification by the court, this pearl has evolved into a specialized artifact for discerning the capabilities of cultivators. Seeing the enthralled expression on Jing Qi's face, Qin Song believed his words to be true. However, despite having known him for quite some time, it was the first time Qin Song had heard of such an object being utilized. Brother Jing, how is this item to be used? He inquired casually. This item does not have many specific instructions. You merely need to open it in the presence of the cultivator. I possess another identical pearl, which can sense whether you are facing a cultivator or not. Should my pearl illuminate, I shall immediately signal my guards to swarm and encircle the entire Chunfeng Tower. At this point, Jing Qi exuded an air of confidence, nodding lightly without elaborating further. After receiving the wooden box from Jing Qi, Qin Song refrained from opening it in front of him, uncertain of whether doing so would trigger the pearl immediately. If that were the case, it would expose his own cultivation status. Nevertheless, having acquired such a treasure, a brilliant plan began to form in his mind. After exchanging polite farewells with Jing Qi, Qin Song boldly approached the Chunfeng Tower. The attendant stationed at the entrance welcomed him inside without hesitation. Upon re-entering the Chunfeng Tower, Qin Song noted that the establishment was rather devoid of patrons. Upon reaching the main hall, he spotted Wang Shang, who had been waiting in a corner, just as he had arranged. True to his setup, a pot of tea and a scattering of peanut shells lay before Wang Shang. Acknowledging Qin Song's arrival with a nod, Wang Shang signaled that all was well here. At that moment, Mama Chun, the proprietor of Chunfeng Tower, hurried over. However, her expression was markedly different from the previous day, resembling one who had come to settle a score with Qin Song. It was evident that she had learned of his hasty departure through the window the previous night. Given her current demeanor, it seemed that Qin Song would need to spend some resources to see Inger today. Chapter 18. A demanding price accompanied by two burly servants wielding wooden clubs, Mama Chen approached Qin Song with an unwelcoming demeanor. Oh, if it isn't our esteemed Captain Qin. What brings you to our humble establishment? Listening to Mama Chen's sarcastic tone, Qin Song could only respond with a sheepish grin. I left in such a hurry last night that I wanted to come and apologize to you, Mama Chen. With that, Qin Song produced a handful of silver coins from his pocket and placed them into Mama Chen's hands. Weighing the coins, she seemed somewhat dissatisfied, yet Mama Chen decided to let Qin Song off the hook. Adopting a smile as she led him upstairs, Captain Qin, I presume you are here to see our Inger again. She has been waiting for you all day. Mama Chen grasped Qin Song's arm, ushering him towards Inger's room. This action stirred a sense of discomfort in Wang Shang, who had been vigilantly stationed nearby. He harbored a deep envy for his superior, not only for having spent the previous night in the company of the elusive courtesan Inger, but now for being personally escorted by the madam herself to her chambers. Such occurrences were the stuff of dreams for many in Tianyuan City, where countless wealthy individuals would spend lavishly for just a glimpse of Inger, yet here was his superior, seemingly favored by the courtesan. Witnessing Qin Song being led to the third floor, Wang Shang recognized that his task was nearing completion. Casting a glance at the unfinished peanuts on the table, he surveyed the area and, seeing no one watching, discreetly stuffed the remaining peanuts into his pocket before leaving Chunfeng Tower. However, as he stepped outside, he was immediately cornered by two imposing figures. With years of experience as a constable, Wang Shang understood the gravity of the situation. He could not afford to act recklessly, for it could lead to dire consequences. Outnumbered and outmatched in strength, and without his weapon, which remained at the constabulary, Wang Shang's only option was to comply and leave with the two men. Meanwhile, Qin Song, now at the threshold of Inger's room, remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside. He was but a step away from meeting Inger. Yet that step posed a significant challenge. Standing between him and the newly replaced door was Mama Chun, who was intently watching him, her intentions unmistakably clear. She was waiting for him to part with his coins. However, Qin Song had come prepared with minimal funds, and given his modest salary, he was preoccupied with how to enter without spending excessively. Forcing his way through was not an option, as it could easily raise alarms. Yet, parting with his money was equally untenable, as he needed to conserve it for a greater purpose. Just as Qin Song and Mama Chen reached an impasse, the doors suddenly swung open. Out stepped Xiao Tang, Inger's maid, the very same who had played the pipa the previous night. Without uttering a word, she shot Qin Song a significant eye roll before exclaiming, "Go on in. Our lady is waiting for you." Yet Mama Chun, intent on not allowing him entry without compensation, quickly interjected, "You shall not enter without payment today." With a subtle gesture to her servants, the two men approached Qin Song, blocking his passage into the room. Observing the unfamiliar men before him, Qin Song surmised they were likely new hires whom Mama Chun had somehow persuaded. After all, who in Chunfeng Tower would be unaware of his reputation? But given the current situation, it appeared he would need to part with some funds after all. Gritting his teeth in frustration at Mama Chen's avarice, he unfastened his coin pouch and handed it over to her. "This is all I have today. Please keep a tab for any additional charges." Without hesitation, Mama Chen opened the pouch before the onlookers and counted out nearly 10 taels of silver, an impressive sum for an ordinary individual. However, her dissatisfaction was palpable as she placed her hands on her hips and addressed Qin Song. "This is insufficient. Your funds are far too meager. Last night, your subordinate damaged the door here, which will cost you 1 tael. When he barged in, he overturned 2 tables of guests, so that will be 5 taels. As for Inger, her fee starts at 20 taels. Let us agree on that as well. Add in today's expenses, and do the math on what you owe." Listening to Mama Chen enumerate the charges left Qin Song's head spinning. Finally, unable to endure any more, he interjected, "Let us just keep a tab today. I promise to bring the money tomorrow." "Very well," Mama Chen replied with surprising alacrity. "I wish you a pleasant evening, Captain Qin." The swiftness with which her demeanor shifted was remarkable. The moment she learned Qin Song would return with payment, her previously threatening disposition transformed into one of cordiality. Xiao Tang, taken aback by Mama Chen's rapid change of expression, reluctantly watched as Qin Song entered the room, leaving behind a trail of expenditure. Upon stepping inside, Qin Song was greeted by an aroma distinct from the previous night, one that calmed his previously restless mind. Inger sat elegantly in a flowing white dress, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Qin Song enter, she rose and offered him a respectful greeting. "I overheard your conversation. Mama Chun often behaves this way, so I hope you won't take it to heart." Inger's gentle voice, combined with the ambience of the room, caused Qin Song's irritation to vanish in an instant. Observing that Qin Captain was willing to spend such a considerable sum for her, the young woman felt inadequate to express her gratitude. Thus she resolved to perform a melody for him as a token of her appreciation. Noticing the expressionless demeanor on Qin Song's face, Inger prepared to unleash her secret skill to bring him joy. Meanwhile, Qin Song recognized this as a perfect opportunity to draw closer to Inger, silently taking a seat beside her. Chapter 19. The gift. Gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, listening to the melodious strains of the Qin, and savoring exquisite tea, Qin Song felt that this lifestyle was indeed remarkably refreshing. It was no wonder that so many individuals flocked to this place for leisure and entertainment. It was truly an excellent choice. However, the expenses were exorbitant, making it quite unwise for Qin Song. Had it not been for the necessity of fulfilling his mission, he certainly would not have indulged to such an extent. Ding. Extraction successful. Cultivation 3, Lianxiju 1. Lianxiju? No wonder. Observing the rewards drawn from Inger, Qin Song understood why she could brazenly appear in Chunfeng Tower. It turned out there was a method to conceal one's cultivation, allowing her to remain unnoticed as a practitioner. Feeling the surge of energy within him, Qin Song attempted to operate the Lianxiju he had just acquired. Indeed, upon successfully activating the technique, he sensed his aura dissipate entirely. Of course, this was largely due to his relatively modest strength. Since gaining his cultivation yesterday, he had yet to engage in any serious training. Nevertheless, with the cover of Lianxiju, he felt emboldened to cultivate beside the courtesan Inger. Following the Zixiao heart method he obtained from Yushang, Qin Song organized all the cultivation rewards he had accumulated during this period into his spiritual energy. However, time seemed to fly by during his training. Just as he completed a major cycle of the heart method, Inger's Qin performance concluded, compelling him to halt his practice. Yet, Even this brief period of cultivation yielded significant gains. He sensed that his cultivation now surpassed that of his former selves, his strength having increased several-fold. Although he remained unclear about the classification of the cultivation system in this world, Qin Song felt he had stepped beyond the threshold of entry, certainly stronger than the recent initiate Sun Yin of Tianyin sect. "What do you think, Captain Qin?" Inger's voice interrupted Qin Song's reverie. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Inger's expectant gaze, her charming demeanor making him momentarily reconsider his plans. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure. "Excellent, truly excellent. Miss Inger, you are indeed worthy of the title of courtesan. Your music is simply exquisite. I, a mere martial man, possess insufficient eloquence to describe the beauty of your performance, so please forgive me." With that, Qin Song rose and clasped his fists in salute to Inger. Hearing his praise, a radiant smile adorned Inger's delicate face. She too stood and offered a slight bow in return. "Thank you for your kind words, Captain Qin. Now that the music has concluded, please take a seat." As she spoke, she clapped her hands, prompting the door to swing open. Inger's maidservant, Xiaotang, was the first to enter, carrying a jug of wine. Following her, a procession of various women entered, each bearing an array of delectable dishes. Soon, the table before Qin Song was laden with a sumptuous feast, enticing him to swallow hard in anticipation. Once all the dishes were served, Inger once again rose, filling Qin Song's cup with wine. "Come, Captain Qin. Allow me to offer my apologies for Xiaotang's reckless intrusion yesterday." Hearing Inger's words, Qin Song did not decline. Raising his cup and downing the contents in one gulp. As he drained cup after cup, Inger's smile widened. Observing Qin Song's slightly tipsy state, she prepared to press on, however, just as she began to refill his cup. Qin Song intercepted her. "What is the meaning of this, Captain Qin?" Inger inquired, puzzled by his actions. Yet Qin Song remained silent, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Under her watchful gaze, he reached into his robe and soon produced a beautifully crafted wooden box, placing it on the table. "What is this?" Inger asked, pointing at the box. Qin Song, grinning with satisfaction, pushed the box toward her and said, "Regarding yesterday's incident, I too bear some responsibility, so I specifically procured a gift for you, Miss Inger, to atone for my misstep." Upon hearing his words, disbelief flickered across Inger's face. "This is too much. I cannot accept," she protested, though her eyes betrayed a glimmer of desire. "What is inappropriate about this?" Qin Song insisted, akin to a drunken man, offering no room for refusal. With a commanding presence, he urged Inger to open the box before him. Unable to withstand Qin Song's insistence, Inger reluctantly complied, unveiling the box to reveal a stunning jewel within. The gem, roughly the size of a fist, possessed a jade-like quality that captivated Inger's attention entirely. "What do you think? Do you like it?" Qin Song exclaimed, noticing the joy in her eyes. "Would you like to hold it?" Initially hesitant, Inger ultimately relented after a brief exchange of refusals and retrieved the jewel from the box. However, Qin Song observed that when Inger touched the gem, it did not exhibit the phenomenon described by Jing Qi. The jewel before them, despite being devoid of any light, remained unresponsive even after Inger toyed with it for a while. Could it be that the jewel was flawed? Had Jing Qi deceived him? Qin Song quickly dismissed that notion, pondering whether the Lianqi Ju was the cause. After much contemplation, he concluded that the jewel's lack of reaction could only be attributed to the Lianqi Ju. However, he was unable to compel Inger to refrain from using it. In a moment of inspiration, he devised a plan. Since Inger could not activate the jewel herself, he would do it. After all, as long as the gem illuminated, those outside would rush in immediately, making the identity of the activator inconsequential. Seeing Inger place the jewel back into the wooden box, Qin Song swiftly stopped her. Snatching the jewel from her grasp. Chapter 20. The capture begins. "Captain Qin. You?" Inger gazed at him in astonishment. Witnessing Qin Song's unexpected snatching of the box left her bewildered. Meanwhile, Qin Song appeared as a drunken man. His eyes half closed, one hand cradling the box while the other pointed at Inger. This jewel cost a fortune to acquire. If you desire it, you must sing a song for me first. I have spent so much today. It would be a shame not to enjoy myself." "Sing?" Inger was taken aback. After assessing Qin Song's demeanor, she couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Having encountered many drunken patrons in her line of work, she was not surprised by his behavior. However, this was her first experience with someone wanting to hear a song while inebriated. Nevertheless, she was willing to indulge this modest request, especially since the jewel in the box was undeniably tempting, its quality suggesting a significant value. Thus, to secure the wooden box from Qin's song, Inger returned to the Qin, playing and singing simultaneously. As Qin's song listened to the enchanting melodies, he became entranced, feeling a delightful tingling sensation throughout his body that dulled his awareness. Fortunately, at that moment, the spiritual energy within him surged, snapping him back to clarity. Such an extraordinary performance. After regaining consciousness, Qin's song once again heard Ing's melodious piano playing, and the awareness in his mind wavered once more. It dawned on him that this enchanting melody might very well be Ing's ultimate technique. Realizing this, Qin's song immediately conceived a plan. As Ing's song reached its crescendo, he subtly began to sway his body. Turning his back completely to her in that moment when she could not see him, Qin's song swiftly opened the wooden box he held, releasing the spiritual energy contained within him. The instant the energy made contact with the pearl, it erupted in a dazzling glow. A fleeting pale blue light illuminated Qin's song's chest, making it shine brilliantly. Fortunately, this spectacle quickly faded, and the pearl reverted to its original state. Gazing at the pearl nestled in the box, Qin's song felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Had he not shielded the pearl's radiance with his body, he might have met his demise here. As he resumed his movements in sync with the song, Qin's song returned to his seat. However, this time, he resolved to cease the charade altogether, simply collapsing onto the table and allowing the wooden box to tumble to the floor. His task was complete. He would leave the remainder to Jingqi outside. Inger, engrossed in her singing, caught a glimpse of Qin's song's demeanor out of the corner of her eye but merely smiled knowingly, not pausing her performance. Meanwhile, Jingqi, who had been waiting outside Chunfeng Tower for quite some time, grew increasingly anxious as he observed the pearl in his hand showing no signs of reaction. It had already been over half a stick of incense since Qin's song entered, and logically, the situation should have been straightforward. Yet, there was no activity within Chunfeng Tower, not even a single customer. Of course, the absence of patrons was primarily due to Jingqi having sealed off the area to prevent anyone from escaping during this operation. Just as Jingqi's patience was about to wane, he noticed a blue glow emanating from the pearl in his hand. Although it was his first time using this object, and he was uncertain about the significance of the blue light, he understood one thing. The illumination of the pearl undeniably indicated the presence of a cultivator. This fact was indisputable. Thus, upon witnessing the pearl light up, he leaped with excitement and called out to his subordinates. Action! With Jingqi's command, the guards who had been lying in ambush around Chunfeng Tower surged forth like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, the entire Chunfeng Tower was surrounded, leaving no avenue of escape. Some bewildered merchants, witnessing the commotion, hastily abandoned their shops and fled in a frenzy. Alas, the area had already been encircled by officials and the local magistrate's guards, and no one could leave without proper orders. What are you doing? Upon hearing the commotion, Madame Chen rushed out but was instantly alarmed by the sight of so many guards. She understood all too well what their presence signified. These men were private soldiers of the magistrate, elite warriors who had fought alongside him on the battlefield. Connecting this to the events of the previous days, Madame Chen quickly conjured a multitude of possible scenarios in her mind. Although she merely ran Chunfeng Tower, she was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable when it came to information. Oh my, is that you, young Master Jing? What brings you here? Did we offend you in some way at Chunfeng Tower? If that's the case, I sincerely apologize. The moment she spotted Jingqi among the guards, the color drained from Madame Chen's face, only for her to perceive him as a savior. However, Jingqi paid her words no heed, giving her a glance before turning away. Proceed, he said coolly. As soon as he finished speaking, a throng of fully armed guards charged into Chunfeng Tower with clear intentions, heading straight for the courtesan's chamber on the third floor. Meanwhile, Inger, blissfully unaware of the chaos outside, concluded her melody and bent down to retrieve the wooden box from the floor. Just as she was about to open it, the door burst open once more, and her maid, Xiao Tang, rushed in, panic etched on her face. Miss, hurry and run. There are many soldiers outside who want to capture you. At Xiao Tang's words, Inger froze, unable to comprehend what was unfolding outside. But she knew Xiao Tang would never deceive her. Thus, she disregarded the box in her hands, hastily gathered her belongings, and approached the window near the back courtyard. This was the very window through which Qin Song had jumped the previous day, and now it had become her means of escape. Glancing back at the slumbering Qin Song, Ing Er wondered if he was aware of the situation, but time was not on her side to ascertain that. Chapter 21. An unexpected turn of events, an urgent call for help. Having successfully leaped through the window, Ing Er's actions left Xiao Tang utterly dumbfounded. The audacity of Ing Er's decision had far surpassed her expectations. At that moment, Xiao Tang resolved to help her mistress escape through the back. However, as she witnessed Ing Er's leap, she quickly regained her composure and dashed downstairs, determined to buy Ing Er a few precious moments. Before long, the room was left with only the seemingly slumbering Qin Song. Upon hearing Xiao Tang's cries and the guards ascending the stairs, Qin Song understood that the time for pretense had passed. Sitting upright, he gazed longingly at the lavish feast before him, reluctant to leave behind the fruits of his labor. Contemplating the circumstance, he decided to uphold his principle of thriftiness and began to feast heartily. When Jing Qi and a battalion of guards burst into the room, they found Qin Song merrily indulging, one hand clutching a wine cup and the other a chicken leg. "Where is she?" Jing Qi demanded. "She jumped out the window," Qin Song replied nonchalantly. "You didn't stop her?" "I was passed out. Had I known she would jump, I would have certainly intervened." Qin Song shrugged, both men aware of the implications of their knowledge regarding the cultivator. They would never confront a cultivator head-on. With a long sigh, Jing Qi instructed, "Take everyone back." He waved his hand at the guards, who promptly complied, escorting the staff and courtesans of Chunfeng Tower out of the room. During the evacuation, both Jing Qi and Qin Song could distinctly hear Madame Chen's cries echoing from within the tower. As they exchanged glances, the two men took their seats at the table. "Alas, it seems I've lost the opportunity for glory," Jing Qi lamented, tearing into a chicken leg. "Every time something good happens, that Lin Xiaowei ends up reaping the rewards." "How unfortunate for you," Qin Song chuckled, having no sympathy for Jing Qi's plight. After all, it was Jing Qi who insisted on being the vanguard in this endeavor. Yet, reflecting on the aura Ing Er emanated as she departed, Qin Song sensed that the situation was far from simple. "I must say, this Ing Er is no ordinary individual. I believe Lin Xiaowei is in for a rough time." "What do you mean?" Jing Qi perked up, his greasy hand seizing Qin Song's arm. Qin Song shrugged off Jing Qi's grip, expressing his disdain. "Just a hunch. Ugh, my instincts tell me that this Ing Er definitely has accomplices." Before Jing Qi could elaborate, a guard rushed into the room, panting heavily. "Sir Jing, I've come from Lin Xiaowei's side to request reinforcements." "What?" Upon hearing the guard's report, Jing Qi could not contain his shock. Could it be? This Ing Er truly has allies? Is this hard-earned merit slipping away from us? The realization left Jing Qi momentarily stunned, prompting him to rush to the guard's side to inquire about the unfolding events. "Quickly, tell me what happened." At this moment, Qin Song approached the Imperial Guard and inquired. That woman possesses formidable strength. Why brothers could hardly withstand her few strikes, prompting Lieutenant Lin to hastily send me to seek reinforcements." The Imperial Guard, with his head bowed and words stumbling, exhibited a demeanor that suggested he could not bear to meet the gazes of Jing Qi and Qin Song. Indeed, this incident was quite disgraceful. They, the Imperial Guards, often prided themselves on being the foremost combat force of Tianyuan City, claiming they could subdue even practitioners in their presence. Yet, reality had delivered a stinging slap, revealing the stark disparity between ordinary individuals and practitioners. Upon hearing the man's words, Jing Qi's demeanor visibly shifted to one of agitation. "Have you dispatched someone to the county governor's office for assistance?" "We have. Several brothers have already returned to report to the county governor and Captain Meng." The mention of Meng Shou caused Qin Song to pause in surprise. What was the purpose of notifying the head of the governor's office? Did Meng Shou's personal letter not state his non-involvement in this matter? Contemplating this, Qin Song realized he must intervene. He initially thought that by unearthing Inger, the concealed practitioner, he could remain aloof and merely observe. Little did he expect to be drawn into the fray himself. However, this could serve as an opportunity to validate his own abilities, albeit caution was paramount to avoid detection by others. "Let us proceed swiftly," Jing Qi declared, stuffing a piece of chicken into his mouth and taking several swigs from his wine flask, wasting not a moment. Observing Jing Qi's actions, Qin Song felt compelled to keep pace. For it was he who had financed this meal. Before long, Jing Qi and Qin Song, accompanied by the Imperial Guard, hurriedly exited Chunfeng Tower. Along the way, Jing Qi summoned back those Imperial Guards who had not participated in escorting the prisoners, leading them toward Lieutenant Lin's location. However, upon their arrival, the scene was one of utter devastation. The ground was strewn with moaning Imperial Guards, alongside various dismembered remains. As for Inger and the others, they were nowhere to be found. "Where are they?" Jing Qi grasped the guiding Imperial Guard and demanded loudly. Such inquiries, however, proved futile. At this moment, Qin Song discerned a clue and promptly shouted to Jing Qi, "They must be this way." He pointed towards the nearest alley, where the clashing of weapons echoed incessantly. Though uncertain if they were indeed there, Qin Song realized they had little choice left. Chapter 22. The first battle with Qin Song indicating the direction. Jing Qi was the first to charge forward. Soon, he spotted the figures of the Imperial Guards ahead. "There! Quick! Follow me!" Having confirmed their location, he turned to shout back at Qin Song and the Imperial Guards trailing him. Upon hearing Jing Qi's call, Qin Song paused to search the ground for something. In comparison to Jing Qi and the well-equipped guards from the governor's office, the weapons utilized within the office were woefully rudimentary. Moreover, in an effort to avoid raising Inger's suspicions, Qin Song had not brought any weapons when he went to Chunfeng Tower, even leaving his own dagger behind in the office before setting out. Now, facing a practitioner, possibly multiple practitioners, being unarmed was tantamount to courting death. Thus, Qin Song desperately needed a suitable weapon. Seeing that Jing Qi and the Imperial Guard had vanished from sight, he realized he must quickly find something to serve as a weapon. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him today. Not far from him, nestled against a wall, lay a standard long sword. Though it appeared to be the type used exclusively by the office, he had no other options. After picking up the sword and swinging it a few times, Qin Song confirmed it was indeed a weapon intended for the guards. Yet, he had not arranged for anyone from the office to participate in today's operation. Where had this sword come from? Just then, a piercing scream abruptly echoed from around the corner. This cry was all too familiar to Qin Song, for it belonged to Jing Qi, who had just been with him. Were they already in danger? His face paled at the thought. Without a moment to spare, he grasped the long sword and rushed forward. As Qin Song turned the corner and ventured deeper into the alley, he was met with a gruesome sight. Jing Qi, drenched in blood, sat helplessly on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. At the end of the alley, a figure clad in black, wielding a long sword, had just extinguished the life of an Imperial Guard. After slicing through the guard's throat, he carelessly discarded the body as one might toss aside refuse. It was then Jing Qi recognized that this was the very Imperial Guard who had come to seek their aid. Observing the lifeless bodies of the Imperial Guard strewn across the alley, the black-clad figure uttered a derisive snort before turning to face Qin Song and his companions. Having just slain a few, now two more come to deliver themselves. How amusing! The black-clad man's voice was low, yet it resonated clearly in Qin Song's ears. Alarmed by the man's words, Qin Song urgently signaled for the untrained Jing Qi to flee. However, upon glancing down at Jing Qi, he discovered that he had already fainted from fear. Good heavens, that was rather swift. Qin Song felt a tinge of exasperation, but there was no time to relocate Jing Qi to safety. Confronting a practitioner alone was a first for Qin Song, yet it also presented a rare opportunity. Despite the inherent danger, it would allow him to assess the rewards he had garnered over the past 2 days and gauge the extent of his current abilities. The black-clad figure noticed the unconscious Jing Qi, and having encountered such individuals countless times, he regarded him with disdain and his view. The young man before him still possessed a semblance of composure. Recognizing the fatality of the situation yet choosing not to flee, instead lifting his weapon defiantly, "It appears you are somewhat of a man after all." The black-clad figure, intrigued, decided to grant Qin Song a more serious encounter. Intending to make this confrontation rather entertaining, at that moment, the black-clad figure lunged towards Qin Song with his sword drawn. As the blade approached, Qin Song's heart raced, and instinctively, he raised the long sword to meet the incoming strike. Bang, bang, bang. The long sword clashed violently with the black sword, producing a series of dull thuds. It was undeniable that the black-clad figure's sword surpassed the quality of the standard long sword used in the office in terms of sharpness. After only a few exchanges, Qin Song noticed his long sword had already developed a significant notch. Observing the irregular serrated gash along the blade, he realized that this sword was rendered unusable. Fortunately, the ground was littered with weapons left behind by the Imperial Guards. Discarding the damaged sword, Qin Song picked up another blade. This one wielded by the guards. It was longer, heavier, and presumably of better quality. He hoped this weapon would allow him to endure a few more rounds. Meanwhile, the black-clad figure opposite Qin Song was utterly astonished that his swordplay had been countered by this young man. His expression shifting to one of disbelief and shock. As he regarded Qin Song, his gaze darkened, now exuding a palpable murderous intent that had not been present before. I didn't expect you to be a martial artist. It seems I shall have to play with you seriously this time. The voice of the man in black was chilling, imbued with an air of menace. In response to his words, Qin Song's expression remained unchanged. His countenance as impassive as ever as he gazed at him, though Qin Song. The strength of this man in black was hardly formidable. At most, he appeared to be a mere rogue who had recently begun his cultivation journey. After all, he had instinctively employed the Thunderblade technique, successfully countering the man's lethal attack, and had not found himself at a disadvantage. This gave Qin Song considerable confidence. Yet, he remained vigilant. After all, the individual before him was not the Inger they sought, and the supporting officer Lin had yet to make an appearance. It was entirely possible that another battle was raging elsewhere. What Qin Song aimed for now was a swift resolution, to eliminate the man in front of him without delay. Thus, he resolved not to adopt a passive defense any longer. He would take the initiative and strike first. The moment the man in black finished speaking, Qin Song lunged forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Chapter 23. So weak against attack? The Thunderblade was a technique learned only by the most elite forces of the Great Xia dynasty. Its ferocity and dominance were its defining characteristics. Although Qin Song had only recently mastered it, he wielded it with remarkable dexterity. The imposing technique, combined with his agility and strength, instilled a profound sense of threat in the man in black, whose demeanor grew grave. At that moment, Qin Song propelled himself off the ground. Racing towards the man in black like a tempest, he swung his long blade with great force towards the man's neck, the blade slicing through the air with a thunderous sound that reverberated in the man's ears. Recognizing the might inherent in the blade, the man in black did not underestimate Qin Song. He summoned all his strength to counter the impending strike. Their weapons clashed violently, producing a cacophony of metallic resonance and showering sparks, a dazzling display of combat. As their weapons collided, both fighters were thrust backward, leaving deep imprints on the ground as they steadied themselves. Locking eyes, they exchanged a fierce determination, each harboring a latent killing intent. However, the outcome of their initial encounter clearly indicated that Qin Song held the upper hand, as evidenced by the tremors in the man's hands. Nevertheless, Qin Song did not allow himself to grow complacent. The man before him possessed significantly more combat experience, and despite his own advantage in strength, he could not discount the possibility of hidden trump cards. The man in black glanced at his palm, now marred by a fresh wound. His expression darkened further. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful adversary would exhibit such terrifying combat prowess, dominating their previous exchange and inflicting injury upon him. In light of this, the man in black's fury intensified. He resolved to end the confrontation swiftly, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Qin Song before he could recover. Intending to leave him lifeless in the alley. With this determination, the man's aura surged, and he wielded his sword with escalating speed. Each strike aimed to kill. Humph! He sneered, his right hand gripping the sword tightly as he executed a powerful swing. With that motion, a lethal wave of sword energy shot forth from the tip of his blade, hurtling towards Qin Song's chest. Upon perceiving the swift approach of the sword energy, Qin Song did not dare to hesitate. He quickly summoned his inner spiritual power and infused it into his long blade. With a swift sound, Qin Song's blade was launched, landing beside the unconscious Jing Qi. Seizing the moment, Qin Song closed the distance to the man in black. Delivering a blow infused with all his energy, the black tiger's heart extraction, directly to the man's chest. Blood erupted from the man's mouth. Yet, the man in black did not cease his assault. He thrust his sword, piercing Qin Song's left shoulder. Blood spurted forth, though Qin Song's wound was less severe than that of his opponent. The man in black fell heavily to the ground, his consciousness beginning to wane. He never imagined that the young man before him possessed such strength. A single punch had devastated his insides, and his energy was rapidly depleting. This sensation was all too familiar to him, signaling the imminent end of his life. Without timely intervention, he was certain to perish. Qin Song regarded the fallen man with wariness. He was uncertain whether the man feigned unconsciousness, thus he dared not approach to inspect his condition. However, after a prolonged wait, the immobile figure led him to suspect that the situation was not as he had initially thought. Cautiously, he picked up a spear from the ground and approached the man in black, prodding him with it. "Hey, are you all right?" The prodding elicited a blank stare from the man in black, who attempted to reach out for help, but the blow to his lungs rendered him unable to speak. Qin Song observed the man struggling silently on the ground, blood pooling around him. His immediate thought was that this man would not survive much longer. He soon realized that his earlier punch was the cause of this dire condition. No way. Is he really that fragile? He pondered, quickly squatting beside the man in black and tearing off his mask. As the mask was removed, a shadow burst forth from the man's mouth, startling Qin Song into a hasty retreat. Fearing a sneak attack, however, upon seeing the remnants on the ground, he understood that it was likely the man's internal organs. Looking down at his palm, Qin Song felt a mix of disbelief. Yet, upon noticing that the man in black's eyes were fluttering shut, he quickly placed a hand on his chest. Ding! Target detected. Begin extraction? He hurriedly urged. He was uncertain whether he could extract rewards from the man's body after death, but considered it highly improbable. Otherwise, his current ability would be exceedingly overpowered. Watching the progress bar before him, Qin Song realized that the man in black was nearing his limit. If he did not act swiftly, it was entirely possible that the man would indeed perish. "Hey, don't die on me. Just hold on a little longer. Just a moment," he urged, keeping a vigilant eye on the progress bar while prodding the man in black in hopes of prolonging his life. Regrettably, just as the progress bar reached 80%, the man in black finally succumbed and it felt akin to losing power at the climax of a game, a deeply frustrating experience. The progress bar before Qin Song vanished entirely. In his frustration, Qin Song understood the reality. His ability was ineffective on the deceased. Chapter 24. Inger emerges, facing crisis. Sigh. Gazing at the lifeless figure of the cloaked man, Qin Song could only heave a sigh, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Had the man managed to endure for just a couple more minutes, Qin Song could have extracted rewards from him. Regrettably, fate did not align with his wishes. He could only blame the man for being so easily subdued. With no other recourse, Qin Song rose from beside the fallen figure and moved to stand next to Jing Qi. His focus had been entirely consumed by the battle with the cloaked man, leaving him little room to concern himself with Jing Qi's condition. Now that the threat had been neutralized, Qin Song finally had the time to assess Jing Qi's state. Fortunately, upon examination, he discovered that his former superior had merely fainted from fright. Aside from slightly damp trousers, there were no other injuries to be found. Having confirmed Jing Qi's safety, Qin Song realized he could not escort him back just yet, for he had yet to lay eyes on their true target, Ing Er. Thus, he carefully placed Jing Qi in a corner against the wall, covering him with several fallen bamboo baskets to shield him from any potential threats posed by the cloaked man's accomplices. Once these tasks were completed, Qin Song picked up the long knife designated for the Imperial Guards and began searching the alleyway. The alley was merely a few hundred meters long, and it did not take him long to thoroughly scour it. However, aside from the site of their earlier confrontation, he found no trace of the Imperial Guards, not even the slightest evidence of their presence. Could it be that he had misjudged the direction? Qin Song mused. Initially, they had hastened towards this location upon hearing certain noises, so the absence of the main force here likely indicated they had strayed off course. With this thought in mind, Qin Song swiftly exited the alley and returned to the spot where they had first arrived. Just as he emerged onto the main street, a shadow flickered past him, and a familiar scent wafted into his nostrils. Before he could react, he felt a sharp object pressing against his neck, its cold, slightly chilling touch strangely familiar. However, it was the first time since taking office at the government office that he had found himself at the mercy of a blade. "Spare me, good sir." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Song instantly discarded the long knife in his hand and slowly raised both hands in surrender. He felt no shame, for he had been in similar predicaments countless times before. But he had always been the one to witness his subordinates suffer. He had never imagined that one day it would be his turn to experience such a sensation. At that moment, a battalion of Imperial Guards came into view, accompanied by the very Lin Xiaowei he had been searching for. Not make any sudden movements, or I shall take your life, the voice threatened ominously. Heir? Hearing the voice so close to him, Qin Song felt a flicker of uncertainty. Yet, as he inhaled the scent emanating from behind him, he recalled distinctly that it was the unique fragrance found in Heir's chamber. Could it truly be her? At that moment, Qin Song felt that the group of Imperial Guards was utterly inept, failing to capture a single fleeing figure despite their numbers, particularly given that Lin Xiaowei possessed considerable cultivation. With such a configuration, he had somehow become a hostage. Were it not for the inconvenience of speaking at that moment, Qin Song would have liked to berate them. On the other hand, it was fortunate that Heir remained unaware of his status as a cultivator, thus leaving room for potential redemption. Observing the Imperial Guards hastily surrounding him, Qin Song was somewhat puzzled as to why Heir had not used him as leverage to escape. Just then, Lin Xiaowei stepped forward, his damaged armor and serious expression indicating he had endured a fierce battle. Everyone, remain still, Lin Xiaowei commanded the surrounding guards. The fidgeting guards halted their movements upon hearing his order. Yet their vigilant gazes remained fixed on the encircled Heir and Qin Song. Witnessing this, Qin Song felt a slight loosening of the tension in his chest. He was acutely aware of the ruthless nature of these guards. Had Lin Xiaowei not intervened, it was likely that they would have eliminated both him and Heir without hesitation. The only reason Lin Xiaowei had chosen to act was likely due to his superior, Meng Shou. Perhaps the letter Qin Song had written previously had played a role in persuading Lin Xiaowei not to act immediately. However, he realized that the individuals before him were not likely to provide any assistance in his escape. Therefore, if he wished to survive, he would have to rely solely on himself. At most, Lin Xiaowei might feign a conversation with Heir behind him, although Qin Song had yet to catch a glimpse of Heir. The extent of the damage to Lin Xiaowei's armor suggested that a fierce struggle had taken place between them. However, Heir's previous words had been far too brief for Qin Song to discern whether she had sustained any internal injuries. Fortunately, as expected, Lin Xiaowei stepped forward, evidently prepared to negotiate with Heir. Criminal Qin Heir, you are now surrounded by our forces. Surrender promptly to avoid further bloodshed. If you lay down your weapons, I shall duly report the situation to the esteemed lord of the manor, and perhaps you may receive a swift end. Lin Xiaowei's aggressive rhetoric sent a chill through Qin Song's heart. This was not an attempt to rescue him. Rather, it seemed they wished for Heir to eliminate him post-haste. In light of this predicament, Qin Song felt he could no longer remain passive. If Lin Xiaowei were to continue speaking, it was likely that his life would truly be forfeit. Enough of your prattle. I had no intention of leaving here alive today, but should I perish, I shall ensure that I take a few of you with me, particularly you, Emir Xiaowei possessing the Chen family's secret arts. Your identity must be quite extraordinary. If you were to die, I believe it would be a fitting fate for the countless innocent souls who perished. Sensing Heir's rising fury, Qin Song seized the moment to concentrate the dwindling energy within him. The battle prior had left him drained of strength, making it imperative that he deliver a decisive blow. Yet this required a crucial prerequisite. He needed to capture Heir's attention. With this in mind, Qin Song suddenly whispered to Heir, I have a way to save you, Shang. Once inherently vigilant, Heir found herself momentarily stunned upon hearing the voice emanating from Qin Song. His words disrupted her steadfast composure, causing a tremor within her resolute heart. Sensing a brief fluctuation in Heir's aura, Qin Song realized his objective had been achieved. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly delivered a powerful strike to Heir's chest. Channeling the energy he had gathered for quite some time in that instant, Heir comprehended that Qin Song's earlier declarations had been a deception. Enraged, she retaliated with a swift kick aimed at his head. However, Qin Song had long anticipated this move, raising his arms to shield himself, enduring the impact of her strike. Following a series of dull thuds, he was propelled backward, colliding with an array of debris. Despite his preparedness and successful defense against Heir's counterattack, he had underestimated the force behind her kick. After crashing into several pillars, he barely managed to regain his footing. Yet, at that moment, he felt as though his hands were shattered, and his internal organs threatened to shift from their rightful places. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, staining the fresh attire he had donned that day. Observing the surrounding guards, who, upon Lin Xiaowei's command, rushed towards Inger, Qin Song's senses began to blur, and his vision faded into obscurity. Amidst the chaos, a familiar voice pierced through the din, calling his name. He longed to open his eyes and discern the identity of the speaker. But his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, refusing to part. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaowei, wholly engrossed in the pursuit of Inger, paid no mind to Qin Song's fate until an unexpected voice reached his ears. Prompting him to glance back, there stood a youthful woman, her face a blend of innocence and vigor, desperately calling out to Qin Song's unconscious form. Undoubtedly, this woman recognized him. Although Lin Xiaowei was perplexed as to how she had arrived at this location, considering that the area had been effectively sealed by the combined forces of the local government, he had no time to ponder such trivial matters at this critical juncture. For Lin Xiaowei, capturing Qin Inger was of paramount importance, a matter that could determine his ascent in rank. After stealing a few glances at the woman and Qin Song, Lin Xiaowei redirected his focus to the task at hand. Strangely enough, it was evident that Inger's power had significantly diminished after being struck by Qin Song in the face of the guard's onslaught. She lacked her earlier agility and appeared somewhat unsteady. Was it possible that the blow from the captain had severely injured her? Lin Xiaowei shook his head, dismissing the sudden thought. How could a mere captain inflict such harm on someone stronger than himself? Surely, it was the result of her earlier confrontation with him. As he observed the guards gaining the upper hand, Lin Xiaowei began to formulate how he would present his accomplishments to the governor. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him from behind. He whirled around to see the very woman who had been tending to Qin Song dart past him, straight into the throng of guards. It was clear that her target was Inger. She sought vengeance for Qin Song. While he could not ascertain whether Qin Song was alive or dead, the ferocity of the woman's intent suggested that the captain's survival was in jeopardy. This woman had captured Lin Xiaowei's attention. The earlier feeling of peril had undoubtedly emanated from her, indicating that she too was a practitioner of martial arts, and one of considerable prowess at that. If she possessed such strength, why had he never heard of her before? Had he known that Qin Song had such a powerful ally, he would not have made such reckless decisions. He resolved that he must rescue Qin Song from Inger before taking any further action. Given the intensity of the woman's fury, Lin Xiaowei surmised that their relationship extended beyond mere friendship. Could she be Qin Song's beloved? With that thought, Lin Xiaowei felt a surge of dread. His only hope was that Qin Song had merely sustained minor injuries, for incurring the wrath of such a formidable and promising practitioner would be a dire misstep, especially as he witnessed the woman charge into the crowd. Confronting Inger, the very instigator of Qin Song's plight, without a trace of fear, she unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Inger's face. Lin Xiaowei sensed that even with her considerable strength, Inger would likely suffer severe injury from such an attack. Especially given her existing wounds, would this blow claim her life? In a frantic attempt to intervene, Lin Xiaowei shouted, "Senior, please show mercy." But his plea fell on deaf ears. He could feel the fierce wind generated by the woman's punch from a distance. If it were to strike him, he would surely not see the dawn of another day. Only someone like Inger, a genuine practitioner, could withstand such force. However, after deflecting that blow, Inger collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood repeatedly. Seeing the woman's unwavering determination to eliminate Inger filled Lin Xiaowei with anxiety. If things continued down this path, Inger would undoubtedly perish. Should that happen, all the resources expended would yield nothing, and his own fate would be grim. Thus, with resolute determination, he positioned himself in front of the woman. "Senior, I am an officer of the governor's office. I implore you to spare her life. This individual holds great importance for us. I hope you will grant her mercy." Upon uttering those words, Lin Xiaowei's face paled significantly, as if he had expended every ounce of his strength. Were it not for the heavy armor that barely sustained him, he might have crumpled to the ground. "Governor? Yes, we are all loyal to the governor and heed only his commands." Sensing that his words had resonated, he quickly added a few more, hoping to leverage the governor's name as a means of intimidation. Seemingly affected by his declaration, the woman glanced at the subdued Inger before turning away, exiting the throng of guards. As she made her way through, the guards instinctively parted to allow her passage. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the guards, she returned to Qin Song's side. Seeing him unconscious stirred a torrent of emotions within her. Gently, she wiped the blood from his lips, hoisting him onto her shoulder as she softly murmured, "Brother, I will take you home." Another day dawned. Qin Song lay in bed, both arms bound with splints and thick bandages. His pallid face revealed his struggle to move, only to discover that his left shoulder was also tightly wrapped. At that moment, an elderly physician was checking his pulse, while his sister, Qin Shuyu, and younger brother, Wang Shang, stood behind him, breathless with concern. Since their encounter with Wang Shang at Chunfeng Tower yesterday, Qin Song had not seen him again. Now, Wang Shang bore injuries of his own, his face marred with bruises as though he had been thoroughly beaten. Conversely, his sister, clad in green, gazed at him with deep concern, her eyes brimming with compassion. "Doctor, how is my brother?" As the physician finished his examination and began writing a prescription, Qin Shuyu hurriedly inquired about his condition. "The injuries on Captain Qin are superficial. With some medication, he shall recover." However, the force applied to his arms was considerable, rendering him unable to exert strength for the time being. Fearful of what? Upon hearing the physician's words, Qin Shuyu's heart sank, and she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "What do you mean, fearful? Do speak up," exclaimed Wang Shang, his agitation palpable as he observed the elderly physician before him, who had only partially articulated his thoughts. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for individuals who communicated in such an incomplete manner. It seemed that for the foreseeable future, Captain Qin would be unable to wield his weapons. The old doctor paused, setting down his pen, and lifted the prescription he had written, blowing gently upon it to hasten the drying of the ink, upon hearing that Captain Qin was temporarily unable to use his arms. Rather than permanently incapacitated, Qin Xiao and Wang Shang felt a wave of relief wash over them. "Very well, proceed to gather the medicines as per my prescription. I have done all I can. Were my medical skills but slightly more adept, perhaps I could have healed Captain Qin's injured arm." With that, the old doctor hoisted his medicine box onto his back, preparing to take his leave. At that moment, Qin Xiao took the prescription and casually handed it to Wang Shang before producing a sum of silver to give to the old doctor. "I must express my gratitude to you. Dr. Wang, please accept this modest fee for your services." The old doctor, having attended to Captain Qin before, skillfully accepted the silver offered by Qin Xiao. With that, Dr. Wang departed, his medicine box slung over his shoulder, as Qin Xiao followed him outside. Once Qin Xiao had exited the room, both Qin Song and Wang Shang finally felt a sense of relaxation. The formidable aura that Qin Xiao had exuded just moments ago had rendered them both speechless, causing Qin Song to momentarily forget that he was the one receiving treatment for his injuries. "Quickly, help me sit up," Qin Song implored, attempting to extend his hand, only to discover that his arms were unresponsive to his commands. The moment he exerted any effort, a piercing pain shot through his limbs. Based on his understanding of such sensations, it was highly likely that he had sustained a fracture in his arms while blocking Inger's kick. Fortunately, his arms remained intact. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly hinder his future capabilities. Before long, Qin Xiao returned to Qin Song's room after seeing off the doctor. The atmosphere that had once lightened now felt stiflingly tense once more. Upon entering, Qin Xiao did not converse directly with Qin Song but instead shot a fierce glare at Wang Shang. "Why are you still here? Go fetch the medicine." I will do so right away," Wang Shang stammered, feeling as though a blade were being held to his throat under her intense gaze, a sense of imminent peril enveloping him. Without further ado, he snatched the prescription from Dr. Wang and hurriedly exited the room. Once Wang Shang had left, Qin Xiao let out a cold huff and then turned her worried gaze back to Qin Song. Observing the hasty retreat of Wang Shang, Qin Song could only shake his head in disbelief. Was his sister truly that intimidating? A myriad of questions swirled in his mind regarding the events that had transpired after his fainting spell yesterday. Had Chen Inger been apprehended? How had he returned? He had countless inquiries to pose to Wang Shang, but now, it seemed, he was left to confront his sister, Qin Xiao, though he could not fathom the reason behind her suddenly combative demeanor. His familiarity with her indicated that this was an unusual behavior. Indeed, after Wang Shang's departure, Qin Xiao fixated her gaze on Qin Song for an extended period, leaving him feeling increasingly anxious, uncertain if he had erred in some way or if she had uncovered the truth about his identity as her not-so-genuine elder brother. Just as Qin Song spiraled into his thoughts, Qin Xiao abruptly spoke. "Brother, I seem to have made a grave mistake." "What?" After a prolonged silence, Qin Song was taken aback by the gravity of her statement. However, he felt a weight lift from his chest. It was merely a minor transgression. After all, do not dwell on it. Everyone makes mistakes, he reassured her with a gentle smile. Yet, instead of finding solace in his words, Qin Xiao's expression darkened with self-reproach. "Brother, I got into a fight yesterday, and I may have been too forceful, injuring the other party quite badly." "What?" Qin Song was utterly flabbergasted. "What do you mean you got into a fight? Were you injured? Let me see." Initially stunned by the revelation, Qin Song soon realized that it was not some reckless youth from the yamen, but rather his own sister who had engaged in such behavior. Having grown up, Qin Xiao had always been the obedient daughter, only occasionally exhibiting a mischievous streak. Thus, the notion that she could be involved in a brawl was difficult for him to accept. However, upon witnessing her distressed expression, he recognized that she was likely speaking the truth. He had seen that look countless times before, the one she wore when she had erred and sought his forgiveness. But Qin Song was also a brother who cared deeply for his sister, often bearing the brunt of their father's punishments whenever Qin Xiao found herself in trouble. "I wasn't hurt," she quickly denied, noticing Qin Song's intent to inspect her for injuries. Seeing her fervently shake her head only deepened his confusion. "You must tell me the truth. Where were you yesterday? Who did you fight? Why did you fight?" Qin Song adopted an authoritative stance, questioning her with the gravitas befitting an elder brother. Qin Xiao hesitated, her head bowed as she refrained from divulging the events of the previous day. At that moment, Wang Shang, who had ventured out to procure the medicine, unexpectedly returned to the room, his demeanor frantic. "Captain Qin, the people from the magistrate's office have arrived." "What?" Qin Song shot upright from his bed. He was perplexed as to why the magistrate's office would send someone to his home at this hour. But he feared it could not bode well as he pondered the situation. A hearty laugh resonated through the heavy door, one he recognized all too well. It belonged to Jing Qi, the man who had partnered with him in capturing Qian Inger the day prior. Indeed, shortly after the laughter echoed in Qin Song's ears, Jing Qi entered the room, accompanied by a contingent of guards. "Qin, my dear brother, what brings you out of bed?" Upon spotting Qin Song in the courtyard, Jing Qi hurried over, his expression one of feigned concern as he noticed the bandages wrapped around Qin Song's arms. "My dear brother, I came for two reasons. First, to see how you fared after yesterday's injury. Second, to express my gratitude for your assistance." Jing Qi's tone was light-hearted, but as he spoke, his gaze flitted about, as if searching for something. Finally, his eyes landed on the distant figure of Qin Xiao. Realizing that Jing Qi had fixed his attention on his sister, Qin Song swiftly positioned himself in front of her, blocking his view. "Surely, Jing Qi, if there is something of importance, let us converse inside," Qin Song suggested, attempting to redirect his focus. However, to his surprise, Jing Qi was resolute in his intent to gaze upon Qin Xiao, even pointing in her direction. "My dear brother, may I inquire as to the identity of this young lady behind you?" "Ah, this is my younger sister," Qin Song replied. Understanding that Jing Qi's visit was likely centered around Qin Shuio.as, he introduced her. Qin Song's gaze swiftly shifted to Wang Shang, who understood the unspoken message and moved protectively to Qin Xiao's side, subtly resting his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Jing Qi was not oblivious to the exchange. He noted the subtle shifts in the room's dynamics and, upon learning that the young lady was Qin Song's sister, felt a jolt of apprehension. He had come bearing a mission, and despite the peculiar circumstances, he pressed on to confront Qin Xiao directly. "May I ask, young lady, did you visit the scene of yesterday's apprehension at the yamen?" Qin Song was taken aback by Jing Qi's abrupt approach. There had been no pleasantries exchanged, no introduction offered, only a direct inquiry regarding her presence at the prior day's incident. In the scene described by Jing Qi regarding the apprehension, Qin Song did not believe that there was any other location involved aside from the one where Qian Inger was captured. This implies that Qin Xiao truly went to the government office to capture Inger yesterday. Recalling that Qin Xiao had mentioned a scuffle the previous day, Qin Song initially assumed it was merely an ordinary quarrel, perhaps involving a few local ruffians. However, within his jurisdiction, nearly all the local troublemakers were familiar with Qin Xiao and recognized her as his sister. Therefore, any minor disputes that arose would be insignificant matters. Yet, if Qin Xiao indeed visited the site of Inger's capture, the situation could escalate considerably. Qin Song shuddered at the thought of who her adversary might have been during that altercation. Could it have been a member of the Imperial Guard? Lieutenant Lin, or perhaps Chen Inger herself? Indeed, I went. Qin Xiao's voice interrupted Qin Song's train of thought, startling him as he turned to his sister, fearing she might speak indiscreetly. However, the severity etched on her face indicated that she was not making frivolous remarks. Realizing that the situation exceeded his expectations, Qin Song cast a glance at Wang Sheng, urging him to hasten Jingqi into the house. Yet, Wang Sheng remained in a state of shock, momentarily oblivious to Qin Song's gaze. Consequently, Qin Song had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Despite his injured arms, he resolved to protect his sister. Just then, Jingqi unexpectedly clasped his fists in greeting towards Qin Xiao. A sudden gesture that took Qin Song aback. Chapter 28. Exposed? A squad of Imperial Guards entered the courtyard, standing in a row like stone pillars. Each of them bore an assortment of items, concealed beneath silken cloths, rendering their contents indiscernible. By observing the angle of the guards' bent arms, Qin Song inferred that the items were likely of considerable weight. Thus, faced with such a scenario, Qin Song found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Typically, it was they who presented gifts to the county magistrate. He had never witnessed anyone receiving gifts from the magistrate. Should word of this circulate, it would undoubtedly become sensational news, enhancing Qin Song's authority. Yet, he could not ponder such matters now. His sole focus was to uncover the reasons behind this occurrence. What had his sister done yesterday to warrant the magistrate sending someone to bestow gifts upon her? In his astonishment, Qin Song immediately directed a scrutinizing look at Qin Xiao. However, upon meeting his gaze, she lowered her head, her fingers nervously clutching the hem of her garment, unwilling to meet his eyes. Recognizing that he would not extract the truth from her anytime soon, Qin Song shifted his attention to Jingqi. Presently, within his residence, Jingqi alone could elucidate what transpired the previous day. Brother Jing, could you explain this? Oh, this is a small gift from the magistrate intended for you and Miss Qin, Jingqi replied. The magistrate? Indeed, my dear Qin, you are not still unaware of your sister's affairs from yesterday, are you? Observing Qin Song's astonishment, Jingqi seemed to grasp the situation and exchanged a knowing glance with him. Since entering the government office, Jingqi had been closely following him, and Qin Song understood his intentions. He promptly turned to Wang Sheng. Go. Treat these Imperial Guard brothers to a fine meal, and arrange for a splendid feast at our home. I'll cover the expenses later. With that, Qin Song led Jingqi and Qin Xiao into the house. Upon hearing Qin Song's command, Wang Sheng assumed the role of steward, instructing the guards to place the gifts in designated areas. Once everything was properly arranged, he departed with the guards from the Qin residence. Inside Qin Song's chamber, Qin Xiao maintained her previous demeanor, head bowed as she prepared tea for both Qin Song and Jingqi. Though silence enveloped the room, Qin Song could sense his sister's palpable tension. This only deepened his suspicion regarding the extraordinary nature of her actions. Once the tea was brewed and after some polite exchanges between Qin Song and Jingqi, all preparations were complete. Qin Song awaited the revelation of what had transpired the day before. However, Jingqi's subsequent remarks left him utterly speechless. You don't even know what happened yesterday? Jingqi gazed at Qin Song in astonishment. Are you certain you are not joking with me? Let's not provoke anger unnecessarily. Jingqi interjected, pressing Qin Song back into his seat. He lifted his teacup and continued. I had lost consciousness yesterday. As you might recall, by the time I was found, the situation had already concluded, and that Chen Inger was apprehended by Lieutenant Lin. Thus, I truly have no knowledge of what transpired. And you mean to say? Upon hearing this, Qin Song felt a surge of frustration, pointing an accusing finger at Jingqi. Had he known it would come to this, he would have never spent lavishly on a feast. In the end, not only had he failed to discover what occurred the previous day, but he also depleted a significant portion of his savings. Such funds were precious to Qin Song, as they were initially intended for his future marriage, but now he sought to reserve them for his future cultivation pursuits. Jingqi understood Qin Song's sentiments but felt no remorse. Instead, he offered a smile, then shifted his gaze to Qin Xiao. His eyes sparkled with envy as he remarked, though I did not experience it firsthand, I do know one thing. What is that? That is the reason the magistrate commissioned me to deliver gifts to your sister. With that, Jingqi paused momentarily, draining his teacup. Sometimes, I must admit, your Yunqing is truly remarkable. The capture of Qin Inger must have been largely credited to you. Yet, what astonished me most was the revelation that you have a sister who is a cultivator. While I, your superior, remained oblivious to this fact. You have indeed concealed this matter from me rather well. As he spoke, Jingqi let out a long sigh. Upon hearing this, Qin Song's heart sank, understanding a great deal. It turned out that the magistrate's gift was a result of discovering that his sister had already become a cultivator. This clarified Qin Shiyao's peculiar response. She must have violated her teacher's instructions by revealing her abilities before passing the Tianyan sex assessment. Evidently, her altercation yesterday had exposed her true cultivation level to the magistrate's men. Should this have occurred at home, Qin Shiyao would likely be facing punishment in the study right now. It was no wonder she had been avoiding him. Nevertheless, Qin Song was more intrigued by the nature of the fight his sister had engaged in. What kind of confrontation could possibly require her to use her abilities? Had Qin Shiao truly fought with Inger yesterday? The more Qin Song pondered, the more convinced he became of his hypothesis. Just then, Wang Shang returned to Qin Song's residence, bearing a table laden with exquisite food and drink. Boss, someone from the government office just came by to inform you that the chief constable requests your presence at his residence when you have a moment. I understand. Qin Song nodded at Wang Shang, instructing him to convey his acknowledgement to the officials at the office. Wang Shang, having heard this, cast a meaningful glance at Jingqi before exiting the room. Could it be that Qin Shiao truly fought with Inger yesterday? The more Qin Song contemplated, the more he felt his suspicions were confirmed. Chapter 29. Reward Chief Constable? Indeed. Upon hearing Qin Song's response, Jingqi merely nodded without uttering a word. In truth, such matters were self-evident. After all, the successful capture of Qin Inger was largely attributable to Qin Song. Additionally, with the unexpected display of strength from Qin Song's sister just yesterday, it was only natural to summon Qin Song at this juncture. Jingqi mused that, were the roles reversed, he would have dispatched someone to visit Qin Song's residence the very night prior. It was only a person of Meng Shou's caliber who could maintain such composure. Nevertheless, since they were traveling together, Jingqi was determined not to miss the opportunity to forge a closer bond with Qin Song. Thus, throughout their journey, Jingqi engaged Qin Song in conversation, eager to learn more about his esteemed subordinate. Qin Song found Jingqi's behavior to be within the bounds of reason. Although the revelation regarding Qin Shiao had taken him by surprise, the current circumstances did not necessarily portend ill. Compared to the youngest, Wei Yin, becoming a cultivator, many had gravitated towards Wei Yan's close companions, leaving little regard for his direct superior. After all, many believed that a superior would naturally be harsh on their subordinates, leading them to prefer alliances with individuals like Wang Shang. However, this situation was markedly different. Qin Shiao's prowess appeared to far surpass the energy unleashed by Sun Yin during his awakening. The fact that even the county governor had sent individuals to offer tributes underscored this distinction. Therefore, given Qin Song's understanding of Jingqi, he had already anticipated this day would arrive. The conversation turned to the mysterious figure clad in black from the previous night. Qin Song noted Jingqi's limited knowledge regarding the man's demise. He was only aware that the individual had perished, yet remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding his death or the identity of his assailant. This realization sparked a flicker of doubt within Qin Song. Had someone concealed the truth about the black-clad man's death from him? Soon enough, Qin Song and Jingqi arrived at the county governor's residence. After bidding Jingqi farewell, Qin Song made his way directly to the adjacent Meng residence. "Captain Qin, please enter," came the invitation from the elderly steward of Meng Shou's household, a man who had accompanied Meng Shou to Yuanqing County. Despite the steward's amiable demeanor and ever-present smile, there were whispers that he had once been a warrior on the battlefield. His strength second only to Meng Shou's. During his previous visit to Meng Shou's abode, Qin Song had only caught a distant glimpse of the steward, but now he was being escorted personally to meet Meng Shou. As he followed the steward, Qin Song pondered how he might draw closer to him to ascertain the veracity of the rumors. In the midst of his contemplation, the steward abruptly halted, causing Qin Song to inadvertently collide with him. However, the anticipated sound of impact failed to materialize, indicating that the elder was not a cultivator. Could it be that the rumors were unfounded? No, it was possible that the steward was indeed not a cultivator but rather a formidable martial artist. From the moment of contact, Qin Song discerned the tautness of the steward's muscles, a natural reaction only evident in seasoned martial practitioners. far beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual. Step inside. The master awaits you. The steward gestured towards a door, prompting Qin Song to enter. Upon entering the room, Qin Song noticed the layout bore a striking resemblance to the study he had previously visited, though here the shelves were filled with scrolls rather than books. Approaching the nearest shelf, he realized the scrolls were identical in style to those used exclusively by the county governor. Although not every scroll in the room matched this description, the predominant color suggested that his superior was involved in matters pertaining to the county governor's cases. No wonder Meng Shou spent his days alongside the governor, seemingly neglecting his own stronghold. The root of the matter lay here. As Qin Song contemplated this revelation, he suddenly spotted Meng Shou seated at a table. At this moment, Meng Shou exuded a palpable air of authority, his dark official garb instilling a sense of trepidation. Perhaps sensing another's presence, Meng Shou set aside the scroll before beckoning Qin Song to approach. "Excellent! I am quite pleased with your handling of this case," Meng Shou stated, surprising Qin Song with his direct commendation. The abrupt praise left Qin Song momentarily taken aback. "Thank you for your kind words, Chief Captain," Qin Song responded with a respectful clasp of his hands. "Very well, I shall refrain from elaborating on other matters. You may later take my token to the county jail," Meng Shou continued. Lifting a now cool cup of tea to his lips, "The primary purpose of your summons today is to discuss two important matters. The first is the reward I previously promised you. Now, you may state what you wish to receive." Hearing these words, Qin Song felt a jolt of surprise followed by a wave of excitement as he contemplated the possibilities. Qin Song lowered his gaze, feigning deep contemplation. In truth, he had rehearsed this moment countless times in his mind. However, to avoid appearing overly eager, he decided to maintain an air of deliberation. After a brief, symbolic struggle, he finally voiced his deepest desire. "Chief Captain, I wish to cultivate." Upon hearing Qin Song's declaration, a thoughtful expression crossed Meng Shou's face. "Do you recall your initial testing results?" he inquired, glancing at Qin Song while picking up a nearby scroll. "Yes, I scored a C grade," Qin Song replied. "A C grade, you say?" Meng Shou nodded, though his gaze remained averted from Qin Song. "It is somewhat lacking." Qin Song felt a sense of resignation at Meng Shou's assessment. The truth was indeed indisputable. Upon entering the governor's office, their first task had been to undergo a rigorous evaluation of their potential. Many among the populace were unaware of the existence of cultivation, and even those blessed with innate strength often dismissed it as mere natural prowess rather than a pathway to cultivation. To ensure that individuals with true potential were not overlooked, the Great Xia dynasty had established this regulation. Such measures could significantly aid in identifying talents that had been missed by various sections. As the head of the office, Qin Song had undergone this evaluation multiple times, with each result consistently falling short. A C grade was commendable for an ordinary family, but to aspire to become a cultivator, one typically needed a B grade or better. Of course, had Qin Song chosen to train under martial artists, he might have already gained a reputation as a renowned hero of the Jianghu. Yet, such a life was not what he desired. He would rather remain stagnant within the confines of the office than venture into the uncertainties of the outside world. Now that you are aware of your own potential, why do you still seek the cultivation techniques? The outcome seems destined for failure. Do you still wish to pursue it? Meng Shou inquired, setting the scroll aside and observing Qin Song with keen interest. "I wish to give it a try." Qin Song raised his head, his gaze unwavering as he met Meng Shou's eyes. "Ever since I witnessed the formidable strength of cultivators, I vowed to acquire the power to defeat them. To knowingly pursue a futile endeavor is folly. It demonstrates a lack of adaptability," Meng Shou replied. His voice steadied. "Do you believe that you are the sole individual in this vast world harboring such aspirations?" Meng Shou fixed his gaze upon Qin Song, enunciating each word with gravitas. "No, countless individuals yearn to become cultivators. However, for those lacking the requisite aptitude, the likelihood of success in cultivation is nearly non-existent. Ultimately, the outcomes for these individuals are either a descent into madness leading to their untimely demise or a lifetime spent without ever grasping the threshold of cultivation." At this juncture, Meng Shou's tone grew grave as he inquired. "Knowing that this would be the conclusion, do you still wish to persist?" "I am willing," came Qin Song's prompt response, devoid of hesitation. He was prepared to bear all consequences. "Very well," Meng Shou nodded. "Since you have expressed your resolve, I shall grant you the path to cultivation, but henceforth, All transformations will depend solely on your own efforts. With that, Meng Shou summoned the steward who had been waiting at the door. Under Qin Song's watchful gaze, Meng Shou leaned in to whisper a few instructions to the steward before sending him away. Once the room was once again occupied solely by the two of them, Meng Shou beckoned Qin Song closer. The first matter is concluded. Now we must address the second. He handed Qin Song a sealed dossier that had yet to be opened, instructing him, review this first. Although uncertain of Meng Shou's intentions, Qin Song accepted the dossier with both hands. Weighing it in his grasp, he noted its lightness, suggesting that the case within was likely a recent occurrence. However, to Qin Song's recollection, aside from the jailbreak incident, there had been no significant cases in Tianyuan City. Was it possible that it pertained to a matter from elsewhere? With that thought, Qin Song eagerly unsealed the dossier. To his surprise, the dossier contained information regarding the individual he had slain the previous day, a man clad in black. Recognizing the somewhat abstract illustrations, Qin Song realized that this person was indeed the very figure he had dispatched. How could this be? His eyes widened in astonishment. This individual was not a companion of Qin Inger. If that were the case, what was he doing there? At that moment, 100 questions flooded Qin Song's mind, yet he restrained himself. Only after he had perused the remainder of the dossier did he raise his gaze to Meng Shou. Have you finished? Meng Shou inquired. Yes, Qin Song nodded, but before he could elaborate, Meng Shou interrupted, raising a hand, and I am aware that you have a multitude of questions. However, I cannot provide you with answers. The second matter I wish to discuss is for you to investigate the forces behind this man in black, who orchestrated his presence at that location. Qin Song was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Meng Shou would assign him the task of uncovering the black-clad man's affiliations. Shouldn't this be the purview of the county governor's office? After all, this man was beyond the realm of ordinary citizens, surpassing the jurisdiction of their office. Perceiving Qin Song's evident conflict, Meng Shou's voice reached his ears once more. I understand your confusion, but I can assure you of one thing. This individual is not a practitioner, so you need not fear being targeted by cultivators. Not a practitioner? Qin Song was again struck with astonishment by Meng Shou's assertion. If he was not a practitioner, why had his system reacted in such a manner? This conundrum began to gnaw at Qin Song's mind. Observing Meng Shou's unwavering certainty, Qin Song understood that he must possess evidence to substantiate this claim. Yet, his system had clearly indicated the possibility of extracting rewards from the black-clad man. As Qin Song's mind raced with confusion, the steward returned to his side. Sir, everything is prepared, the steward announced to Meng Shou. Very well, Meng Shou replied, casting a glance at Qin Song. Take him with you. Yes, sir, the steward affirmed, bowing to Meng Shou before gesturing for Qin Song to follow. Returning to his senses, Qin Song regarded the steward's actions with perplexity. Before he could voice his inquiries, Meng Shou interjected. Enough. The rewards you requested have been prepared. Take the dossier and follow Songli. You have 7 days. Within this time frame, I require a result. With that, Meng Shou lowered his head, engrossed in writing at the table. Dismissing the surrounding circumstances, glancing at the dossier in his hands, Qin Song clasped his fists in respect to Meng Shou and replied, As you command. Chapter 31. Body Refinement Techniques, Captain Qin. This way. Please. Upon exiting the room, the steward, Songli, led Qin Song toward the rear courtyard of Meng Shou's estate. This area was typically off-limits to outsiders. However, this time, Songli guided Qin Song into a spacious courtyard. Within, Qin Song beheld an expansive training ground, even larger than the one at their office. The ground, however, was somewhat uneven and pockmarked, suggesting it was frequently utilized. It seemed likely that this was where Meng Shou practiced his techniques. Lost in thought, he heard the steward's voice. Captain Qin, everything you requested is within this building. Songli opened a door to a room and pointed inside. In here? Qin Song approached the doorway, peering inside with curiosity. Yet, a massive screen obstructed his view, preventing him from discerning the room's contents. Indeed, the steward confirmed with a nod. You have only the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. On the table inside lies the material you require. Remember, you must exit when the incense burns out. With that, Songli produced a stick of incense from seemingly nowhere and lit it before Qin Song's eyes. By heavens, this is quite the ambush. Faced with such unscrupulous and underhanded tactics, Qin Song found himself at a loss for words. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he could only dash into the room in a flurry. Fortunately, The room was devoid of any ostentatious decor. The only item that greeted his gaze was a solitary table. At the center of the table lay a wooden box, and nothing else graced its surface, not even the most basic writing tools. It seemed that this time, he was truly being tested on his memory. However, for Qin Song, this was hardly a daunting challenge. After his arrival in this world, he had discovered that his memory was remarkably prodigious. Many things, upon merely being witnessed once, became indelibly etched in his mind. This extraordinary ability had bestowed upon him numerous advantages, yet it also presented a source of vexation. Approaching the table, he opened the wooden box, revealing a nameless booklet. This must be the cultivation method that Meng Shou had prepared for him. Gazing at the somewhat rudimentary booklet in his hands and caressing its cover, Qin Song felt as though it were a hastily crafted item, possibly assembled by Song Li at Meng Shou's behest. Perhaps he understood that, given Qin Song's aptitude, true success in cultivation was unlikely. Thus, he had instructed his steward to concoct a method merely to placate him. Though this scenario was highly probable, Qin Song still believed that this method could indeed be utilized for cultivation. After all, based on his understanding of Meng Shou, he was a man of his word. Yet, Qin Song was not particularly concerned about the efficacy of this cultivation method. After all, his request for it was primarily a precautionary measure in case he inadvertently revealed his capabilities, providing him with a convenient excuse. As for the technique itself, it would be ideal if he could successfully cultivate it. If not, it could still serve as a valuable reference. Thus far, Qin Song had not undergone any formal training. All his knowledge regarding cultivation was either hearsay or gleaned from his sister. However, Qin Shuyu had yet to formally join the Tianyan sect, rendering her understanding of cultivation knowledge less extensive than Qin Song's. Therefore, the cultivation method provided by Meng Shou presented Qin Song with an excellent opportunity for learning. Flipping open the first page of the booklet, he was met with the image of a peculiarly contorted figure. Devoid of any textual explanation, merely a bare figure accompanied by various vein patterns. Turning to the next page revealed a similar scenario, albeit with the figure in a different, equally awkward pose, reminiscent of someone attempting yoga. Thus, Qin Song persevered through the entire booklet. In the end, he discerned that the cultivation method recorded within pertained to a form of body refinement technique. However, such a technique required the application of specialized potions on the body to be effective. Otherwise, it would be arduous for an ordinary person to endure. Yet, the booklet in Qin Song's possession lacked any recipes for these potions, which left him somewhat disheartened. Without the corresponding medicinal ingredients, achieving success in this endeavor seemed almost impossible, even for someone with superior aptitude. Nevertheless, Qin Song remained highly satisfied with the potential effects of this body refinement technique upon its successful execution. For individuals like them, who often faced peril, possessing a robust physique was undeniably crucial. After perusing the booklet several times, Qin Song had committed its contents to memory. However, he was unaware of how much time remained until the incense burned out, leaving him reluctant to attempt the body refinement method at present. With this thought in mind, Qin Song did not wish to leave empty-handed. He decided to pick up the documents previously provided by Meng Shou and began to review them on the table. Time swiftly passed as he perused the information regarding the cloaked figures, his mind a cacophony of confusion, uncertain of how to approach the case. Typically, in such situations, Qin Song and his team merely followed orders to apprehend suspects. However, encountering a case that required him to start from scratch was an unprecedented experience. The recently concluded prison break case did not fall into this category, as the principal perpetrator, Yu Shang, had long been apprehended. Capturing Chen Inger, a mere accomplice, hardly constituted a significant breakthrough. As Qin Song scratched his head in contemplation, a knock at the door interrupted him. Old steward Song Li was reminding him that time was of the essence. Heeding the commotion outside, Qin Song wasted no time, gathering his belongings and exiting the room. Upon witnessing his swift departure, the steward's expression revealed a hint of surprise, though it swiftly vanished. Observing Qin Song's demeanor remained unchanged, the steward could not discern whether he had retained all the information. "This is what the master instructed me to give you. Take it." Steward Song Li presented several packages of medicinal herbs to Qin Song. "The master also instructed me to tell you that if you truly wish to succeed in your cultivation, do not easily entertain thoughts of giving up. Cultivation is a defiance against fate, and one must not let down their guard for even a moment. These herbs will suffice for 7 days. After 7 days, Return to the estate to collect more. With that, Song Li signaled for the servants to escort Qin Song from Meng's residence. And not another word was exchanged. Chapter 32. The sister who destroys the house after departing from Meng Shou's residence. Qin Song did not choose to return to the yamen immediately to address the case at hand. Due to his injuries, his hands were ill-suited for carrying items. Aware of this, Steward Song Li arranged for a servant to accompany Qin Song, assisting him in transporting his belongings home. To prevent any mishaps with the medicinal herbs along the way. Qin Song opted for the safest course, following the servant home. At that moment, Wang Sheng happened to return with the herbs, and the two encountered each other at the alleyway outside Qin Song's residence. With Wang Sheng's timely arrival, there was no need for Qin Song to further trouble the servants from Meng Shou's household. Apologies for troubling you, just hand the items to him, Qin Song instructed the servant, gesturing towards Wang Sheng. The servant had no grounds to refuse and dutifully passed the documents and herbs to Wang Sheng before bowing to Qin Song and departing. Boss, who was that? Wang Sheng inquired. Glancing at the departing servant, feeling somewhat perplexed as the attire offered no clues about their origin. Qin Song turned to look back, then shrugged at Wang Sheng. Some things are better left unknown. With that, Qin Song led the way into the alley, while Wang Sheng lingered behind, his curiosity piqued, attempting to memorize the servant's appearance. Moments later, as Qin Song pushed open the door to his home, he suddenly froze in place, a faint, burnt odor wafted through the air, seemingly emanating from within his own house. Although the scent was subtle, it was unmistakably a burnt aroma to Qin Song's sensitive nose. At that moment, Wang Sheng caught up from behind, and seeing Qin Song's demeanor, he curiously asked, "Hey, why aren't you going in?" "Sure." Qin Song abruptly turned, signaling for Wang Sheng to remain silent. "Do you smell something?" "Something?" Wang Sheng inhaled deeply, then shook his head. "I don't smell anything." This was indeed peculiar. Observing Wang Sheng's expression, which did not suggest deceit, Qin Song began to sense that something was amiss, with a sense of unease. Qin Song stepped inside his home. However, before he could reach his room, he witnessed Wang Sheng bolt out of the house as if fleeing from danger, nearly damaging the door in the process. Given Wang Sheng's history of door-related mishaps, Qin Song now harbored doubts about the integrity of his room's door. "Can't you keep an eye on things?" Qin Song approached Wang Sheng, exasperated. "Do you have any idea that I haven't?" "Good grief!" Mid-sentence, Qin Song was cut off as a plume of thick smoke billowed from his room. Then he beheld a figure gradually emerging from the haze. "Qin Shuyu, are you trying to destroy the house?" Upon recognizing the figure before him, Qin Song stood frozen in disbelief. The individual was none other than his beloved younger sister, Qin Shuo. At that moment, Qin Shuyo's face was obscured in darkness, and her attire appeared equally sooty. Resembling a coal miner. Most alarmingly, a small flame flickered upon her form, yet she seemed entirely oblivious to it. Wang Sheng, witnessing this alarming sight, quickly regained his composure and dashed towards a nearby water barrel. In no time, he drenched Qin Shuyu with a bucket of cold water, soaking her from head to toe. Yet, even after this, the flames on her body showed no signs of extinguishing. Qin Song, aghast at the scene before him, was witnessing flames that were impervious to water for the first time. Despite being doused, Qin Shuyu exhibited no reaction, remaining rooted in place. From the vacant look in her eyes, Qin Song surmised that she was likely in a peculiar state. Perhaps not fully conscious, thus, calling out to her was futile. He had to take matters into his own hands. Disregarding the wounds on his arms, Qin Song attempted to smother the flames engulfing his sister. However, as he drew near, an intense heat assailed him, and he felt a sharp pain upon contact with her clothing. A sensation he recognized all too well, the searing burn of fire. What on earth is happening? Has she succumbed to a fiery madness? Though pained, Qin Song refused to surrender. After all, she was his sister, and he was determined to save her. Just as he prepared to extinguish the flames once more, the overwhelming heat suddenly dissipated, and the fire upon her clothes vanished. "Brother, what is happening?" As the flames extinguished, Qin Shuyu regained consciousness. However, before Qin Song could offer an explanation, a wave of sound assaulted him. "Ah, ah, ah!" Realizing that she was drenched and with others present, Qin Shuyu let out a piercing scream and dashed back into her room. Due to the proximity of Qin Song, her scream inflicted considerable distress upon him. For a brief moment, He could only observe Wang Sheng's lips moving without hearing a sound. After a while, thanks to Wang Sheng's persistent efforts, he finally caught snippets of the outside world. "Do you think I can still stay in this house?" Qin Song, surveying the devastation in his room, hesitantly inquired of Wang Sheng. "Well, I think perhaps you might need to consider moving, boss." Wang Sheng swallowed hard. Taking in the charred remains of the room, unsure how to respond, "I believe it is indeed time for a change of residence." Qin Song mused, stroking his chin. He had long desired to move. After all, this house was awarded to him by the previous chief constable for capturing a significant criminal. Ultimately, he had not expended a single coin on it. Had it not been for his initial arrival in Tianyuan City with nowhere to stay, he would never have endured living in such a dilapidated place for several years. Now, Qin Song had saved enough money to afford a more spacious abode, allowing him to bring his parents to live in Tianyuan City. Yet, at this moment, a sudden thought struck him. My savings. Chapter 33. From riches to rag savings? Wang Sheng paused, taken aback by Qin Song's exclamation, but he quickly recovered, eagerly joining the search for the missing funds. However, after a time of rummaging through the debris, they found no trace of the money. Logically, even if silver coins were burned, some remnant should remain. Yet, no matter how diligently they searched, they could not uncover the hidden savings beneath the bed. "Boss, is it possible that your savings were never hidden under the bed at all?" Wang Sheng, now drenched in sweat, had streaks of soot trickling down his face. Qin Song, too, was in a dire state, his face smeared with soot. Yet, he could not accept the notion that his hard-earned savings had vanished. Impossible. "It cannot be that anyone knew where I hid my money. In this Tianyuan City, even common thieves are aware of where the chief constable resides. No one would dare to steal from me, let alone approach my home." With this realization, Qin Song rushed to the door, his expression one of determination. The only possibility left was that Qin Shuyu had discovered his hidden stash. He found it difficult to comprehend her motives. If she had indeed uncovered his savings, it was likely he would never see it again. The loss would be akin to it being consumed by flames. At that moment, Qin Shuyu emerged from her room, now clad in fresh garments. Upon seeing Qin Song, she flashed a radiant smile and exclaimed, "Brother, what do you think of the new outfit I purchased yesterday?" Qin Song, taken aback, noticed her attire was indeed new and, surprisingly, quite exquisite. It suited her remarkably well, rivaling even the courtesans of Chunfeng Tower, particularly Qian Ying-er. However, recognizing the quality of the fabric and craftsmanship, he realized the cost of such a garment was far from trivial. Where had she procured the funds for this new ensemble? A person who had run away from home would hardly possess enough money for such luxuries, let alone to reach Tianyuan City. Given his understanding of their family's finances, their parents would never have granted her such an amount, nor would they permit such extravagant spending. Despite formulating a theory, Qin Song refused to abandon hope. What if their parents had indeed given her the money, perhaps to celebrate her impending journey into cultivation? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "That outfit must have cost quite a bit. Hasn't he it?" "Of course." Qin Shuyu beamed, "I owe it all to you, brother. Without your support, I wouldn't have been able to buy such a lovely outfit, though. It's just a minor matter." As the words left his mouth, a sudden realization struck him. "Wait, how could you claim that I funded this outfit?" Qin Song gazed at her in shock. Her smile widened as she danced around him. He, don't think I'm unaware of where you stashed your money." In that moment, the truth dawned upon Qin Song. His savings had undoubtedly fallen into Qin Shuyu's hands. The prospect of reclaiming them now seemed nearly impossible. Nevertheless, in pursuit of a new home, he resolved to attempt retrieval. After all, he was now a cultivator. If necessary, he could resort to some rather unconventional tactics to recover his funds. However, with Wang Sheng present, he knew the process would be complicated. Regardless, he was determined to make the attempt. "Quickly, return the remaining money to me," he demanded, seizing Qin Shuyu, extending his hand before her. "Money? There's none left, not a single coin," she replied, producing a pouch and placing it in his palm. As he examined the pouch, he recognized it as his own, once filled with silver, now depressingly empty. Just as she had stated, it was devoid of any funds, cleaned out entirely. Overwhelmed with frustration, Qin Song hurled the pouch to the ground, turning to seek a suitable weapon. Just then, Wang Sheng, who had been absent until now, rushed in from behind and embraced Qin Song tightly. Boss, boss, boss. Don't act impulsively. Your hand is still injured. You cannot wield a weapon. Wang Shang, while restraining Qin Song, continuously gestured to Qin Shuyu, urging her to make a hasty exit. Wang Shang was well acquainted with this pair of siblings. He had overheard their earlier conversation, and thus understood that an enraged Qin Song might indeed resort to physical reprimand against Qin Shuyu. Such scenarios were not unprecedented. Previously, Wang Shang had always intervened to shield Qin Shuyu, facilitating her escape from the impending conflict. Their coordination was remarkably seamless, yet this time, a slight discord emerged. Rather than fleeing, Qin Shuyu chose to sit defiantly, wearing an expression that seemed to challenge, "Come at me." Witnessing this, Wang Shang was momentarily stunned, and Qin Song was equally taken aback. "Let go of me." Qin Song glared at Wang Shang, forcefully shaking off his grasp and advancing toward Qin Shuyu. "Confess, where is the remaining money?" he demanded, picking up the money pouch he had previously discarded. "I spent it," she replied. "Spent it? On what?" "I gave it to someone." "What? To whom? Who is that person? When did you give it? Where did this person reside?" Upon hearing his sister's response, Qin Song's initial reaction was that she had been deceived. After all, a sheltered young girl could easily fall prey to deceit in such a murky environment. Qin Song was no stranger to such experiences. Chapter 34, Deliberate Arson? Qin Shuyu had evidently anticipated Qin Song's current demeanor, yet she was taken aback by the intensity of his reaction, which startled even Wang Shang. Having been raised by Qin Song, Qin Shuyu felt a chill of fear whenever he was enraged. She had thought that her imminent ascent to the ranks of cultivators would bolster her confidence. But facing Qin Song's current expression still filled her with trepidation. "I used it to register for the assessment." "The assessment?" Qin Song paused, momentarily bewildered, but quickly regained his composure, preparing to inquire further. However, the words caught in his throat as he noticed Wang Shang still present. To avoid revealing his sister's situation and the fact that she intended to participate in the assessment, Qin Song ultimately chose to suppress his questions until they were alone. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret regarding his private savings and begrudgingly asked, "Is there truly not a single penny left?" In response, Qin Shuyu offered no words, merely nodding cautiously. Witnessing such a response, despair washed over Qin Song as he slapped his forehead in exasperation, feeling utterly defeated. Although he was not averse to spending on Qin Shuyu, that sum was substantial. Despite Yuanqing County being on the outskirts of the Great Xia Kingdom, Tianyuan City, where they resided, was indeed a significant metropolis. The property prices here, while not on par with the capital, were considerably higher than in most other cities. Much of the private savings Qin Song had accumulated over the years was earmarked for purchasing a home, with the remainder allocated for various other expenditures. His aspirations were quite modest. In his plans, securing a residence adequate for their family and eventually marrying again sufficed. Yet he had not anticipated that Qin Shuyu's registration would deplete the entirety of his savings designated for a 3-courtyard house. Such a revelation was shocking to Qin Song. It was well known that acquiring a 3-courtyard residence in Tianyuan City was a feat beyond the reach of ordinary individuals or those of modest means. An aspiration they would scarcely dare to dream about. Only Qin Song, positioned to accumulate wealth, had the opportunity to consider such a purchase. However, since his arrival in this world, he had not acted upon that opportunity. The primary reason for this was his lack of experience in such matters in his previous life, leaving him with a sense of unease about pursuing it now. The circumstances had shifted. However, his house had just been set ablaze. Although he was uncertain of the precise cause of the fire, Qin Song was convinced that the culprit was none other than Qin Shuyu herself. Contemplating this, he felt compelled to inquire about the events that had transpired. Yet this time, he refrained from asking directly, instead sending Wang Shang away first. By the way, what exactly happened before I returned? Why did the house catch fire? What about the flames surrounding you? And when did you discover my private savings? Once Wang Shang had departed, Qin Song seized the opportunity to bombard Qin Shuyu with his questions. Faced with his tempestuous inquiries, Qin Shuyu could only shrug helplessly. "Do you believe me if I say I truly don't know?" After speaking, she fixed her gaze upon him, attempting to convey her innocence through her wide eyes. "Don't give me that innocent look. I'm not falling for it," Qin Song dismissed, refusing to meet her gaze. He was all too familiar with Qin Shuyu's tactics, Playing dumb and feigning cuteness had always been her forte, one of the most vivid memories he held. However, this time, it was evident that Qin Shuyu was not trying to evade responsibility. She genuinely appeared oblivious. Particularly after witnessing Qin Song's reaction, she seemed to become increasingly agitated. "Brother, I swear it's true. Just moments ago, after you both left, I tidied up your room, but somehow I fell asleep. When I awoke, the house was in its current state that I swear. I'm not lying." Qin Shuyu looked at him with a pitiful expression, nearly on the verge of tears. Seeing his sister in such distress softened Qin Song's heart, but he still harbored doubts about fully trusting her claims. Yet upon reflection, if Qin Shuyu's account were indeed accurate, the emergence of such a devastating fire was perplexing. A person asleep would not ignite a fire, unless they were sleepwalking. However, he had never heard of Qin Shuyu exhibiting such a tendency. If it were not that, was it possible that someone had intentionally set fire to their home? The thought sent a shiver down Qin Song's spine. Indeed, ordinary thieves would typically refrain from causing chaos in their household. Yet, the individuals Qin Song had recently encountered were cultivators, including the likes of Yu Shang, a notorious rogue. If such individuals were to come seeking retribution, it would undoubtedly pose a significant headache. No, he could not allow matters to be left unresolved. Qin Song resolved to thoroughly investigate who had set the fire in his home, determining whether the motive was aimed at him or targeted at Qin Shuyu. In truth, Qin Song leaned towards the notion that the threat was directed at him personally. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual, and even if he had offended someone, it would hardly stir up significant trouble. However, the situation could differ for his sister. Just that morning, the county magistrate had sent gifts to her, and it was likely that anyone somewhat informed in Tianyuan City would have caught wind of this by now. Coming to confront him at such a juncture would equate to provoking a cultivator. Any reasonably intelligent person would likely refrain from taking such a risk. Nevertheless, a suspect had begun to form in Qin Song's mind, though he lacked evidence at present and chose to set that matter aside for the time being. Now, the most pressing concern facing Qin Song was the need to find a new dwelling. Otherwise, he would be forced to live amidst the ruins. Had his private savings not been squandered by Qin Shuyu, perhaps the two of them would already be celebrating their newfound home. With this thought in mind, Qin Song promptly turned and called out for Wang Sheng. "Gather your things. We are heading to the Yamen." Chapter 35. The county magistrate Wang Sheng, who had been in the kitchen preparing medicine, rushed out upon hearing Qin Song's call. He had initially assumed that a serious rift had occurred between the siblings, only to discover that Qin Song intended to take him to the Yamen. "Stay here and don't go anywhere. Also, keep an eye on the medicine you're brewing. I need to attend to some matters at the Yamen. But I shall return shortly. I will instruct the brothers below to be vigilant while patrolling. If you notice anything unusual, inform them immediately. Do you understand?" Qin Song meticulously conveyed instructions to Qin Shuyu with utmost attention to detail, the primary objective being to ensure his sister's safety. Following a recent bout of speculation, Qin Song had come to the implicit conclusion that the recent fire was an act of arson. Although there was no immediate suspect before him, he harbored certain doubts in his mind. However, he was not headed to the Yamen in pursuit of the arsonist. Instead, Qin Song's purpose in visiting the government office was to collect the reward following the completion of this task. Indeed, he was there to claim the bounty. When the prison break incident occurred, the magistrate had already ordered the Yamen to apprehend the escaped suspects. To expedite this process, the magistrate's office and the Yamen jointly issued a bounty notice. Whoever captured the fugitive would be rewarded with 10 taels of gold. While this sum might seem modest, it was, in fact, a substantial amount, sufficient for Qin Song to purchase a 2-entry residence in Tianyuan City. Although Qin Song served as a chief constable in the Yamen, he was the first to discover and ultimately participate in the apprehension of Chen Inger, and thus, he felt entitled to a share of the reward. With this intention in mind, Qin Song hurriedly made his way back to the Yamen, just in time to intercept the magistrate before his departure. Although it was still not time for dismissal, the personnel in the Yamen were likely still engaged in work or idleness. The magistrate, being the highest authority in the Yamen, typically left for his residence shortly after noon. After all, serving in Tianyuan City meant being under the watchful eye of a superior. Consequently, the Yamen had limited matters to attend to. Mostly trivial domestic issues, not significant troubles. Positions like that of the magistrate held considerable weight in other regions, overseeing all affairs within their jurisdiction. However, in Tianyuan City, the core of the prefecture, The presence of a magistrate was compounded by the existence of the county governor and numerous noble families from the Xia kingdom residing there. This dynamic often rendered magistrates relatively powerless, leading comfortable lives. Just like in Yuanqing County, aside from the governor's office, there was another significant force that influenced the entire county, the influence of the current Xia emperor's uncle, the Duke of Chu. The entire Yuanqing County had been the duke's fief since the founding of the dynasty, a tradition that persisted to this day, with the duke's lineage wielding considerable power. As the capital of Yuanqing County, Tianyuan City naturally housed the duke's palace. However, due to its border location and proximity to neighboring nations, conflicts frequently arose. Thus, the duke usually led his personal army to defend the frontier. Allowing his family to reside in Tianyuan City, historically, the governors of Yuanqing County had always been from the duke's lineage, enabling them to maintain control over local affairs, even in the duke's absence. As a result, officials like Qin Song, who had come from the capital, were seldom entrusted with significant responsibilities, merely expected to navigate their terms without incident, an optimal arrangement. Aware of this, Qin Song departed just past noon. If he did not quicken his pace, he feared missing the magistrate's departure. Fortunately, Qin Song's speed had significantly increased, and although he controlled it to avoid appearing overly hasty, Wang Shang, who had been following closely, had completely fallen behind. It was only when he intercepted the departing magistrate that Wang Shang had covered only half the distance, unable to keep pace with Qin Song. This was the result of Wang Shang exhausting himself in pursuit. However, Qin Song paid little heed to Wang Shang's predicament. His sole focus was on swiftly claiming the reward to secure a new residence. As the magistrate prepared to leave, he was not angered but rather smiled upon recognizing Qin Song. Inquiring, "Qin Song, what brings you to me, magistrate? I seek your assistance with a matter," Qin Song respectfully replied. Upon hearing that Qin Song had a request, the magistrate's initial curiosity morphed into a warm smile as he gestured for Qin Song to enter his office. "Ah, we are all on the same side. There is no need for formality." The magistrate warmly took hold of Qin Song's arm, wishing to establish a closer rapport. However, upon noticing the bandages wrapped around Qin Song's arm, he quickly altered his approach, instructing his attendants to arrange chairs closer together to bridge the distance between them. From the magistrate's demeanor, Qin Song discerned that he was likely aware of Qin Shuyo's status as a cultivator. This revelation did not induce anxiety in Qin Song. Rather, it provided him with a sense of reassurance, since the magistrate was already privy to the fact that he had a cultivator behind him. Broaching the topic of the reward should pose no significant issue. With this thought in mind, Qin Song lifted his gaze towards the magistrate, shedding the humble demeanor he had previously maintained. For the first time, he engaged in direct eye contact with the elderly man clad in crimson official robes. In the past, as a mere constable, he had approached the magistrate with deference, avoiding direct interactions. Under normal circumstances, he would have circumnavigated such a figure, never daring to engage in such a gaze. Despite his unchanged status, Qin Song's mindset had undergone a transformation. This shift stemmed not only from concern for his sister, but also from his own identity as a cultivator. Particularly, being in such close proximity to the magistrate without any alerts from his system further bolstered Qin Song's confidence. At that moment, the magistrate was also scrutinizing Qin Song, and the two exchanged unreserved glances. However, Qin Song did not allow this awkward silence to linger for long. In the blink of an eye, he broke the tension. "Magistrate, I have come primarily regarding the prison break case," Qin Song stated, rising and clasping his fists in respect towards the elder. "Oh? Hasn't the case already been resolved? Or do you possess additional leads?" The magistrate feigned interest, though he was reluctant to involve himself further, as the case had already been taken over by the magistrate's office, and he wished to avoid any complications. However, out of respect for Qin Song and the cultivator behind him, the magistrate was willing to hear the details. Noticing that the magistrate did not immediately turn away after Qin Song's explanation, Qin Song felt confident that the matter of the reward was secure. According to the collective opinion of the Yaman's officials, when faced with such situations, the magistrate typically distanced himself as much as possible. After all, the affairs of the city were largely monopolized by the county governor, rendering the magistrate's role relatively insignificant. This approach not only demonstrated respect for the governor's office, but also ensured a favorable evaluation during annual assessments. It is worth noting that officials serving in the fiefdoms of princes had their evaluations heavily influenced by the opinions of those princes. As long as no irreparable incidents occurred, the evaluations of these officials were generally favorable, contributing to the allure of such positions. Faced with the current situation, Qin Song took a deep breath and articulated his desires succinctly. Magistrate, my primary purpose for this visit is to inquire about the reward. The reward? The magistrate appeared momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it pertains to the bounty issued jointly by the governor's office and the yamen. Seeing the magistrate's reaction, Qin Song understood that he was genuinely unaware of this matter, rather than feigning ignorance. Regardless, since the funds would ultimately come from the governor's office, there was no detriment to the yamen. The magistrate, now reminded by Qin Song, acknowledged that such a matter indeed existed. Judging by Qin Song's tone, it seemed that the cultivator behind him was in need of the reward. However, the magistrate remained skeptical of Qin Song's assertions. Aware that many cultivators had little need for worldly riches, for them, material wealth held little value. Once they reached a certain level of cultivation, they might not even require ordinary sustenance, thriving solely on the essence of the world around them. Yet, these considerations were of little consequence. It was not a pressing issue. Thus, the magistrate nodded, stroked his beard, and remarked, "Indeed, it is time to settle the matter of the reward. However, the lion's share of the credit should rightfully belong to you." Constable Qin, would you not agree? The esteemed governor has grown quite severe. How could I, a subordinate, dare to covet merit? Qin Song performed with a hint of flamboyance, asserting, "Fear not, this is a reward you rightfully deserve." The governor waved his hand and summoned a constable from outside. Before long, a tray covered with crimson silk was presented to Qin Song. Considering Qin Song's injured arms, the governor had thoughtfully arranged for someone to assist him in transporting the item to his chamber. By the time Qin Song returned to his modest office, the item had already been placed upon his desk. At that moment, Wang Shang stood nearby, fixated on the object concealed beneath the red cloth. Swallowing hard, he had already discerned the purpose of Qin Song's return to the yamen, and upon glimpsing the 10 taels of gold, he could hardly suppress his desire to experience it for himself. However, his aspirations were swiftly shattered by Qin Song's unrelenting command, "Go find me a house. One that I can move into today," Qin Song instructed immediately upon resuming his seat. Yet, Wang Shang did not rush to fulfill his orders. Instead, he leaned closer and whispered conspiratorially, "Boss, I know of a place that has a ready-made house." "Oh?" Qin Song responded, somewhat surprised, "D'hotel?" Before answering, Wang Shang glanced outside to ensure there were no eavesdroppers, then pointed in a particular direction. Following Wang Shang's gesture, Qin Song's gaze fell upon a solitary door, devoid of anything else in sight. Realizing that Qin Song had not grasped his implication, Wang Shang sighed in resignation. "Boss, think about how you acquired your current residence." Upon hearing Wang Shang's explanation, Qin Song instantly understood, recognizing that he referred to the section of the yamen responsible for managing and confiscating the assets of offenders. This place was familiar to Qin Song, as they had frequently engaged in such seizures. The reason it had not immediately occurred to him was due to his still incomplete assimilation of the original owner's memories. Nevertheless, this state of affairs would not persist for long. As Qin Song's powers gradually increased, the aftereffects of his transmigration would diminish. Regarding Wang Shang's suggestion, Qin Song sensed that the matter was more intricate than it appeared. "Pray tell, what benefits have they conferred upon you?" he inquired, meeting Wang Shang's gaze squarely. Under Qin Song's intense scrutiny, Wang Shang, though accustomed to such attention, felt the palpable tension in the air. Qin Song resembled a ferocious beast, poised to strike in the face of this scenario. Wang Shang instinctively swallowed hard, stammering, It was Master Wang who sent me. Master Wang. How would he know I am in need of a new residence?" Chapter 37. Sipping tea accompanying Wang Shang. Qin Song made his way towards Master Wang's office. Within the bureaucracy, the location occupied by Master Wang was distinctly different from that of Qin Song and his colleagues, as constables. Qin Song and his peers worked in the front courtyard on the right side of the yamen, while clerical officials like Master Wang were situated in the left courtyard, adjacent to the governor's quarters, readily available for summons. This tradition of distinguishing civil officials from military ones remained prevalent in this realm. The office of Master Wang, whom Qin Song sought, was nestled within the taxation department behind the main hall, on the western side, as the name suggests. This department was responsible for tax collection and grain requisition, and it was notably the most lucrative area within the yamen. Many sought entry with fervent ambition. Master Wang, as the second in command of this department, effectively wielded significant authority, though he had not attained the title of chief, which would have formally recognized him as an official of the Great Xia dynasty. His standing within the yamen was nonetheless formidable. Such circumstances were not uncommon within the yamen, as evidenced by the situation in the prison department, which was expected to manage all affairs related to prisoners and serve as a crucial support for the governor. However, while such departments function normally in other provinces of the Great Xia, here it was a different matter altogether. This city was the fiefdom of the Prince of Chu, and everything was dictated by his will. Any deviation could lead to unforeseen consequences, particularly since the prince was often engaged in military campaigns. He maintained stringent control over domestic affairs. It was said that not only were all officials within the governor's office his appointees, but even the yamen, which had lost much of its power, was under his influence. The previous chief of the taxation department had accompanied the current governor to Tianyuan City, but no one anticipated that he would meet with a tragic accident, drowning one fateful day. Similarly, within the prison department, while no such calamity had transpired, the most influential figure remained his immediate superior, Meng Shou. Though Meng Shou had not ascended to chief, his clout within the yamen surpassed even that of Master Wang, rivaling only the governor himself. Since Meng Shou's arrival at the yamen, he had seldom been seen at his post. Typically, if anyone sought him, they would either visit the governor's residence or his own estate nearby. It was apparent to the astute observer that he enjoyed substantial backing from the governor's office and the Prince of Chu. Master Wang, whom Qin Song was seeking, shared a similar reliance on the governor's office for his current standing. Though the two men differed fundamentally, Meng Shou's high status likely stemmed from the prestigious Meng family in the capital, whereas Master Wang earned his title primarily from a decade of service as a clerk in his youth. In the yamen, he was often addressed as Master Clerk, a title he found pleasant, and over time, it became the norm. Boss, Master Wang instructed me to bring you here, Wang Sheng indicated towards a pavilion ahead. Observing Qin Song's lack of response, Wang Sheng assumed he remained displeased, and thus, with a pitiful expression, he added, Boss, I truly did not accept any favors from Master Wang. It was when you met the governor that Master Wang sought you out, but could not find you all right. I understand. Qin Song raised his hand to interrupt Wang Sheng. I did not imply that you accepted his favors. Do not overthink it. You may return now. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Wang Sheng sighed in relief, grinning broadly as he turned to leave. Once Wang Sheng had completely vanished from sight, Qin Song entered the pavilion. Noticing the tea set already arranged within, he realized that his earlier suspicions had been somewhat unfounded. When he had first heard that Master Wang intended to secure a house for him, Qin Song had briefly entertained the notion that the fire at his residence had been instigated by Master Wang. However, considering that Master Wang had evidently prepared for their meeting, such an act would have been unnecessary. While their interactions had been limited, they had never been adversaries. Moreover, judging by Master Wang's current demeanor, he seemed aware that Qin Song had a cultivator backing him. Thus, there was no logical reason for him to resort to arson. As Qin Song gathered his thoughts, a middle-aged man approached silently, settling across from him just as Qin Song turned to glance behind. Wang, Master Wang! Qin Song exclaimed in surprise, rising to his feet. The individual before him was indeed the Master Wang he had awaited. Yet the manner of his arrival was unexpected. Clad in a blue robe, the man bore a scholarly appearance, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly replied, Indeed, it is I.S. He spoke. Wang Zhubu reached out to lift the lid from the teapot resting on the stone table. A rich and aromatic fragrance instantly wafted forth, filling Qin Song's nostrils and invigorating his senses. The refreshing scent of the tea penetrated his being, banishing the weariness that had enveloped him, and a sense of comfort coursed through him. What exquisite tea, though he lacked expertise in the art of tea. The sheer aroma allowed Qin Song to discern its exceptional quality. Yet, despite the tea's merit, it was evident that the vessel did not befit it. Wang Zhubu regarded Qin Song and remarked, Captain Qin, please take a seat, gesturing towards the bench beneath him. Qin Song, unceremonious, sat directly opposite Wang Zhubu. Although he was unsure of Wang Zhubu's intentions, he could glean a hint of something deeper from the latter's earlier statement. Before him, Wang Zhubu adeptly prepared the tea, soon presenting a steaming cup before Qin Song. Captain Qin, please, Wang Zhubu offered, lifting his teacup in invitation. Then I shall not be polite, Qin Song replied, nodding slightly as he raised the cup to savor a sip. The fragrance of the tea melted upon his palate, leaving a lingering sweetness that danced upon his tongue. Most astonishingly, as the tea descended into his stomach, Qin Song felt a familiar energy coursing through his body. Chapter 38. Wang Zhubu's request. This energy was no stranger to Qin Song, for it was precisely this sensation that had guided him onto the path of cultivation. However, what took him aback was the revelation that the tea Wang Zhubu had offered contained spiritual power. Such a concept had never crossed his mind, let alone the prospect of ever partaking in such a brew. Yet even amidst his profound astonishment, Qin Song managed to maintain a composed facade. Wang Zhubu, this tea, he inquired after sampling it, directing his question towards Wang Yongyi in Wang Zhubu's eyes. Qin Song's demeanor was entirely expected. After all, when he first encountered such tea, he had exhibited an even greater degree of composure. Ultimately, it was because he lacked the ability to cultivate that he had never grasped the mysteries contained within the tea. This tea was a gift from the prefect, reportedly the favorite of King Chu. Wang Zhubu disclosed without reservation. Upon hearing that the tea originated from the prefect's residence, Qin Song's doubts dissipated. He had not sensed any spiritual prowess from Wang Zhubu, thus concluding that such fine tea could only stem from the prefect's estate. However, from Wang Zhubu's words, it seemed that this tea was abundant within King Chu's possession, perhaps merely a common indulgence. Here, Qin Song deduced that King Chu was at least a cultivator of considerable merit. The reason being that after just a single sip, the spiritual energy within him had begun to flow involuntarily. This occurrence resonated with the accounts within the Zixiao heart method, indicating a surplus of spiritual energy. Nevertheless, for Qin Song in the present moment, as long as he refrained from consuming more, he could digest this energy in accordance with the trajectory outlined by the Zixiao heart method without requiring much time. Thus, he set his teacup down in feigned disinterest, turning his inquiries towards Wang Zhubu. Wang Zhubu, now that I have partaken of the tea, may I inquire about the purpose of your summons? Qin Song asked. Clasping his hands in greeting once more, Wang Zhubu observed Qin Song's demeanor, pouring tea into his own cup, and replied, I have called you here primarily because I have come across some information. Earlier this morning, the prefect sent you a gift, which I am already aware of. I have another matter I wish to discuss with you. The tone of Wang Zhubu's voice this time bore a stark contrast to his usual manner, leaving Qin Song somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, he listened attentively. I am aware that Captain Meng has tasked you with investigating a certain individual. This person is connected to the recent prison break incident. I also recognize that this matter is not within my purview, but there is something I must bring to your attention. Upon hearing this, Qin Song felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave. As Wang Zhubu's words suggested that what lay ahead would not be straightforward and could potentially hinder his investigation. Faced with this situation, Qin Song had an inkling of what was to come, yet found it difficult to believe. Just as he prepared to speak, Wang Zhubu interjected, Hold on, do not be so quick to decline. Wang Zhubu raised his right hand to silence Qin Song, stating, I am aware of your protocols. I have come to request that while you investigate this case, should you uncover any information, you inform me immediately. Inform you? Qin Song was momentarily taken aback. Precisely, yes. Inform me, Wang Zhubu affirmed, producing an object wrapped in black silk from his sleeve and placing it before Qin Song. This is my earnest deposit. Gazing at the black silk before him, Qin Song, though unaware of its contents, surmised it to be some form of document. Could it be that Wang Zhubu knew the true identity of the man in black? No, it seemed unlikely. If that were the case, why would he need Qin Song to investigate anything? Why not simply command him to apprehend the individual? Internally, Qin Song wrestled with conflicting thoughts. If you fulfill my request, I can also provide you with a year's supply of this tea. At that moment, Wang Zhubu's voice reached Qin Song's ears once more. Tea? Indeed. Wang Zhubu nodded. You may not realize this, but the tea brewed from these leaves not only possesses longevity-enhancing properties, but can also elevate your potential. For cultivators, it is a rare treasure that can enhance one's cultivation. Wang Zhubu seemed eager to ensure that Qin Song understood the advantages of this offering. Very well, I accept, Qin Song replied without hesitation after hearing the explanation. Upon witnessing Qin Song's response, Wang Zhubu beamed with satisfaction, nodding and displaying a smile. Everything was well within his control. No one could evade the allure of cultivation. He recalled how he had once succumbed to such temptations, leading to years of missed opportunities for advancement in his career. Yet he had never regretted it. Even if there existed a mere 1 in 10,000 chance, he would strive for cultivation. Only by becoming a cultivator could he attain true freedom. This had been Wang Zhubu's lifelong aspiration. Wang Zhubu, unless there are further matters, I must take my leave, Qin Song said, rising to his feet while grasping the document on the table. Not so fast, I hear you are still residing in the modest quarters originally assigned to you. Wang Zhubu interjected, preventing Qin Song from departing. Indeed, Qin Song confirmed, though internally he was elated. After such lengthy discourse, they had finally broached the subject that piqued his interest. Upon receiving Qin Song's confirmation, Wang Zhubu produced yet another item from his sleeve and handed it to him. This is the residence of a merchant located in the western part of the city. Last year, he was wanted for evading taxes due to certain transgressions. The property has remained unoccupied since. Recently, news has emerged from other counties indicating that this individual was murdered by bandits, leaving no survivors among his family of over 10 members. Therefore, according to protocol, his estate now belongs to our office. You may reside there for the time being, and in due course, I will arrange to have the property transferred to your name. Upon hearing this, Qin Song was utterly astounded. He had not anticipated Wang Zhubu's generosity to such an extent. The western part of the city was known for its affluent residents, a realm that had never even crossed Qin Song's imagination. He could hardly fathom that he might one day inhabit such a prestigious locale. With that thought in mind, Qin Song once again clasped his hands in gratitude towards Wang Zhubu. Chapter 39. The cause of death of the man in black. Thank you, Wang Zhubu, for your kindness. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. The case entrusted to me by the chief captain requires my immediate attention. Maintaining his posture of respect, Qin Song addressed Wang Zhubu. Go ahead. I shall not delay you any further, Wang Zhubu replied. The chief scribe raised his teacup and gestured toward Qin Song, inviting him to partake. Upon witnessing this, Qin Song immediately turned and departed from the pavilion. Swiftly vanishing from the scribe's sight, as he observed Qin Song's retreating figure, the scribe, still holding the teacup, gently shook his head, a faintly bitter smile gracing his lips. The demeanor displayed by Qin Song at that moment evoked memories of the scribe's younger self. Yet, despite the passage of years, he found himself still falling short of his ambitions. Gazing into the tea before him, a myriad of emotions flickered in his eyes. Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, he consumed the tea in one gulp. After parting ways with the chief scribe, Qin Song hastily made his way back to his modest quarters, closing the door behind him with a swift motion. Inside, Wang Shang, who had been awaiting his return, intended to greet him but was unable to restrain his curiosity upon seeing Qin Song's current state. Boss, what happened? Is someone pursuing you? As he spoke, Wang Shang approached the window, eager to ascertain the situation outside. However, halfway there, he halted, his expression morphing into one of astonishment as he gazed at Qin Song. Could it be that you have offended the chief scribe? Without allowing Wang Shang to finish his sentence, Qin Song seized a fruit from the table and promptly silenced him. After stifling Wang Shang's words, Qin Song returned to his seat and unveiled the items he had received from the chief scribe. Wang Shang, undeterred, leaned in once more, but Qin Song exhibited no reaction. After all, there was nothing in this case that forbade others from knowing, and Qin Song felt no inclination to conceal anything. Boss, what is this? Wang Shang inquired, his surprise palpable as he beheld Qin Song extracting a dossier from the black silk cloth. He had assumed that Qin Song had merely gone to discuss property matters with the chief scribe, so he was taken aback by the appearance of a dossier upon his return. Wang Shang was well acquainted with such documents. As Qin Song's trusted aide, he had been compelled to learn to read and had perused numerous dossiers. However, the style of the dossier Qin Song produced was clearly not from their office. Could it be that his superior had taken on private work? Enough of your idle thoughts. Go fetch the wooden box I have locked away in the cabinet. Qin Song interrupted Wang Shang's musings. Oh, right. Wang Shang replied without hesitation, promptly retrieving the wooden box from the corner of the room, a place where Qin Song had always stored important evidence, knowledge shared only between the two of them. Given that the most significant forces in the office were not theirs and harbored ill will toward them, it was prudent to remain cautious, prompting Qin Song to select this location for safeguarding vital items. Compared to the office, it was unlikely that thieves would intrude here. If there were to be a theft, it would likely be perpetrated by someone from within. Before long, 2 dossiers lay on Qinsong's desk. He did not immediately open them to examine their contents, but instead fell into contemplation, scrutinizing the 2 dossiers, which bore striking similarities. It was evident that the dossier provided by the chief scribe and that from Meng Shou both originated from the governor's office. Although Qinsong was uncertain whether the contents of the 2 dossiers were identical, he sensed that there was not a singular voice within the governor's office. The request the chief scribe made of him today suggested that he and Meng Shou were not of the same faction. It remained to be seen which of the 2 had a closer relationship with the governor. "Boss, why don't you take a look?" Wang Sheng's voice broke through Qinsong's reverie. Observing the eagerness in Wang Sheng's gaze, Qinsong shook his head. It mattered not who enjoyed a better rapport with the governor. His priority was to solve the case. With that thought in mind, Qinsong picked up one of the dossiers and opened it in front of Wang Sheng. In truth, he had already skimmed through the dossier obtained from Meng Shou, though not in great detail. This time was different. Without the interruption of outsiders, Qinsong could delve into the material without reservation. However, the contents of the dossier left him somewhat astounded. Initially, he had presumed that since he was tasked with investigating the case, the dossiers would contain detailed information, such as the true identity of the black-clad individual, their recent movements, and their connections within Tianyuan City, among other valuable data. Yet, despite the dossier's substantial thickness, it contained almost nothing of USE.at best. It was a vague autopsy report accompanied by testimonies from residents procured from an unknown source. Perhaps influenced by the crime dramas he had watched in his past life, Qinsong found himself as lost as before, lacking any leads. Moreover, the contents of the autopsy report diverged significantly from the facts. Were it not for the fact that Qinsong had personally dealt with the black-clad individual, he might have believed the report's dubious claims. "Boss, it seems the Imperial Guards are not as incompetent as you suggested. Such a formidable individual ultimately fell to the chaos of their blades. If this were us, I shudder to think of how many brothers would fall," Wang Sheng remarked, lowering his gaze to the long knife at his waist. Lost in thought. In response, Qinsong was at a loss for words. He could not possibly disclose to Wang Sheng that this formidable individual had not perished at the hands of the governor's Imperial Guards, but rather at his own. Although he remained uncertain why the governor's office would produce such an autopsy report, this tactic effectively diverted suspicion away from himself. Reflecting on it now, Qinsong felt that this approach was not without merit. After all, he understood the true cause of the black-clad individual's death better than anyone else, and it did not hinder his subsequent investigation. Thus, Qinsong swiftly set aside the dossier from Meng Shou and turned his attention to the information he had just exchanged with the chief scribe. Chapter 40. The New Residence Boss. What does this dossier say? Wang Sheng inquired, eyeing Qinsong as he picked up the other dossier with curiosity. Nothing of great significance, just some inconsequential information. Take a look for yourself. Qinsong replied, placing the dossier before Wang Sheng and wandering around the room alone. As he observed Qinsong's demeanor, Wang Sheng eagerly seized the dossier, delving into its contents. For him, the opportunity to study a dossier independently was a rare privilege. It was well known that the duties of the office's clerks were to execute orders issued from above, akin to automatons, devoid of any room for contemplation. For them, all reasoning transpired only after orders were given. Derived from the commands they could infer, dossiers were virtually alien to many of them, let alone the prospect of engaging with them alone. It was only thanks to an enlightened superior like Qinsong that Wang Sheng had the chance to encounter such materials in his lifetime. There were many officers who wished to become detectives, however, opportunities often eluded them. While Wang Sheng immersed himself in the dossier, Qinsong pondered for an extended period, finding himself without any leads. He then produced a key from his pocket, examined it briefly, and addressed Wang Sheng, "Come, join me outside." Upon hearing Qinsong's words, Wang Sheng cast a lingering glance at the documents in his hand, reluctant to part with them. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose to set them down and followed Qinsong out of the room. Before departing, however, Wang Sheng took great care to conceal the documents he held. He was acutely aware that, regarding this particular case, it seemed only his superior within the yamen was privy to the details. This suggested that the case was exceptionally unusual, possibly even a directive issued directly from the governor or even higher authorities. Such matters, until Qinsong chose to disclose them, were best kept from the knowledge of others. Particularly within the yamen, where a handful of pests always lingered, eager to find an opportunity to strike. Thus, Wang Shang glanced at the two scrolls he held. After leaving the yamen, Qin Song led Wang Shang towards the western part of the city, an area not under Qin Song's jurisdiction but equally outside the influence of Huang Qi. This locale, home to the wealthiest families in the entire Tianyuan city, was undoubtedly managed by the most powerful governor's office. Otherwise, the affluent merchants would have little sense of security. Ultimately, this world remained dominated by practitioners. No matter how formidable ordinary individuals might be, they could not rival cultivators. Although the imperial guards were composed of ordinary people, their prowess was evident, especially following their recent capture of several practitioners, which only bolstered their renown. In this context, Qin Song and his companions appeared rather superfluous, their presence hardly felt. Only in the eyes of the impoverished did they seem impressive. Those with a modicum of power tended to regard them with indifference. "Boss, why have you brought me here?" Wang Shang inquired, gazing perplexedly at the imposing mansion before him. "Naturally, I brought you to view this residence," Qin Song replied, anticipating the expression on Wang Shang's face as he waved a key in front of him. Is this the house that Clerk Wang mentioned?" Wang Shang finally grasped the situation upon seeing the key in Qin Song's hand. He was utterly astonished that the house given to Qin Song by Clerk Wang was this opulent mansion. A residence of such grandeur, appearing to consist of at least 3 courtyards, was beyond the realm of his imagination. Forget dreaming about it. He wouldn't even dare to entertain the thought in Tianyuan City, a place where land was worth its weight in gold. Wang Sheng's family, while having a bit of spare change and being somewhat self-sufficient, could only occasionally indulge at Chunfeng Tower. However, the idea of purchasing a property here was utterly unfathomable. Just considering the 10 taels of gold Qin Song had recently acquired, it might only suffice to purchase a minuscule dwelling here. Perhaps one even smaller than his current abode. As Wang Sheng stood in bewilderment, Qin Song unlocked the door to the mansion with the key and casually peeled away the seal affixed to it. That seal belonged to the governor's office, and tampering with it could lead to imprisonment in the dungeons. Qin Song was certainly aware of the implications, yet he proceeded regardless, indicating that he was not deceiving himself this time. At this moment, Wang Sheng was utterly stunned. Just then, a somewhat impatient voice from Qin Song reached his ears. "Are you coming in or not? If not, just go back." Coming, boss. I'm on my way." Wang Sheng snapped back to reality and hurried inside. Upon entering, he was immediately awestruck by the splendor before him. Truly, this was the most luxurious area in Tianyuan City. Such exquisite mansions were only ever spoken of in hushed tones at Chunfeng Tower. And yet here it was, right before his eyes, as if he were dreaming. Qin Song shared a similar sentiment, though he managed to maintain a far more composed demeanor. Observing the furnishings in the entrance hall, the pair of striking porcelain vases alone appeared to be of considerable value. However, Qin Song was well aware that the belongings within such confiscated residences had likely been entirely removed by the yamen or the governor's office prior to his arrival. The items currently before him were likely either worthless trinkets or deliberately placed there by someone. Compared to the latter possibility, Qin Song preferred to believe that these items were indeed mere fakes. Otherwise, he would genuinely hesitate to reside in the property bestowed upon him by Clerk Wang. Fortunately, as time passed, Qin Song guided Wang Sheng through the entirety of the mansion, discovering no valuable items, leading him to conclude that the vases were likely counterfeit. Nevertheless, even if they were fakes, Qin Song still regarded them as commendable decor and had no intention of discarding them. "Asheng, didn't you mention you knew some informants?" Qin Song suddenly inquired as he settled into an armchair in the hall. "Yes, boss," Wang Sheng replied. "During one case, we helped a family locate their missing son, remember? It was during that incident that the child was found in the company of a few informants. And you personally apprehended them." Upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, some memories resurfaced in Qin Song's mind, yet he did not dwell on them, recognizing that forgetting certain details was commonplace. Were those informants not all apprehended? Qin Song recalled. "Indeed, they were," Wang Sheng affirmed, nodding. However, one individual proved to have minimal involvement in the matter, so he was ultimately released. Released? Qin Song realized this was a detail he had no recollection of. Evidently something his former self had been unaware of. Noticing Qin Song's expression, Wang Sheng did not find it particularly surprising. Such occurrences were far too common in the yamen for them to raise eyebrows. "Yes, it was a direct order from the governor at that time. You had just gone home for a family visit. So it's understandable that you weren't aware, Wang Sheng explained. Having grasped the context, Qin Song understood why he had no memory of this incident. However, he sensed that the individual released was not as simple as Wang Sheng suggested. Qin Song clearly recalled that when he returned home, over a month had elapsed since that case. How could it be coincidental that evidence was uncovered just as he departed, leading to the release of a prisoner? If there were no behind-the-scenes machinations, Qin Song felt it would be an affront to his intelligence. Furthermore, since the order ultimately came from the governor, it was likely that Huang Qi was involved. Otherwise, how could a prisoner confined to a cell persuade the governor to grant their release? There were only two plausible scenarios that could compel the governor to intervene. The first would be if this person had some connection to him, or if a deal had been struck between them. The second, naturally, was that this individual had established ties with the governor's office. Based on Qin Song's understanding of their governor, the first scenario was utterly implausible. He was the type who would rather feign ignorance than leave behind any incriminating evidence. Deliberately releasing a convict on the verge of sentencing, while seemingly trivial, could have fatal repercussions if discovered in Yuanqing County. Thus, the most plausible explanation was that this person had made contact with Huang Qi, thereby gaining access to the governor's office. If the governor's office were to intervene, the nature of the situation would shift dramatically, and Qin Song believed that his governor would certainly extend a favor to them. With this thought in mind, Qin Song no longer held any hope for the informant Wang Sheng mentioned. You believe this individual is no longer in Tianyuan City? Or perhaps he has allied himself with Huang Qi? Qin Song inquired of Wang Sheng. Indeed, boss, this individual has indeed sought refuge within Huang Qi's territory. Wang Sheng marveled at Qin Song's foresight. However, the informant I was referring to is not him, but rather this person's arch-rival. Oh? There's more to this? Qin Song was momentarily taken aback by Wang Sheng's sudden twist. The story of how I came to know this individual is quite convoluted, Wang Sheng began, poised to recount a lengthy tale. At this point, Qin Song interrupted him. All right, I don't wish to hear a story right now. Just take me to find this person. Upon hearing that Qin Song did not wish to hear about his experiences, Wang Sheng's expression bore a hint of grievance, yet he complied with Qin Song's command. With Wang Sheng leading the way, Qin Song and his companions departed from the opulent mansion located in the western part of the city, intending to return to their jurisdiction to hire a few servants. Ever since Qin Song realized he had traversed into another realm, he had longed to indulge in a life of ease, where he could have his every need met without effort. However, the cramped quarters of his current residence left him feeling suffocated. Living alone was already a strain, let alone accommodating a servant. If it weren't for the fact that his new abode was excessively spacious, with just himself and his sister residing there, it would feel too empty, devoid of any warmth. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to expend such funds. It is worth noting that a moderately decent servant in Tianyuan City does not come cheap, especially since he had recently come into a fortune substantial enough to procure several servants. Contemplating this, Qin Song decided that he at least needed to hire a cook, a doorkeeper, and preferably a few maids as well. This combination seemed most fitting to him. Yet, he was uncertain about the total expenditure of such a venture. He possessed only 10 taels of gold, and there were other, even more costly matters awaiting him. Thus, Qin Song spent the journey contemplating how to allocate his finances. Unbeknownst to him, as he followed Wang Sheng's lead, they arrived at a bustling marketplace. This locale was familiar to Qin Song. He and Wang Sheng traversed it multiple times daily, rendering it almost ingrained in his memory. He recognized nearly all the merchants present. Yet he was unaware of the existence of a trade for beggars here. Just as he pondered this, Wang Sheng abruptly halted before a somewhat concealed alleyway, crouching down to converse with a beggar. Qin Song remained at a distance, observing the surroundings. To his surprise, he noticed several other beggars in the vicinity, most of whom were stationed at hidden corners, vigilantly surveying the street. Just as Qin Song contemplated approaching to ascertain whether these individuals were cultivators, it seemed Wang Sheng had made some progress. Boss, we can go in now, Wang Sheng beckoned, gesturing for Qin Song to hurry over. Hearing Wang Sheng's call, Qin Song relinquished his curiosity about the beggars and proceeded directly to Wang Sheng's side. This is it, Qin 2, Wang Sheng stated as they circled through the alley before stopping before a grand entrance. What is this place? Qin Song inquired, pointing at the ominously dark door. The structure appeared to be at least 2 stories high. And standing before it, Qin Song and Wang Sheng felt quite diminutive. Particularly from their vantage point, They could not discern what lay beyond the door, shrouded in utter darkness. This is the infamous black market, where it is said that everything is for sale. The beggar I mentioned is currently inside, Wang Sheng remarked, a hint of pride evident on his face. Clearly, this was not his first visit to such a place. However, Qin Song had never heard of it before, and his mind held no relevant memories. He only recalled that Tianyuan City once had a black market, which was ultimately destroyed by an unknown individual, depriving Qin Song of the chance to explore it. Chapter 42. The Beggar, Xing Wu following Wang Sheng. Qin Song stepped through the threshold. Upon entering, he was astonished to find the space far more expansive than he had anticipated. They had traversed a narrow alley to arrive here, but beyond that door lay an entirely different scene. A plethora of vendors and stalls greeted Qin Song's eyes, momentarily leading him to believe he was still at the marketplace. Rather than in an alleyway to ask for Wang Sheng beside him, he too appeared somewhat disoriented. It was evident that he had not frequented this place often, likely just a visit or two more than Qin Song. "Where's the beggar you mentioned?" Qin Song asked, scanning the lively crowd around him. "I need to look for him," Wang Sheng replied, also appearing somewhat bewildered. Many of the stalls and merchants had changed significantly since his last visit, with some clearly being traders from other dynasties, exuding a barbaric air. However, in contrast to these outsiders, Wang Sheng guided Qin Song primarily through the areas populated by locals. As he observed the diverse array of vendors, Qin Song was pleasantly surprised to discover numerous items he had never encountered before for sale. Were it not for his current objective, he would have relished the opportunity to wander through the market alone for an entire day. Particularly, the thought of traders from distant lands ignited a bold idea in his mind. Since these individuals had traveled great distances to reach Tianyuan City, their capabilities must not be lacking. It was entirely possible that among them were cultivators. If his suspicions proved correct, Qin Song sensed that this place could become a regular haunt for him in the future. After all, he merely needed to approach these individuals to glean rewards from them. He could easily concoct various justifications to engage with them and extract what he desired. Thus, a comprehensive plan quickly formed in Qin Song's mind. Yet, before he could locate a suitable target, Wang Sheng's voice interrupted his thoughts once more. "Boss, that's the one!" He pointed excitedly at a disheveled middle-aged man wearing a felt hat, with a face adorned with unkempt facial hair and dressed in a fur-lined leather outfit. The man bore a resemblance to the people of the Xia Kingdom. However, based on his attire and demeanor, Qin Song quickly deduced that he was likely not a local. Yet, from Wang Sheng's previous remarks, it was evident that this individual had not recently arrived in Tianyuan City. To be the arch-rival of the local beggars, he must have been in the city for some time, potentially even running a family business. Nonetheless, assumptions are merely conjectures. Only through direct interaction could Qin Song ascertain the truth. After confirming the target, Wang Sheng's pace noticeably quickened as he led Qin Song to the beggar. "Qin Tu, this man is Xing Wu, arguably one of the largest beggars in Tianyuan City," Wang Sheng explained as they approached. "Isn't that Wang Guanren? What brings you to my establishment today?" Xing Wu greeted Wang Sheng with evident enthusiasm. Based on their interactions and the cordiality displayed, Qin Song sensed there was more than met the eye between them. Given his understanding of Wang Sheng, it was improbable that he would maintain such a close relationship with a beggar, even more so than with the staff at Chunfeng Lou. "All right, Xing Wu, I've come to introduce a business opportunity," Wang Sheng stated, not forgetting the purpose of their visit, as he stepped aside to reveal Qin Song. "This is my boss, and he wishes to purchase some items from you." With that, Wang Sheng exchanged a knowing glance with Xing Wu. Upon receiving Wang Sheng's look, Xing Wu appeared to grasp the underlying message, his expression growing even more welcoming. He promptly removed his hat and performed a customary greeting unique to foreign lands before Qin Song. In response, Qin Song returned the gesture respectfully. With the formalities concluded, it was time to discuss business. However, Wang Sheng unexpectedly leaned closer to Xing Wu, whispering something in his ear, his expression taking on a rather peculiar demeanor. After listening to Wang Sheng, Xing Wu nodded repeatedly, gesturing toward a tent behind him while wearing an even more enigmatic expression. Qin Song was no stranger to such expressions, having encountered them in both his past and present lives. It was an unspoken understanding among men. This revelation clarified a prior question in Qin Song's mind, explaining Wang Sheng's familiarity with a beggar of this caliber. "Boss, you two chat. I'm going to rest in the tent for a bit," Wang Sheng declared, his eagerness palpable. Qin Song, not inclined to indulge him, gave him a light kick. Instead of being offended, Wang Shang used the momentum to tumble into the tent. Qin Song shook his head in exasperation, unsure of how to respond to Wang Shang's antics. Meanwhile, Xing Wu, witnessing the exchange, understood the nature of their relationship. "What does this gentleman wish to purchase?" Xing Wu inquired directly, cutting through any pleasantries. "Could you inform me of the items you have for sale?" Qin Song asked. Qin Song did not immediately reveal his intentions. Instead, he began to inquire about Xing Wu's range of services. With a hint of pride, Xing Wu patted his chest and declared, "In this Tianyuan city, there is nothing I cannot procure. Whatever you desire, my esteemed sir, I can obtain for you." After listening to Xing Wu's self-promotion, Qin Song instinctively asked, "Do you sell cultivation techniques here?" As soon as these words left his lips, he sensed a noticeable hush enveloping the surroundings. Whether it was merely his imagination or not, Xing Wu indeed appeared momentarily stunned. "This, esteemed sir, wouldn't that be a jest? If I possessed such a thing, would I still need to serve as a mere attendant here?" Xing Wu earnestly replied to Qin Song's inquiry, yet Qin Song, observing his expression, was certain that he was not being entirely truthful. However, he chose not to confront him directly, instead committing the matter to memory. "I require several servants, as well as a complete set of furniture." Chapter 43. An unexpected young girl servants and a complete set of furniture? Xing Wu echoed Qin Song's request. "Ah, esteemed sir, are you preparing to move into a new residence? Allow me to extend my congratulations on your impending relocation. I assure you that I can procure satisfactory items regarding servants and furniture." A broad smile instantly illuminated Xing Wu's face as he readily agreed. Qin Song was not particularly surprised by Xing Wu's reaction. After all, anyone who could attain such a position in Tianyuan City was undoubtedly astute. Despite the apparent lack of inventory at his current location, one could not ascertain whether he boasted warehouses elsewhere. Thus, as long as his needs were met, Qin Song was indifferent to how much commission Xing Wu would earn from this transaction. In the realm of servitude, the ability to gather information is paramount for profit. With a sufficiently expansive network and robust backing, one can command even greater commissions. It was evident that Xing Wu was among such individuals. After Qin Song articulated his requirements, within the span of a tea's brewing, Xing Wu had already returned with several groups of people nearby. Qin Song did not urge Xing Wu to expedite his fulfillment of his request. He merely continued to observe his surroundings, hoping to spot someone who appeared to be a practitioner of the arts. Just as he was about to give up, it seemed that Xing Wu had accomplished all that was needed. With an air of confidence, Xing Wu approached Qin Song and said, "Esteemed Qin, everything is ready. Shall we proceed?" "Oh, so soon?" Qin Song mused, uncertain whether Xing Wu had fulfilled just one of his requests or if all the items he required had been secured. With skepticism, he followed Xing Wu as they departed for an unknown destination. As for Wang Shang, Qin Song was confident that such a large figure would not vanish without a trace. Thus he did not concern himself with informing him, lest he disrupt his affairs. Navigating through the bustling marketplace alongside Xing Wu, they soon arrived at a distinctive building, a rare sight amid the market's landscape. Naturally, such architecture was not singular in this locale. During his prior observations, Qin Song had already noted 4 identical structures at each corner. This time, Xing Wu led him to a room within the northeastern corner of the market's unique building. Upon entering, Qin Song was greeted by a complete set of exquisite furniture. The craftsmanship and materials were immediately indicative of their high value, clearly not haphazardly made goods, but rather luxurious items of considerable worth. Qin Song felt that should he purchase these second-hand wares, the 10 taels of gold in his pocket would scarcely suffice. Yet, Xing Wu did not take the opportunity to extol the virtues of these furnishings. Instead, he guided Qin Song towards a small courtyard at the back of the room. After navigating a narrow corridor, they emerged into a small courtyard filled with a dozen or so individuals, a mix of genders and ages, representing nearly every demographic. From their appearances and attire, it was evident that these individuals, like Xing Wu, were not native to the Daxia dynasty. However, they were distinctly different from him. Xing Wu appeared to hail from the nomadic tribes in the northwest of the Summer Realm, while these individuals evidently originated from the south. Nonetheless, Qin Song had no desire to delve into their backgrounds. Since he merely intended to acquire them as servants, the specifics of their origins were inconsequential. "Esteemed Qin, these are the finest resources I have at my disposal for servants. Please take a closer look," Xing Wu said, beaming as he gestured towards the individuals in the courtyard. Without further ado, Qin Song nodded in acknowledgement and stepped into the courtyard to observe the prospective servants. The faces of those present were marked by fear, especially as Qin Song approached, causing them to huddle together in trepidation. Some of the older individuals shielded the younger children, ushering them to a safer corner, while the able-bodied men stood at the periphery, glaring at Qin Song with defiance. They attempted to convey through their stares that they were not easily tamed. However, Qin Song noted their expressions without concern. For him, subjugating an individual was hardly a daunting task. He possessed myriad methods to ensure compliance from those before him. Yet, he was disinclined to exert such efforts, for he sought a caretaker to manage his home in his absence, not an adversary harboring resentment. Thus, even in the face of their fierce gazes, Qin Song remained unfazed, keenly scrutinizing the individuals in the courtyard. His manner of appraisal, however, was rather peculiar. To Xing Wu's eyes, Qin Song must have appeared as a customer with eccentric tastes. As he circled around each person in the courtyard, occasionally reaching out to touch them, his actions only heightened the unease among the group. It felt less like a selection process and more akin to the examination of livestock. A violation of their dignity. Of course, these individuals had no dignity left to speak of. Their presence here as commodities indicated that they were captured foes, defeated and stripped of their autonomy. For the vanquished, they had lost everything, including their pride. Yet, Qin Song was indifferent to their plight. After several observations, he unexpectedly discerned something unique among this group. Approaching a young girl, he studied the two adults flanking her for a moment, finding nothing extraordinary. However, as he extended his hand towards the girl, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, confirming that she possessed the potential for cultivation. Chapter 44. Little Yu faced with Qin Song's peculiar behavior, coupled with a somewhat unsettling expression on his face, the little girl was understandably frightened, retreating several steps. Yet, the limited space of the courtyard prevented her from escaping his reach. The man and woman standing protectively before her quickly stepped forward to shield her from Qin Song. Though their bodies trembled in fear and they understood the potential consequences, likely a severe beating, for their actions, they were willing to endure punishment for the sake of the child. Noticing this, Qin Song did not press the matter further. He withdrew his hand and smiled at the little girl, asking, "What is your name?" I am called Xiaoyu," she timidly replied. Seeing her trembling frame yet earnestly responding to his inquiry, Qin Song felt satisfied with her demeanor, believing her to be a worthy candidate for cultivation. After learning her name, Qin Song's gaze shifted to the two middle-aged guardians standing by her side. Upon meeting his gaze, they recoiled in fear, hastily diverting their eyes to the ground, too intimidated to meet his gaze again. They understood that their previous defiance had been quite audacious. Any further direct contact with Qin Song would likely result in a brutal punishment once he departed. "What is your relationship with Xiaoyu?" Qin Song did not chastise them. Instead, he inquired about their relationship with the little girl. "She is my aunt," she revealed. Noticing that the two remained silent, the little girl, who had been shielded behind them, seemed eager to disclose their identities to Qin Song. Perhaps in her eyes, Qin Song was not a malevolent figure, which emboldened her to speak so freely about the two. Upon hearing that the pair were family with the little girl, Qin Song nodded, a satisfied smile directed towards her, before turning to face Xing Wu. "Mr. Xing Wu, I shall take this family." Qin Song gestured towards Xiaoyu and her family. As for the others in the courtyard, Qin Song had already assessed them, finding none worthy of his investment aside from Xiaoyu. Moreover, those individuals appeared quite unruly, making them unsuitable choices at this juncture. Although some among them looked younger and stronger, he would have to employ various measures to ensure their compliance upon return. Overall, they did not align with Qin Song's urgent needs. After all, he had come in search of someone who could promptly fulfill his requirements. Otherwise, he could have leisurely selected individuals at the market without expending a considerable sum here. Upon hearing Qin Song's decision, a more pronounced smile spread across Xing Wu's face. He waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to escort the remaining individuals back to their confinement. That moment, aside from Qin Song and Xing Wu, only Xiaoyu and her family remained in the courtyard. Although Xiaoyu was uncertain about the unfolding situation, she could clearly sense her parents trembling, their gazes fixated on Qin Song. What she did not realize was that her family's fate now hinged entirely on Qin Song's will. Meanwhile, Qin Song was engaged in a negotiation with Xing Wu regarding the price for Xiaoyu's family. Xing Wu could discern that Qin Song's interest in Xiaoyu amidst the crowd suggested he held a special regard for them, prompting him to set a price significantly higher than the typical cost of enslavement. In truth, Qin Song was not one to relish haggling. As long as the price was not exorbitant, he would rather not waste words on Xing Wu. However, the proposed price for this family, who appeared malnourished, was shockingly set at 1 to 2 gold pieces. He had no intention of being taken advantage of. As Xing Wu remained adamant, Qin Song turned on his heel and departed, refusing to engage further. Seeing Qin Song's decisive exit, Xing Wu was momentarily flustered. Just as Qin Song was about to leave the room, Xing Wu intercepted him in the hall. "Lord Qin, let us discuss matters sensibly. Do not act so impulsively. Come, let us sit down and talk." Xing Wu smoothly led Qin Song to a seat in the hall and hastily summoned his servants to bring forth a pot of hot tea. "Lord Qin, how does this sound?" Xing Wu placed a teacup before Qin Song, smiling broadly as he said, "For 1 or 2 gold pieces, if you add just 1 more, I will personally deliver this set of furniture along with those 3 to your residence. What do you say?" At that moment, Xing Wu feigned a heart-wrenching gesture, presenting his final offer to Qin Song. Observing Xing Wu's theatrical display, Qin Song found it somewhat amusing. He had witnessed such performances countless times in his previous life and was well aware of the tricks merchants employed. Yet, sometimes it was unnecessary to call out the charade. The price of 2 gold pieces for the furniture in the hall was indeed an inflated one, however, when combined with the family of 3 in the courtyard. It still constituted a very advantageous deal for Qin Song, and of course, this was contingent upon Xing Wu being unaware of Xiaoyu's potential. Exchanging 2 gold pieces for a collection of valuable furniture, plus the likelihood of acquiring a potential cultivator in Xiaoyu, made this transaction decidedly profitable from any angle. Thus, after feigning contemplation, Qin Song acquiesced to Xing Wu's proposed price. "Splendid. I knew Lord Qin would be agreeable." Xing Wu's face practically radiated joy as he immediately instructed his subordinates to fetch Xiaoyu and her family, providing them with clean garments. For a client as generous and affluent as Qin Song, Xing Wu was always willing to invest effort into maintaining appearances, particularly since he had promised Qin Song that he would personally deliver the furniture along with Xiaoyu's family to Qin Song's new abode. Naturally, Qin Song had no reason to refuse such service and happily consented. Under Xing Wu's watchful gaze, Qin Song retrieved the freshly minted 2 gold pieces from his pocket and placed them on the table before him. Without a word, Xing Wu picked up the gold, weighing it in his hand to confirm its authenticity. Once satisfied, he warmly guided Qin Song back to the original location where they had first met Wang Shang. Chapter 45. Following. Although he was unsure of the precise situation with Wang Shang, by the time Xing Wu escorted Qin Song back to the site of their initial encounter, Wang Shang was already seated there. Awaiting them. It appeared he had been waiting for a while. Notably, a look of contentment graced Wang Shang's face, which left Qin Song quite astonished. Having accompanied Xing Wu to select individuals and furniture, their entire endeavor had taken less than 20 minutes, making it unexpected for Wang Shang to conclude his business so swiftly and await Qin Song. Nevertheless, this was not entirely disadvantageous, at the very least. He would not need to wait any longer. After bidding farewell to Wang Shang and Xing Wu, he could leave the market directly. On the return journey, Qin Song no longer observed his surroundings, as the individuals in the market no longer held his interest. His sole focus was on hastening home to share the delightful news with his sister. Most importantly, during the previous system notification, he had not extracted any rewards from Xiaoyu. Therefore, upon returning home, he needed to engage in meaningful conversation with this exceptionally promising young girl. Thus, Qin Song followed closely behind Wang Shang, exiting the enigmatic black market. Once this case was resolved, Qin Song would undoubtedly return to this place, and next time, he would not merely spend less than half an hour here. "Wang Shang, why does this path differ from the one we took to arrive?" After trailing Wang Shang for a while, Qin Song realized they were not traversing the same alley as before. Wang Shang, hearing Qin Song's remark, turned back to respond, "Isn't this their custom? It stipulated that one cannot take the same route upon departure as they did upon arrival. Moreover, I've heard there are several entrances here, particularly one that leads directly outside the city. I just wonder where that entrance is located." Upon hearing Wang Shang's words, Qin Song suddenly understood how those foreign individuals, whom he had rarely seen in the market, managed to gain entry. Yet, it was alarming that, as the captain responsible for maintaining order in Tianyuan City, he was entirely unaware of such significant matters. This realization sent a shiver of fear through him. However, alongside this unease, Qin Song speculated that the emergence of such a place surely had to be backed by a power. Otherwise, how could such an establishment exist within Tianyuan City? Among those potential powers, the Chu Wangfu was the most likely candidate. Although the governor currently held sway over all affairs in Tianyuan City, when it came to military matters, he would likely refrain from intervening. During his earlier observations in the black market, Qin Song had inadvertently noticed several stalls selling armor. Although these armors were of foreign military design and not from the Great Xia dynasty, the sale of any armor was strictly prohibited under Xia law. Just this alone exceeded what the governor could tolerate. It was likely that only someone of Chu Wang's stature could disregard the existence of such laws. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, Qin Song and Wang Sheng finally emerged onto the main street. However, their current location was not within their jurisdiction. Instead, they had entered Huang Qi's territory. Although both were captains, they typically refrained from venturing onto each other's turf, particularly when it was still early in the day. Fortunately, Huang Qi's men were notoriously lazy. The streets were devoid of patrols, and even the vendors were few and far between. At that moment, the expansive street was sparsely populated, presenting a desolate scene. This shouldn't be the case. Under normal circumstances, Xianfeng ought not to be in such a state. It is still not yet curfew time. Wang Sheng felt a sense of unease and turned to glance at Qin Song, acknowledging that something was indeed amiss. Qin Song stroked his chin, momentarily perplexed as to why this situation had arisen. Although the eastern part of the city is known as a gathering place for commoners, there had been no significant public safety issues in recent years. Moreover, the curfew had only been instituted following the jailbreak incident. Thus, one would expect this area to be bustling with life. Even if it couldn't rival the lively atmosphere of the affluent Western District, it certainly should not be as desolate as it was now. Devoid of even a single street vendor, perhaps it was best to refrain from meddling in Huang Qi's affairs. Qin Song was eager to return home, so he was reluctant to delve into the underlying reasons for this oddity. Fortunately, this location was in close proximity to his residence. If he hurried, he could reach home in less than 20 minutes. Especially given the current lack of foot traffic, their pace would be even swifter. As they strolled and conversed, Qin Song couldn't shake the feeling that someone was trailing them. Yet, every time he seized the opportunity to look back, he found nothing suspicious, just Wang Sheng and a few passers-by. After walking a bit further, he could vaguely see the entrance to his alley, and the number of people around them began to gradually increase. At that moment, Wang Sheng suddenly halted, furrowing his brow as he gazed behind them. "What's the matter?" Qin Song inquired, puzzled. "Boss, do you feel that someone is following us?" Wang Sheng whispered, his right hand discreetly resting on the hilt of his sword. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, Qin Song's heart raced with alarm. It seemed his earlier instincts had not led him astray. Indeed, someone was pursuing them. However, when Qin Song turned to look again, he still saw no one suspicious. This time, there was simply no one behind them at all, which left him feeling bewildered. Could it be that this person could fly? With that thought, Qin Song suddenly looked up to scan the sky. Sure enough, on the rooftop, just behind them, he caught sight of a fleeting shadow. While he couldn't confirm that this shadow was the one following him, it was enough to validate his suspicions. "Be cautious," Qin Song whispered to Wang Sheng. "Let us not go home just yet. Let us head down that side alley." Thanks to their unspoken understanding, Wang Sheng instantly grasped his intention and turned to enter the nearest alley. Qin Song lingered for a moment, observing before he followed him into the alley. Chapter 46. Ambushed. Upon entering the alley, Qin Song's eyes fell immediately upon that shadow. Yet, it could no longer be called merely a shadow, for a living, breathing individual had appeared before them, blocking their path. Much like the black-clad figure from that day, this person bore a similar garb, making it evident that they were part of the same faction. What surprised Qin Song, however, was how this group had managed to track him down. Neither the official documents from the magistrate's office nor the governor's had indicated who had slain the black-clad figures, and certainly, no one would suspect him. The one who was most likely to know the truth at the scene was Jing Qi. Nonetheless, Qin Song believed that even if Jing Qi had witnessed him kill the black-clad man, he would not betray him. There was simply no compelling reason to do so, especially since Jing Qi was already aware that Qin Shuyu was a practitioner. Who would dare oppose someone with a practitioner as their ally? Moreover, they had only recently collaborated to capture Chen Inger, creating a perfect opportunity to strengthen their bond. Astute as he was, Jing Qi understood precisely how to navigate this situation. Yet, the black-clad figure in the alley clearly harbored ill intentions. A faint but palpable aura of malice emanated from this individual's gaze, and even though Qin Song and Wang Shang stood at a distance, they could both feel an invisible pressure. Qin Song had experienced a similar sensation from the previous black-clad figure, but the pressure from this one was even more intense. Wang Shang, lacking any cultivation, was on the verge of being overwhelmed by this oppressive force, struggling to breathe. However, in the face of such dire circumstances, Wang Shang did not falter as Jing Qi had. Instead, he drew his sword and shouted without looking back, "Boss, you go on ahead. I'll hold this person off." Wang Shang's declaration warmed Qin Song's heart. While Wang Shang could be somewhat impulsive at times, he proved to be remarkably dependable in critical moments. This was one reason why Qin Song considered him a trusted ally. Given the formidable enemy before them, Qin Song would not allow Wang Shang to confront this threat alone. After all, if he had been capable of dealing with the previous black-clad figure, then this one, even if stronger, shouldn't he pose an insurmountable challenge. However, the black-clad figure remained silent, drawing their long sword and transforming into a shadow, swiftly closing the distance to Qin Song and Wang Shang. The target was clear. The figure did not attack Wang Shang, who stood at the forefront, but instead unleashed a flurry of lethal strikes aimed directly at Qin Song. With a swift slash, the sword tip glinted with a cold light, aimed squarely at Qin Song's throat. The attack came unexpectedly. The black-clad figure's speed was astonishing, surpassing Qin Song's earlier expectations. Compared to the previous assailant, this one clearly possessed a significant advantage in speed. Witnessing this, Qin Song's expression turned grave. He could sense that this strike was far from trivial. He was certain that had he not evaded it, he would have sustained a grievous injury. Yet, the speed of the attack was so rapid that he found himself unable to dodge, forcing him to brace himself for impact. Clang! The two blades clashed, sending sparks flying as they met in a fiery explosion. Qin Song felt a sharp pain in his hands, a searing throb coursing through his wrists. Almost immediately, an overwhelming force struck him, causing him to stagger backward. After several steps, he barely managed to regain his footing, but could not suppress a cough, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Looking down, he noticed a notch had appeared on the standard long sword he wielded. Their first exchange had transpired in the blink of an eye. Everything unfolded so rapidly that by the time Wang Sheng processed the events, the black-clad figure had already retreated to a relatively secure position. "Boss, this?" Wang Shang observed the notch on Qin Song's sword and the trembling of his hands. His eyes wide with shocked. It was important to note that at this juncture, Qin Song's arms were still injured. The doctor had expressly cautioned against engaging in combat during his recovery. Yet, to Wang Shang's astonishment, despite such injuries, Qin Song had managed to withstand the black-clad figure's attack. Particularly, when Wang Shang turned his gaze to the black-clad figure, he noticed that the individual seemed to be in even worse condition than Qin Song. Blood trickled from the corner of the black-clad figure's mouth, and the black sword in their hand bore fine cracks, indicating that the initial exchange had cost them dearly as well. This realization prompted Wang Shang to ponder a pressing question. Had Qin Song not been injured, perhaps the black-clad figure would have indeed been defeated. However, such thoughts were swiftly cast aside. Based on his understanding of Qin Song, he knew that such an outcome was implausible. After all, Qin Song was merely an ordinary individual, while the pressure exerted by the black-clad figure suggested they were likely a highly skilled assassin. Wang Shang was uncertain whether the individual was a practitioner, but he surmised that dealing with someone of that caliber would not be overly challenging. Just as he hesitated, Qin Song's voice broke through his thoughts. "Give me your sword, and go fetch reinforcements." Qin Song's demeanor was exceedingly grave, leaving Wang Sheng no opportunity to refuse. Wang Sheng found himself momentarily dazed. Qin Song took no heed of politeness. He seized the long knife from Wang Sheng's grasp and forcefully propelled him out of the alley. Before Wang Sheng could articulate a response, he sensed an overwhelming force behind him. By the time he regained his composure, he had already reached the alley's entrance. At that moment, Qin Song wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged towards the cloaked figure. Realizing that Qin Song was merely buying him time, Wang Sheng dared not linger. He summoned all his strength and began sprinting towards the governor's mansion. As for why he did not head to the official yamen, Wang Shang understood that against such formidable foes, the constables within would be utterly ineffectual. Only the elite guards of the governor's mansion possessed the capability to confront such powerful adversaries. Chapter 47, Is that all? After Wang Sheng vanished from sight, Qin Song felt a significant sense of relief. After all, he had no intention of revealing that he had become a cultivator. He wished to maintain this secret for as long as possible. However, with the absence of a companion, Qin Song found himself somewhat at a disadvantage when facing the cloaked figure. He had only recently endured a fierce battle and still bore injuries, particularly in his arms, which now throbbed painfully after their recent encounter. Yet, despite this, Qin Song did not allow the cloaked figure to gain much ground. After enduring several strikes from his Thunderblade technique, the adversary suffered a stab to the shoulder, blood flowing profusely. Nevertheless, Qin Song chose not to press the advantage. Instead, he maintained a considerable distance, standing resolutely against the cloaked figure. Speak. What is your true objective? Qin Song's gaze was fixed intently on the cloaked figure, hoping to discern some clue from his demeanor. Unfortunately, the figure showed no inclination to respond. Instead, he accelerated toward Qin Song once more. This time, his speed was notably swifter than before, and before Qin Song could react, the figure had already closed the distance between them. Qin Song hastily raised his long knife to block a flying kick aimed at him. It must be said, the cloaked figure's speed was indeed astonishing. However, his strength fell short compared to the previous opponent. At least after deflecting the kick, Qin Song only staggered back a step, managing to regain his balance. In contrast, the cloaked figure was left in a state of shock. His confidence in his speed had been profoundly shaken. He had never anticipated that Qin Song could counter his strike. Such an occurrence had never transpired during his past assassinations, even against those far stronger than himself. Of course, when facing cultivators of unfathomable strength, he held no such confidence. Yet, the young constable before him was clearly not a cultivator. The prowess Qin Song displayed from the outset was astonishing, culminating in his ability to match the cloaked figure's speed. This piqued the assassin's interest in Qin Song. However, with his mission to eliminate this individual, he had no choice but to cast aside any distractions and prepare to unleash his lethal techniques. Time was of the essence. If he did not act swiftly to eliminate his target, the officials from the Yamen would soon arrive, complicating matters significantly. With this thought, the cloaked figure's sword sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle as it aimed for Qin Song's throat. The speed of the strike was akin to lightning, a blinding flash that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Yet, the next moment was punctuated by the sound of clashing weapons. Clang, clang, clang. Almost all of the cloaked figure's attacks were thwarted by Qin Song. Although he still sustained minor injuries, he managed to preserve his life. This only heightened the astonishment within the cloaked figure, who had initially been eager to eliminate Qin Song. By some instinctive reflex, Qin Song successfully repelled the onslaught of the cloaked figure, but at that moment, his internal energy was nearly depleted. Should the cloaked figure launch 2 more attacks of that nature, he would likely be unable to withstand them. Thus, he resolved to alter his approach, shifting from a defensive to an offensive stance. However, just as he prepared to strike, the cloaked figure preemptively acted. This time, instead of attacking, he waved his right hand, releasing several poison needles from his sleeve that flew directly toward Qin Song's brow. Realizing the peril he was in, Qin Song swiftly rolled to the side. Disregarding how it might appear, survival was paramount. The cloaked figure's maneuver was clearly a skill employed by assassins, further confirming his identity. A failed strike necessitated a swift retreat. This was the assassin's creed. The cloaked figure recognized the difficulty of his current target and, estimating that reinforcements summoned by Qin Song would soon arrive, chose to flee when he saw his poison needles miss their mark. As long as Qin Song remained in Tianyuan City, he would have another opportunity to strike. To the cloaked figure's surprise, as he leapt onto a rooftop, he collided head-on with a petite fist. This fist, seemingly not belonging to a man, bore an unimaginable force. Bang! The punch struck the cloaked figure square in the chest, sending him plummeting from the rooftop to the ground below. He crashed heavily, sliding several meters before coming to a halt at that moment. Qin Song rushed to the cloaked figure's side and used his long knife to peel away the black cloth from his face, seeking to ascertain his condition. To his dismay, the figure was spitting blood, his complexion pale, appearing as though he had drawn his last breath. Most alarmingly, Qin Song noted that the man's chest had caved in, suggesting he was beyond saving. Is this how it ends? Gazing at the nearly lifeless cloaked figure, Qin Song could not help but look up at the rooftop. He had already discerned that it was his sister, Qin Xiao, who had appeared there. He had not anticipated her presence at such a critical moment. However, Qin Song understood that this location was in close proximity to their home, and the commotion from their earlier confrontation had not been subtle. Thus, her arrival was not entirely unexpected. What truly astonished Qin Song was how easily his sister had dispatched the cloaked figure, who had withstood his efforts for so long only to be defeated by a single blow from her. This led Qin Song to ponder whether he was simply too weak or if his sister was exceptionally strong. "Return home and wait for me. I will deal with this man and return promptly." Qin Song called out to Qin Xiao atop the rooftop. "Understood, brother. Please take care," Qin Xiao replied with a nod. She recognized that Qin Song's actions were for her sake, to keep others from discovering her newfound status as a cultivator. Once he confirmed that his sister had vanished from sight, Qin Song quickly crouched down, pressing his hand against the cloaked figure. He was determined not to repeat his previous mistake of allowing the figure to die just as he was about to extract vital information. This time, he would act swiftly while the man still clung to life. Chapter 48 New Rewards. As Qin Song's hand pressed against the cloaked figure, a familiar voice echoed in his mind once more. "Ding! A suitable target has been identified. Would you like to begin extraction? Hurry, don't waste any time." With Qin Song's words, the familiar progress bar appeared before his eyes. However, this time, the extraction proceeded at a noticeably quicker pace than with the previous cloaked figure, leading Qin Song to feel a sense of unease. This individual was weaker than the last one? Qin Song found it somewhat hard to believe. He had already faced two individuals clad in black and was well aware of the sensations that accompanied such encounters. However, through numerous attempts, he had gained a certain understanding of his unique ability, realizing that the speed of extraction corresponded to an individual's strength. The more formidable the opponent, the slower the extraction process. Among those he had encountered thus far, Meng Shou was undoubtedly the most powerful, taking the longest time to extract from. In contrast, the black-clad figure before him likely ranked among the weakest of those he had faced. Perhaps only surpassed by the youngest, Sun Yan, who had just awakened and had yet to hone his skills. It seemed this man was even less capable than his sister. Yet, despite this, Qin Song remained filled with anticipation. For even if this individual's strength was lacking, he could still potentially yield valuable rewards, marking a satisfactory outcome for the assassination incident. Ideally, he hoped to extract the sword technique this man had employed, or perhaps his incredibly swift movement skills. At the very least, Qin Song wished to acquire his methods of utilizing hidden weapons. However, he held no illusions about drawing information from the black-clad man regarding the mastermind behind this incident. He was well aware that such professional assassins would yield no useful intelligence. Thus, rather than hoping for valuable insights from them, he preferred to focus on the potential astonishing rewards he could extract from this encounter. Ding! Extraction successful. Cultivation 2, Dragon Treading Moon Step 1. Wow! Qin Song exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. He had indeed extracted the very movement technique he had eagerly anticipated. With this skill, he had finally compensated for his last shortcoming. Previously, he had obtained sword techniques and cultivation methods, and even received a body refinement technique from Meng Shou. Now, with this new movement skill, he could be considered well-rounded, especially after witnessing its application by another. The input speed had reached an extraordinary level, granting Qin Song a fresh perspective on the technique's potential. Just as Qin Song reveled in his triumph, the black-clad figure before him had ceased to breathe entirely. At that moment, Wang Sheng arrived with officials from the county magistrate's office, coincidentally witnessing the lifeless body of the assassin. "Boss, what happened to this man?" Wang Sheng inquired as he approached Qin Song, gazing at the motionless figure on the ground. Alongside him was Jing Qi, who had previously visited Qin Song's home. Wang Sheng's question was equally pressing for Jing Qi, who was keen to know the details. Earlier, when Wang Sheng sought help at the magistrate's office, they learned that Qin Song was facing an extremely powerful assassin. Yet, what lay before them now was a fallen individual, whose chest appeared to be caved in. From the injuries, it was evident that he had suffered a fatal blow to the chest. This deduction was straightforward for both Wang Sheng and Jing Qi. However, Qin Song was disinclined to elaborate on the specifics of the encounter. He preferred to attribute the entire affair to a mysterious cultivator. Let us not dwell on that. Quickly, let us carry this person back to the magistrate's office, Qin Song commanded, casually discarding the long knife in his hand. Before collapsing in exhaustion onto the ground. Upon witnessing this, Wang Shang and Jing Qi finally realized that Qin Song had sustained injuries. They hurried to his side to assess his condition. It seemed that Jing Qi had brought along a military doctor, who promptly began examining Qin Song's wounds. Hiss, as the doctor unwrapped the bandages from Qin Song's arms, both Wang Shang and Jing Qi gasped in shock. They had not anticipated that Qin Song's injuries were so severe. They could only wonder what kind of intense battle he had endured to result in such alarming lacerations on his arms. Furthermore, the doctor noted that Qin Song had already been pierced in the shoulder by the assassin's long sword. And now both shoulders bore matching wounds, differing only in depth. Fortunately, these injuries were not life-threatening. For Qin Song, a period of rest would suffice for a full recovery. It was not a grave injury. Nonetheless, Wang Sheng remained deeply concerned and insisted on having Qin Song taken back home, while he and Jing Qi transported the black-clad man to the magistrate's office. "Boss, who do you think is behind this?" Wang Shang could not help but ask as they made their way. "I have no idea," Qin Song replied, shaking his head. "But I suspect someone is after my life. I feel that the previous assassin's target was also me." It was merely a twist of fate that he encountered officials from the magistrate's office. At this moment, Qin Song was equally perplexed regarding the mastermind behind these assassins. In the entire Tianyuan city, there were only a handful of individuals who bore a grudge against him. Among them, only one possessed the capability and financial means to hire someone to take his life: Huang Qi, the head of the magistrate's office. However, Qin Song did not believe Huang Qi would resort to such drastic measures. After all, such blatant actions were far too audacious. Even with his uncle as a backing, there was no need for him to openly engage assassins to kill someone. Such behavior was unthinkable for someone accustomed to navigating the political arena. Nevertheless, Wang Shang was adamant, insisting that it must be Huang Qi, and he prepared to confront him about it. Chapter 49. Poison Doctor. "How is my brother's condition?" Qin Shuyu anxiously inquired, watching as Dr. Wang examined Qin Song's injuries. This marked the second time he had visited Qin Song's home today. However, this time, Qin Song's room had changed, and he bore numerous new wounds. Sighing, Dr. Wang lamented, "Didn't I warn you this morning not to let Captain Qin engage in combat? Why didn't you listen?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyu felt a jolt of dread, frozen in place and uncertain of how to respond. Especially upon seeing Dr. Wang's furrowed brow and the tone of his voice, she sensed that Qin Song's situation was dire. Yet, Qin Song remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, his expression dark as he regarded the old physician who hovered before him. "Dr. Wang, if there's nothing wrong, could you please let me sit up? I have an arm injury, not a leg injury. I shouldn't need to lie down continuously." At this moment, Qin Song felt somewhat helpless, but he could not resist. His sister, fearful of any complications, would press him back down at the slightest hint of him trying to rise. Thus, he found himself needing the old doctor's permission to even sit up. "Captain Qin, please remain calm. Let me think for a moment," Dr. Wang replied, ignoring Qin Song entirely as he intently examined the wounds on his arms. With no other option, Qin Song was forced to remain on the bed. He wished fervently for Wang Shang to arrive promptly to rescue him from this predicament. However, that desire seemed unlikely to be fulfilled soon. Earlier, when Wang Shang had accompanied him home, he mentioned wanting to confront Huang Qi. Based on their previous encounters with Huang Qi, such discussions typically stretched on for at least an hour. Not to mention, Qin Song did not wish to linger even a minute longer. He felt that his body was not in dire straits. It was merely his arms that ached slightly and felt unresponsive. Such minor injuries, he believed, would heal quickly given his current strength, and he did not require a doctor's attention. Yet, Dr. Wang's next words left Qin Song utterly stunned. "You've been poisoned? Poisoned?" This revelation shocked not only Qin Song but also Qin Shuyu, who stood nearby. "How could I be poisoned? I dodged all the poison needles." Qin Song expressed disbelief. Indeed, the black-clad man had indeed used poison needles. But Qin Song was certain he had evaded all of them and had not been struck. However, from the look in the old doctor's eyes, it was clear that the situation was not as simple as he had imagined. "This poison is not from the needles you dodged. The specific cause of the poisoning remains elusive to the aged doctor. Dr. Wang shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyao's complexion grew even more pallid. Doctor, what poison has my brother been afflicted with? Is there an antidote? The sight of the two glaring blood marks on Qin Song's arms was painfully striking. Initially, they had presumed this was merely a consequence of Qin Song's excessive exertion, never anticipating that it was, in fact, a case of poisoning. Yet, Dr. Wang did not directly respond to Qin Shuyao's inquiries. Instead, he began to gather his tools and stepped away from Qin Song's side. Miss Qin, forgive my limited medical expertise. I truly cannot resolve this poison. However, I can offer some common remedies to alleviate the toxins affecting Captain Qin. With a heavy sigh, Dr. Wang cupped his hands in respect towards Qin Shuyao. This type of poison was unprecedented for him, which was why he had taken so long to ascertain that Qin Song's symptoms were indeed due to poisoning, rather than other injuries. Just as despair began to settle in, a cacophony erupted from outside the door, granting Qin Song the opportunity to sit up. Wang Shang had arrived, accompanied by several constables under Qin Song's command. Judging by their demeanor, they had just concluded a confrontation with Huang Qi and had come directly to Qin Song's side. Upon entering, Wang Sheng immediately noticed the old doctor packing his belongings and inquired, "Doctor, how is my superior?" Hearing Wang Sheng's question, Dr. Wang glanced up briefly before returning to his task. Once he had secured his medical box, he clasped his hands together and replied, "I have already informed Miss Qin about Captain Qin's condition. For now, there is no immediate danger, but the future remains uncertain." After addressing Wang Sheng, Dr. Wang turned back to Qin Shuyao, saying, "Miss Qin, if you follow my prescribed remedies, they can temporarily suppress the poison afflicting Captain Qin, until I can formulate an antidote and return to assist him." Dr. Wang performed a respectful bow before exiting the room without a backward glance. At this point, Qin Shuyao felt a whirlwind of confusion in her heart and did not see fit to escort the old doctor out as she had in the morning. Fortunately, among Qin Song's subordinates, there were those with keen perception who promptly stepped forward to see Dr. Wang off. Once Dr. Wang had left Qin Song's home, it was only then that Wang Sheng reacted, rushing over to Qin Song's side. "Boss, how did you also fall victim to poison?" "What do you mean by also poisoned?" Wang Sheng's words nearly caused Qin Song to choke. "Huang Qi has also been poisoned, reportedly ambushed by someone." He continued with a tinge of regret. "I heard that the assailant nearly took his life. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the magistrate's office, he might have already perished." Wang Sheng expressed his sentiments without a hint of sorrow for Huang Qi's plight. In fact, he felt a sense of amusement. However, upon learning that Qin Song was also poisoned, he immediately connected the dots between their two predicaments. Qin Song's mind was likewise brimming with curiosity. Previously, they had believed Huang Qi to be the mastermind behind the black-clad figures. But now it seemed the situation was far more intricate than they had anticipated. At the very least, Huang Qi's culpability had been diminished. Yet this left Qin Song with a complete lack of leads. "Let us go to the yamen," he declared, his thoughts solely focused on unraveling the mystery behind the black-clad individual. Only by doing so could he locate the accomplices of the black-clad figure and secure the antidote for himself. Chapter 50. Moving? Where do you think you're going? It's late, and you cannot roam about. Just as Qin Song and Wang Sheng reached the door, Qin Shuyao's voice rang out from behind them. The surrounding constables instinctively halted in their tracks, watching Qin Song and Wang Sheng. However, Wang Sheng was even more intimidated by Qin Shuyao than they were, and thus he too dared not move. Silently beseeching Qin Song for help. Clearly, Wang Sheng had overestimated Qin Song's standing at home. At that moment, with one foot already out the door, Qin Song instinctively withdrew it upon hearing his sister's words. "Shuyao, see, I am perfectly fine. Why not allow me to make a trip to the yamen?" Qin Song spoke earnestly, even hopping in place to demonstrate his well-being. Yet, regardless of Qin Song's efforts, Qin Shuyao remained resolute in her refusal. The onlookers could only urge Qin Song to stay home and recuperate for the night, considering the lateness of the hour. There would be no one at the yamen now, and everyone intended to return home after leaving Qin Song's side. Witnessing this collective sentiment, especially with Wang Sheng remaining silent, Qin Song could only nod in reluctant agreement with Qin Shuyao. However, as he observed his subordinates gradually departing, he deliberately retained Wang Sheng. Qin Shuyao was perplexed by this action and was about to inquire when she noticed that both Qin Song and Wang Sheng began to methodically gather items in the room. As if they had prearranged this, stop dawdling. Gather your belongings. We are moving, Qin Song urged, giving Qin Shuyao a brief bow before striding toward his room, which had been ravaged by fire. Although the damage from the fire had not been extensive, there were still some possessions that had survived. The remaining items were of little value, yet Qin Song worked quickly to clear them. Before long, he returned to Qin Shuyao's room, burdened with 2 bundles. By this time, Qin Shuyao had already complied with Qin Song's request and packed a large box of belongings, which now sat prominently in the center of her room. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng was nowhere to be found, and Qin Song searched for him in vain. Stop looking. I sent Wang Sheng to the kitchen to reheat the medicine for you, Qin Shuyao said, casting a disapproving glare at Qin Song. Just as she finished speaking, Wang Sheng appeared, each shoulder bearing a hefty bundle, while he held a porcelain bowl in his hands, rushing into the room. Hot, 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 he exclaimed, quickly placing the bowl on the table and rubbing his hands together to ease the heat. Observing Wang Sheng's frantic demeanor, Qin Song shook his head in disdain, swiftly taking the bowl from the table. Without pausing, he drank it all in one go, leaving Wang Sheng questioning whether Qin Song possessed any sense of taste at all. All right, the medicine is finished. I should leave before it gets completely dark, Qin Song declared, displaying the empty bowl to both Qin Shuyao and Wang Sheng. Seeing this, Qin Shuyao had no further objections and followed Qin Song and Wang Sheng out the door. What surprised Qin Song was that his sister managed to refrain from asking where they were headed, which left him quite astonished. As they walked, his gaze shifted between Wang Sheng and Qin Shuyao. Suspecting that Wang Sheng's loose lips had prematurely revealed their plans for a new home to Qin Shuyao, of course, it was also possible that Qin Shuyao had employed forceful methods to extract this information from Wang Sheng. Nevertheless, Qin Song leaned toward the former explanation. Since they had already visited the new residence once, their journey this time was significantly quicker. Even the bustling night market in the western part of the city could not hinder their progress. Naturally, Qin Shuyao was filled with curiosity about the night market and yearned to explore it. However, considering Qin Song's current condition, she could not bear to have her brother linger outside for too long. Thus, she suppressed her desire to browse the stalls and accompanied Qin Song to their new home. Initially, she had little hope for the new dwelling, but upon seeing the house Qin Song pointed to, she was utterly astonished. This is our new home, Qin Shuyao questioned in disbelief. Indeed, Qin Song replied proudly, what do you think? Not too shabby, is it? Upon witnessing his sister's astonished reaction, Qin Song felt a profound sense of satisfaction, especially as he glanced at Wang Sheng, whose gaze softened considerably. Initially, he had feared that the surprise he had meticulously prepared might have been inadvertently disclosed by Wang Sheng. However, to his surprise, Wang Sheng had not revealed to Qin Shuyu the true nature of the new residence he had procured. Yet, even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. Wang Sheng, who had hurriedly gone ahead to knock on the door, arrived with a family of 3 that he had scouted earlier that morning in the black market. Xiao Yu and her family had actually arrived at Qin Song's new abode some time ago, but they had been waiting for the master of the house to return. After nearly an entire night of waiting, their excitement was palpable upon finally seeing Qin Song. Under the guidance of the 2 adults, Xiao Yu and her family performed a grand gesture of respect towards Qin Song, welcoming the master home. The family's actions were utterly unexpected for Qin Song, and they only served to deepen Qin Shuyo's astonishment. Onlookers in the vicinity, however, regarded the spectacle with indifference, as such occurrences were commonplace in the affluent enclave of the city's west side. Yet, for Qin Song and Qin Shuyu, this was their first encounter with such a phenomenon. Even within Wang Sheng's household, there were several servants in attendance. It was Wang Sheng who quickly regained composure, suggesting, "Boss, perhaps we should step inside and discuss further." His voice jolted Qin Song back to reality. "All right, everyone, please rise," he commanded. "Yes, my lord." Before Qin Song could finish his sentence, Xiao Yu and her family scrambled to their feet, naturally gravitating towards Qin Song and Qin Shuyu to take the luggage from their hands. Chapter 51. The sisters' confusion. It took a considerable moment for Qin Shuyu to process the scene before her. The primary reason for her bewilderment was the opulence she observed within the new home, which left her utterly astounded. "Brother, is this such a grand house really yours?" she inquired, her expression one of disbelief. Such a magnificent dwelling was something beyond the wildest imaginings of their family, let alone the prospect of residing in it. Only when Qin Shuyu had confirmed her own potential as a cultivator had she dared to dream of such luxuries. But that fantasy was swiftly dashed by her teacher's words. In the future, if she truly entered a sect to cultivate, everything mundane would become irrelevant to her. Thus, Qin Song bringing her to this new home elicited such excitement and shock. Of course, this is a reward from the government for my recent achievements, Qin Song declared proudly, relishing the adoration reflected in his sister's eyes. After entering the new residence, Qin Song was equally pleased with the services provided by Xing Wu, who had not only ensured that Xiao Yu's family appeared presentable, but had also refurbished the furniture he had pre-ordered. Though the expenditure of 2 taels of gold had been somewhat painful for Qin Song, in hindsight, it seemed entirely worthwhile, especially as he observed the satisfaction radiating from his sister as she surveyed her surroundings. "Brother, how much did all this cost?" Qin Shuyu asked, her curiosity piqued as she approached Qin Song. However, he evaded the question, knowing that divulging such information would likely lead to his modest bounty disappearing in no time. Thus, he attempted to deflect the inquiry, but such tactics proved challenging with a sister who had grown up by his side. Fortunately, the timely arrival of Xiao Yu provided Qin Song with a perfect excuse to change the subject. "Xiao Yu, come here." Xiao Yu, who had been pouring tea for Qin Song and Qin Shuyu, promptly set down the teapot and approached them with a compliant demeanor. However, she could not suppress her trembling as she looked at Qin Song. Noticing this, Qin Shuyu pulled Xiao Yu into her embrace without hesitation. "No bullying Xiao Yu," she declared fiercely. "Who says I'm bullying her?" Qin Song replied, exasperated, spreading his hands in mock innocence. "You can ask her yourself," he added. "If it weren't for me, her family would still be suffering." Xiao Yu lowered her head, appearing as though she had committed a grave offense, hiding in Qin Shuyu's embrace, but she nodded vigorously in agreement with Qin Song's statement. "Humph, even so, it doesn't excuse you from bullying her in the future." Qin Shuyu shot a warning glance at Qin Song, then affectionately stroked Xiao Yu's head, saying, "Xiao Yu, if my brother ever bullies you, just tell me, and I'll teach him a lesson for you. My sister is a cultivator and quite formidable." "Really?" Xiao Yu looked up, her face brimming with envy. Despite her young age, she had a clear understanding of what cultivators represented. Although she was unsure of their exact powers, her parents' descriptions and her own experiences had led her to believe that cultivators were the most powerful beings in existence. The moment Qin Shuyu claimed to be a cultivator, Xiao Yu immediately regarded her as the most formidable person she had ever encountered. "Indeed, it is true, though I am not one just yet." Qin Song interjected before Qin Shuyu could speak, thus revealing the truth and inadvertently undermining his own boast. This left Qin Shuyu on the verge of an outburst. Had it not been for the consideration of Qin Song's current condition, she would have certainly engaged him in a more spirited discussion. Nonetheless, Qin Song seemed unperturbed, smiling at Qin Shuyu. "Oh, not be upset. I called Xiao Yu over so she could accompany you for a few days of cultivation. I sense this little girl possesses extraordinary potential. Perhaps by being with you, she might one day step into the realm of cultivation." "Her?" Qin Shuyu glanced down at Xiao Yu in her arms, her gaze now bearing a hint of scrutiny. Although she was puzzled by Qin Song's assertion, her understanding of his character told her that he would not make such claims lightly. However, upon closer inspection of Xiao Yu, she found no particular distinguishing traits that set her apart. If one were to extract an explanation, it might simply be that the girl was exceptionally beautiful, destined to captivate many suitors in the future. As this thought crossed her mind, Qin Shuyu's expression towards Qin Song shifted, her eyes now filled with a wary glint, contemplating the need for her parents to find her a suitable brother or a husband. Previously, she had paid little attention to such matters, but now she felt a significant change in her surroundings. Qin Song, noticing his sister's intense gaze, was left bewildered, uncertain as to what had triggered her reaction. Could it be that Qin Shuyu had discerned Xiao Yu's potential as a cultivator? No, that seemed improbable. Qin Song did not believe that someone who had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation could perceive another's potential without any form of assistance. Not everyone possessed the same system as he did. Suddenly, it struck Qin Song that he had yet to extract rewards from Xiao Yu. Shifting his focus back to her, he realized a new concern had arisen. He had just suggested that Xiao Yu accompany Qin Shuyu, and now he could not possibly retract that statement. With this in mind, Qin Song felt compelled to find a way to discreetly divert Qin Shuyu's attention. "Well then, the evening is growing late. Shuyu, I will have Wang Ma take you to your room to freshen up, while I ask Xiao Yu to stay behind to assist me with a few matters." Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Qin Shuyao hesitated as she gazed at him. Only after discerning no peculiar meaning in Qin Song's eyes did she nod and eagerly make her way to her chamber. However, after Qin Shuyao departed, Xiaoyu found herself alone in the presence of Qin Song, and at that moment, she began to tremble once more. Observing this, Qin Song did not press the young girl but instead instructed her to massage his legs. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Song finally commenced the extraction of rewards from Xiaoyu. Chapter 52. The sacred body of Yuanling. Due to Xiaoyu's relatively weak prowess, the entire extraction process was notably less prolonged compared to others. While enjoying the leg massage from Xiaoyu, Qin Song attentively monitored an invisible progress bar, eagerly anticipating what rewards he might acquire from her. Although he was aware that such anticipation was likely to culminate in disappointment, a feeling persisted within him. From the very moment he laid eyes on Xiaoyu, his subconscious had whispered that this little girl possessed something exceptionally unique. Yet, thus far, he had failed to identify what that uniqueness was. In comparison to her peers on the streets, Xiaoyu was evidently much more timid. However, conversely, she demonstrated a level of maturity that surpassed that of other children. Just as Qin Song was pondering her peculiarities, the progress bar reached its pinnacle. Ding! Extraction successful. Cultivation level 1. Sacred body of Yuanling. Qin Song stared in astonishment, hardly able to believe the notification before him. A sip of tea he had just taken nearly caused him to choke. The sudden fit of coughing startled Xiaoyu, who had been concentrating on her task. It's nothing. It's nothing. Qin Song coughed as he waved off Xiaoyu, who had moved to assist him. Is the master all right? Xiaoyu inquired timidly. This marked her first instance of speaking to Qin Song alone, and her voice trembled with apprehension. It's nothing to worry about. Qin Song waved his hand dismissively. And please, refrain from calling me master in the future. I am not that old. Just call me young master. Xiaoyu, though hesitant to argue with Qin Song's request, did not rush to change her address. The term she used was instilled in her by her mother, and she felt it necessary to consult her mother regarding whether to address him as young master. Despite Qin Song now being the head of their household, Xiaoyu did not yet grasp that concept. All right, you have no further business here, so you may return. Qin Song observed the girl's unease and, having achieved his objective, decided not to prolong her stay. Watching her flee in distress, he shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless as he picked up the teacup from the table. He believed that, while he might not be uniquely handsome, he certainly ranked among the more attractive individuals in the entirety of Tianyuan City. Yet, he could not fathom what aspect of himself could possibly instill such fear in Xiaoyu, causing her to tremble so whenever she beheld him. However, based on the reward he had just extracted, it seemed Xiaoyu might indeed be a veritable treasure. The name sacred body of Yuanling alone suggested an impressive significance. Yet, due to Qin Song's limited understanding of the cultivation attributes in this world, he remained uncertain about the specific advantages this body type might confer. Although it was common knowledge that two cultivators stood behind Qin Song, neither had formally embarked on their cultivation journey, placing them at a considerable disadvantage compared to others. Thus, consulting them about such matters seemed less effective than experiencing it himself. Without further ado, Qin Song promptly claimed the reward he had extracted and began to perceive the transformation brought forth by the sacred body of Yuanling. As the energy within him began to circulate along the pathways outlined in the Zhixiao heart method, Qin Song felt a powerful current surging within him, enhancing the flow of energy at least twofold compared to before. This exhilarating sensation indicated a significantly accelerated absorption rate of the natural spiritual energy, rendering his cultivation efforts far more efficient. Moreover, he sensed that, with this enhancement, the breakthrough he sought was tantalizingly close. Concurrently, while channeling the energy, Qin Song remained acutely aware of his poisoned state. Thus, he endeavored to identify and eliminate the toxins concealed within his body while simultaneously cultivating. This was a feat previously deemed impossible, given his lack of mastery over bodily control and spiritual energy manipulation. Yet, with the sacred body of Yuanling, these challenges no longer posed significant issues. Now, Qin Song perceived his body as if it were mirrored, allowing him to effortlessly monitor his condition without exertion. Furthermore, his command over spiritual energy felt instinctual, requiring minimal effort on his part. He found great satisfaction in this newfound state. However, he believed that this was not the entirety of the sacred body's abilities. Surely, something worthy of the title sacred body would possess more than mere basic capabilities. Yet, Such discoveries would have to await future endeavors. At present, the critical task was to swiftly locate and eradicate the toxins hidden within him and to attempt a breakthrough of his current limitations. According to the descriptions within the Zhixiao Heart method, Qin Song was at the level of a first-stage postnatal cultivator, merely a novice in the realm of cultivation. This placed him at a considerable disadvantage compared to Yu Shang, who had been captured, and Qian Inger from the prison break incident. Particularly, Yu Shang was recorded to possess strength around the 5th stage of postnatal cultivation, while Qian Inger was slightly weaker at the 2nd stage. This disparity explained why Qin Song had been able to withstand one of Qian Inger's attacks without sustaining severe injuries. The gap in their powers was not insurmountable, coupled with the fact that Qian Inger was presumably not adept in combat. Qin Song was confident that, should he successfully break through this time, his strength would surpass that of Qian Inger. Given another opportunity to confront her, he would undoubtedly prevent a repeat of their previous encounter and ensure that his sister's potential as a cultivator remained undisclosed. Of course, the past was immutable, and he could not reverse time. Lost in thought, Qin Song finally pinpointed the trace of poison lurking within his body. To call it a trace was no exaggeration. He felt that such a minuscule amount of toxin could hardly inflict any harm on him. Yet, he dared not gamble with his life and resolved to find a way to eliminate this hair-thin toxin. This predicament left Qin Song in a quandary. Lacking medical knowledge, he was uncertain of the nature of this toxin and its composition, rendering him at a loss for how to proceed. Just then, a peculiar surge of energy within him swiftly enveloped the toxin. Chapter 53. Breakthrough. This unexpected occurrence took Qin Song by surprise. By the time he regained his composure, the trace of poison had vanished without a trace. No matter how diligently he searched, he could no longer detect that wisp of toxin. Was it truly resolved? Qin Song found it hard to believe that this Yuanling's sacred body possessed the ability to detoxify. This revelation ignited a deep sense of excitement within him. Although the toxin had not caused significant reactions in his body, merely leaving 2 faint marks on his arm, it remained an unknown poison, and he knew that it could jeopardize his life at any moment. Fortunately, the antidote had been effective, allowing Qin Song to feel a profound sense of relief. Nonetheless, his interest in the Yuanling's sacred body grew even stronger. He pondered whether this unique constitution offered additional benefits beyond detoxification, ideally including the capacity for self-healing. Qin Song was eager to conduct experiments, but his injuries had nearly healed, and he was loath to inflict harm upon himself for the sake of testing. After relinquishing this thought, he rolled up his sleeves to examine his arms. Following the detoxification, the 2 bloodstains on his arms had not vanished entirely. Rather, they had faded significantly, if one did not scrutinize closely. They might easily overlook the fact that these areas had once been injured. Qin Song was pleased with such an outcome. If all traces had disappeared overnight, it would certainly raise suspicions. His current objective was to live discreetly, continually utilizing his identity to aid those with cultivation levels. Only in this way could he enhance his own strength and establish his footing in this world. With this in mind, Qin Song returned to a state of cultivation, resolutely striving to break through his cultivation bottleneck. Now that the hidden dangers within his body had been resolved, he was determined not to squander this rare opportunity. Ever since he acquired the ability to draw rewards, he had yet to engage in a proper session of cultivation. Therefore, he approached tonight's practice with utmost seriousness. It was not until the late hours of the night that Qin Song finally paused in his training. He opened his eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling a breath of turbid air. He had indeed encountered a bottleneck. After this period of cultivation, Qin Song could distinctly sense an invisible barrier obstructing his progress within his body. Upon attempting to utilize his spiritual energy to break through, he discovered that this barrier had only slightly loosened, yet it was not insurmountable. Qin Song was confident that with a few more attempts, he would break through to the 2nd tier of postnatal cultivation. Maintaining a calm demeanor and avoiding impatience, he understood this principle well. At this moment, he chose to first adjust his physical state and wait until everything peaked before making a decisive breakthrough. He had no knowledge of what other cultivators experienced when breaking through their bottlenecks, nor did he have anyone to consult. Thus, Qin Song could only rely on his own methods. While not necessarily the best approach, it was, at least in his view, the most prudent course of action. After meditating for a while, Qin Song felt that both his mental and spiritual energies had reached their zenith, especially after acquiring the Yuanling's sacred body. He had become acutely sensitive to the surrounding spiritual energy, in his perception. His room was now filled with spiritual energy, akin to a small gathering array. Of course, this was entirely due to the Yuanling's sacred body, and had little to do with him personally. Even if he wished to control the influx of spiritual energy, he found himself powerless to do so, leaving it to flow ceaselessly into his body. This situation did cause him some concern. He was not the only one in the household with such a constitution. Xiaoyu possessed the same traits. If Xiaoyu were to begin her cultivation, would their home not transform into a large gathering array? The influx of spiritual energy would likely attract the attention of their neighbors, and perhaps even draw the gaze of some formidable individuals in the city. However, Qin Song could not afford to dwell on these matters. He felt that the opportunity to break through the bottleneck was imminent. Thus, he focused all his mental energy on this endeavor. Slowly closing his eyes, Qin Song began to circulate his spiritual energy. Following the trajectory outlined in the Zixiao heart method in the room, the spiritual energy around him surged wildly into his body. As the influx of spiritual energy intensified, Qin Song's body temperature rose, and his skin gradually flushed red. He felt as though the blood within him was boiling, forming a powerful flow of heat in his dantian, coursing rapidly through his meridians and ultimately flooding his limbs and bones. This state persisted for a while, and soon beads of sweat began to trickle down Qin Song's forehead. Yet he remained oblivious, steadfastly holding his posture. Thus, Qin Song continued to absorb vast amounts of external spiritual energy while fervently operating the Zixiao heart method. He sensed that the spiritual energy within him had reached its peak, leaving no room for more. However, due to the unique properties of the Yuanling's sacred body, he continued to absorb spiritual energy involuntarily. At this moment, Qin Song could only strive to maintain his current state while amplifying the impact against the bottleneck. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The spiritual energy within him surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, crashing through the barrier that had previously hindered his progress. With a thunderous roar, a sound reverberated through Qin Song's body, causing his aura to spike instantly, even shattering the porcelain cup resting on the table. He had finally achieved his breakthrough, ascending to the second tier of postnatal cultivation. In that moment, as he felt the surge of energy within him, Qin Song realized he was indeed much stronger than before. Exhaling deeply, Qin Song promptly activated the breath-holding technique, consolidating his aura. In an instant, he returned to his former state. Thanks to the breath-holding technique, an ordinary person would hardly perceive that he was now a cultivator at the second tier of postnatal cultivation. However, it was only after completing these actions that Qin Song noticed the disarray in his room. Considering the late hour, he did not wish to trouble anyone else to clean up, so he set about tidying the space himself. It was fortuitous that he had just broken through. He possessed an abundance of energy to spare. Chapter 54. Body Refinement. After a sleepless night, Qin Song rose at dawn. He had assumed that the house would be quiet at this hour. Yet upon arriving in the courtyard, he discovered that Xiaoyu's parents were already awake, diligently tending to the weeds. These chores had never been assigned by Qin Song. They were entirely the couple's own initiative. Seeing them so industrious reassured Qin Song. After all, he had brought them in to assist him with household matters, and he would have considered returning them if they exhibited any lack of diligence. Of course, with Xiaoyu in the equation, Qin Song had thought carefully before making such decisions. However, given the current circumstances, there seemed to be no need for such deliberations. Xiaoyu's parents soon noticed Qin Song's presence, and they quickly set aside their tools to approach him. "Young master, why are you up so early? There is still an hour until your shift begins," they inquired, clearly aware of Qin Song's schedule. Although they initially struggled with the new form of address, they would naturally grow accustomed to it over time, and it's nothing. "I just had some things on my mind, which kept me awake," Qin Song replied, waving his hand as he stretched in the courtyard. "Would you like me to prepare breakfast for you now?" Xiaoyu's mother asked timidly. Qin Song observed her demeanor, which bore a striking resemblance to Xiaoyu when they had first met. It was evident that they were indeed mother and daughter. Nevertheless, Qin Song did not dwell on this, as he had previously assessed Xiaoyu's parents after discovering her potential as a cultivator. The results of that assessment had revealed that neither of them possessed any cultivation abilities. It was clear that Xiaoyu's parents were simply an ordinary couple, not practitioners of cultivation. With this understanding, Qin Song's attitude towards them shifted significantly. "Does Wang Jie still know how to cook?" Qin Song inquired of Xiaoyu's mother. "She can manage a bit, though her dishes differ somewhat from those of the Great Xia dynasty. I am not sure if young master and miss are accustomed to them. She replied, that's not an issue. Just prepare whatever you can. Qin Song reassured her. Qin Song nodded in agreement, stating that he no longer had significant aspirations regarding food. After sampling the culinary offerings of this world, he realized that the differences from his past life were not substantial. As long as he could satiate his hunger, it made little difference to him. By the way, here is this month's living expenses. You may take it for now. After I step out, please inquire with Shu Yao about any additional items that may be needed. Use this money to purchase them, and if it falls short, simply come to the yamen to find me. Qin Song halted Wang Hui, who was about to leave, and retrieved a pouch of pre-exchanged silver, handing it over to her. Xiao Yu's parents were utterly astonished by Qin Song's gesture. They could not comprehend why this young man placed such trust in them. However, they were acutely aware that their current status was merely that of servants in the Qin household. The act of managing funds seemed an impossibility for them, akin to a dream. Thus, at that moment, rather than accepting the money offered by Qin Song, Wang Hui knelt before him, repeatedly bowing her head to the ground. Qin Song was perplexed by their actions and had no comprehension of the words they uttered. His reluctance to engage stemmed purely from laziness, and partly from a desire to prevent Qin Shuyao from discovering his little treasure trove, lest his recently acquired private funds be depleted before he could enjoy them. As for the possibility of this couple absconding with the money, Qin Song harbored no concerns. After all, their daughter Xiao Yu remained in the company of his sister. Even if the couple were to flee with the funds, he deemed the transaction worthwhile. Spending a modest sum to secure a devoted practitioner in the future was undeniably a profitable exchange. Consequently, Qin Song chose to disregard the couple's peculiar behavior, instructing them to fetch a large bucket of water for him in the study before turning to leave the courtyard. Heading directly to the study. The study in the new home had been designated even before Qin Song moved in. Originally, there was a study in the residence, filled with numerous books. Once he officially took residence, Xiangwu had specially crafted a bookshelf with hidden compartments to meet Qin Song's specifications. Naturally, he would not store anything of great importance therein. However, it served as an excellent place for lesser items. For instance, several medicinal concoctions obtained from Meng Shou, intended for cultivation, were tucked away in that secret compartment. According to the instructions from Steward Song, these herbs should be used after completing all the movements of the body refinement training, soaking them in water for use. Thus, during the interval while Wang Hui and her husband prepared the water, Qin Song commenced his body refinement process. Desiring to keep his cultivation a secret from Qin Shuyao, Qin Song chose the study, accessible only to him, as his sanctuary for practice. Fortunately, the body refinement movements were few and required minimal range of motion. Coupled with his current strength being at the second stage of postnatal development, he found the practice quite manageable. However, upon reaching the third repetition, he began to feel his stamina waning. Every muscle in his body felt as if it were being scorched, burning with pain. Yet, the texts indicated that these movements needed to be repeated at least 5 times before the specific medicinal bath would yield results. Otherwise, the entire training session would be rendered ineffective. Thus, Qin Song persevered through the excruciating agony, gritting his teeth to endure. During the 4th repetition, he relied solely on sheer willpower to continue, his body drenched in sweat, as if doused by a torrential downpour. At that critical moment, he suddenly sensed a refreshing energy coursing through his body, revitalizing his organs. He recognized that this energy must be the benefit bestowed by the Yuanling's sacred body. However, he had no time to contemplate. He seized the opportunity to complete the 5th and final repetition. Chapter 55. The perfect body having painstakingly fulfilled the minimum requirement for body refinement, repeating the designated movements 5 times. Qin Song felt as though he were on the brink of death. This sensation was unprecedented, even in the face of attempted assassination. Yet, after enduring this body refinement technique, he acutely felt its arduous nature. No wonder Meng Shou had previously cautioned him that practicing this body refinement technique to become a cultivator was an endeavor that transcended one's limits. He was uncertain how others fared during their training, but for him, already at the 2nd stage of postnatal development, the entire experience was excruciating, requiring an extraordinary will to endure. Of course, Qin Song had not possessed such determination prior to attempting this. Were it not for the sudden appearance of that cool energy within him, he would never have been able to complete this body refinement session. After finishing the movements, however, a crucial step remained. Yet, Xiao Yu's parents had not yet prepared the hot water, indicating that he would have to wait a while longer. Nevertheless, Qin Song did not remain idle. He noticed that after concluding the body refinement training, his dantians, having been filled with spiritual energy from the previous night's cultivation, were now nearly depleted. Furthermore, without any conscious effort on his part, his body began to voraciously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Simultaneously, that refreshing energy previously felt began to circulate throughout his body, intertwining with the spiritual energy within him. The sensations of burning and coolness fluctuated, creating a paradox of temperature that left Qin Song feeling as if he were caught in a realm of both ice and fire. Teetering on the brink of explosion, just then, a knock at the door interrupted his turmoil. The timing was fortuitous. Had it arrived a moment later, Qin Song could not guarantee he would retain any semblance of consciousness. "Come in," he rasped. Outside the door, Xiao Yu's father, unaware of the change in Qin Song's voice due to the barrier of the door, struggled to fill a large wooden tub with hot water. Qin Song sat behind his desk, feigning calmness while observing. He longed to assist, believing it might expedite the process, yet his current physical condition forbade him from rising from the bench. His trembling legs left him uncertain of how many steps he could take without collapsing, and the prospect of kneeling midway through was far too embarrassing. Thus, to avoid any potential humiliation, Qin Song opted to remain seated and inactive. The scalding hot water was continuously poured into the wooden tub, and the rising steam gradually enveloped the entire study. Qin Song's vision blurred with the appearance of the vapor, and when he looked at Xiao Yu's father, he could only discern a faint silhouette. "Young master, the water is ready. It is still quite hot, so I will fetch some well water to temper it. No need. You may leave now at this moment." Qin Song had reached the brink of consciousness, unable to wait any longer. Thus, as soon as Xiao Yu's father spoke, he promptly declined. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Song Enyo dared not inquire further and left the study without delay. Before arriving at Qin Song's residence, their family was already aware of his identity and, knowing that their master was a constable, Song Enyo felt no courage to defy Qin Song's words. However, before departing, he couldn't help but glance back at the wooden tub in the room. As it contained water that had just been boiled by him and his wife, he feared that if Qin Song entered at that moment, he might scald himself and ultimately blame them for it. Yet, upon hearing Qin Song's authoritative tone, Song Enyo felt utterly helpless. After Song Enyo exited, Qin Song, disregarding other matters, seized the medicinal herbs from the table and rushed toward the tub, shedding his clothes along the way. By the time he reached the tub, his entire body was already flushed red. With blurred vision, he opened the herbs in his hand and poured them all into the tub. Subsequently, with a plop, Qin Song submerged himself entirely in the tub, immersing his body in the medicinal liquid. There was no time for him to relish the experience. He immediately felt an even more intense heat enveloping him than before, igniting his body. At that moment, the cool energy within him seemed to exert little effect. Nevertheless, Qin Song had little energy left to ponder this. Following the method acquired from Meng Shou, he summoned the last remnants of his spiritual power and activated it in accordance with the trajectory outlined in the Zixiao Heart method. After completing these actions, Qin Song fell into a deep unconsciousness. Time passed unnoticed until Qin Song finally opened his eyes. Before him lay the familiar surroundings of the study. He attempted to shift his body, only to discover that he was still in the wooden tub, albeit the water had turned frigid. The mist in the room had dissipated, and sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the entire study. Judging by the intensity of the sunlight, Qin Song estimated he had been in the tub for at least an hour. Under normal circumstances, a person soaking in water for 2 hours would likely have reached their limit. Yet even now, Qin Song felt no discomfort. Even in the ICTUBIT was only when he prepared to emerge that he noticed the once clear water had become murky, accompanied by a peculiar odor. This scent was overwhelmingly pungent, nearly causing Qin Song to faint once more. Realizing he was still immersed in such water, he sprang out of the tub as if propelled by springs. Fortunately, no one else was in the study, allowing Qin Song to unabashedly admire his own flawless physique. To his astonishment, he discovered that the wounds on his arms and shoulders had vanished. Even more remarkably, he noted that his skin had not only become fairer but also significantly stronger, as if encased in a layer of jade armor that produced a resonant sound when lightly struck. Qin Song was astounded by this outcome. He had never anticipated that merely practicing body tempering would yield such results, leaving him somewhat incredulous. Chapter 56. Changes in the Yamen. Though deeply surprised, the reality before him compelled Qin Song to accept the situation. Had it not been for his desire to conceal his status as a practitioner, he would have sought out Meng Shou to inquire whether all who practiced body tempering underwent such transformations. However, Qin Song recognized that he was distinctly different from the typical practitioners. Most critically, he had recently acquired the Yuanling's sacred body, which might very well be a contributing factor to his current condition. Yet, now that he had undergone such a transformation, he saw little merit in delving further into it. With the ailments and toxins in his body resolved, the next priority was to swiftly investigate the origins of the cloaked figures. However, this matter presented a degree of difficulty, particularly with Qin Suyao still at home. It would be quite a test of his skills to venture out at this time. Thankfully, Qin Suyao was known for her fondness for sleeping in, and Qin Song could only hope that his sister had not yet risen. After carefully dressing, he opened the study door with caution, and his eyes immediately fell upon Xiaoyu, who was passing by with a lunchbox in hand. Sensing something amiss, Xiaoyu glanced toward the study as she walked. Upon seeing Qin Song's enigmatic demeanor, she paused in confusion but then obediently approached him. Not wishing to decipher his sister's state, Qin Song asked directly, "Has Miss Xu Yao awakened?" "Yes, but she doesn't wish to come out. So she asked me to bring her breakfast," Xiaoyu replied softly. "Very well, then be on your way." Observing the food container in Xiaoyu's hands, Qin Song understood that she was indeed telling the truth. This was the first time he had encountered such a version of Qin Shuyao. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on this detail. Instead, he seized the opportunity to slip out of the house. Of course, Qin Song did not waste the breakfast prepared by Xiaoyu's mother, but rather packed it to take with him to the Yamen. Meng Shou had allotted him only 7 days, compelling Qin Song to utilize every moment judiciously. Otherwise, he would have no time to unravel the circumstances surrounding the cloaked figures. Currently, he was nearly devoid of any information regarding them. Aside from knowing the name of the first assailant, he had no knowledge of the second, not even their name. Thus, he resolved to head to the Yamen himself to clarify the situation. Even if the poison within him remained unresolved, he would employ every means at his disposal to investigate the circumstances surrounding the cloaked figures. However, the time was considerably later than his usual visits to the Yamen. Inside the Yamen, the atmosphere was bustling with activity as everyone busied themselves with their tasks. Qin Song observed several of his former subordinates now being directed hither and thither by some obscure clerks, clearly indicating that his position as constable had been disregarded. Yet, Qin Song was not particularly surprised by this. It was likely that news of his poisoning had spread within the Yamen, leading others to believe that he might not survive much longer. What these individuals had not anticipated was his return, and upon seeing him at the entrance of the Yamen, they immediately panicked and fled toward the back hall. They understood Qin Song's temperament. If they did not make a hasty retreat, they would likely face dire consequences. In light of this situation, his subordinates approached him with expressions of grievance, recounting their experiences of being bullied during his absence. Not only Qin Song's subordinates but also Huang Qi, who was similarly injured and poisoned, found his own men in a precarious position. It was evident that within the Yamen, the literati still looked down upon the martial class, revealing their true colors after the loss of 2 key figures. Nevertheless, Qin Song refrained from pursuing this matter further, choosing to set it aside for the time being. Once the case of the cloaked figures was resolved, he would ensure that those clerks who had bullied his subordinates would face their reckoning. After offering a few words of comfort to his subordinates, Qin Song made his way to his own quarters. There, he found Wang Sheng tidying up the room, accompanied by several of his trusted aides. Witnessing this scene, Qin Song felt no joy. Rather, he was struck by a sense of helplessness. This should have been their time for patrols. Yet instead of surveying the streets, they were cleaning his room, indicating that they, too, had faced difficulties. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Song's cough, Wang Sheng and the others froze momentarily, their eyes lighting up with joy. "Boss, Qin too. Constable, you have finally returned." They all rushed to Qin Song's side, welcoming him warmly. "Why have you not been patrolling?" Qin Song inquired after taking a seat. It's those scoundrels, taking advantage of their connections with the county magistrate's office. They've assigned our patrol duties to the Imperial Guards," one replied. "Yes, it's not just us. Even Huang Qi's men have been sidelined," another added. Hearing this, Qin Song found it somewhat perplexing. Huang Qi's men have nothing to do now. Indeed, boss. Wang Sheng poured a cup of tea and placed it before Qin Song, expressing his concerns about the potent poison that Huang Qizhong had ingested. Although he had survived, it was likely that his time left was limited. This shouldn't be the case. What about his uncle? Qin Song pondered, sensing that the developments were diverging from his initial expectations. Initially, he believed that after being poisoned, Huang Qiz, despite his injuries, remained the strongest force within the Yamen. However, the current circumstances suggested that there were others within the Yamen who harbored a strong animosity toward Huang Qiz. Yet, Qin Song remained uncertain about the identity of this individual. Huang Qiz was known for his arrogance. Having offended countless people in the Yamen, and any one of them could bear a grudge against him, making it difficult to pinpoint the culprit. Nevertheless, it was reasonable to deduce that this person likely belonged to the ranks of the civil officials. Whether this individual had any connection to Wang Zhu would remain unknown for now. Regardless, Qin Song needed to concentrate on the most pressing matters at hand. He turned to Wang Sheng and instructed, "Let us set aside these concerns for the moment. Take the most experienced coroner in the Yamen and accompany me to the prison." Chapter 57. The young coroner to the prison? Wang Sheng asked in surprise. "Are you all right, boss? What about your injuries?" Compared to others, Wang Sheng was evidently more aware of Qin Song's specific condition. He had been too overjoyed upon seeing Qin Song to notice his status earlier. "You needn't worry about that. Just do as I say." Qin Song waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to elaborate. Such matters could not be easily explained, and he felt no inclination to do so. Fortunately, Wang Sheng and the others had been well trained and did not press the issue further. Instead, they turned and left the room. Seeing Wang Sheng assigned a task, the others gathered around Qin Song, eager to contribute. Unfortunately, at that moment, Qin Song had no substantial tasks to offer them. The only assignment he could delegate was for them to revisit the inquiries recorded in the previous documents. Retracing their steps to gather information about the mysterious figure in black and his activities since arriving in Tianyuan City. Qin Song believed that while these tasks might pose challenges for others, they would be relatively straightforward for his subordinates, who were accustomed to navigating the alleys and streets, mingling with a diverse array of individuals. Finding a person, or even a lost dog, would hardly be an insurmountable task for them. This was perhaps the only legacy from Qin Song's previous life, and he intended to make full use of it to uncover the whereabouts of the enigmatic figure in black throughout the city. As the room that had once been filled with people grew quiet, leaving only Qin Song behind, he stretched his limbs and retrieved the documents he had obtained from Meng Shou, beginning to scrutinize them anew. Had he not experienced the events of the previous day, he might have doubted that the figure in black was associated with Chun Inger. However, after the attack, he was now certain that this figure was part of an organization with intentions that likely centered around himself. The reason behind Huang Qi's similar attack remained a mystery to Qin Song. If anyone in the Yamen had summoned an assassin to eliminate him, it would undoubtedly be Huang Qi's. Yet now Huang Qi's fate hung in the balance. Eliminating the most plausible suspect. After all, Qin Song knew well that Huang Qi's greatest fear was death. From Wang Sheng's report after confronting Huang Qi's, it appeared that the poison Huang Qi's had been subjected to was considerably more potent than his own. It was said that Huang Qi's uncle had already leveraged his connections to request the county magistrate to summon a royal physician from the Chu prince's residence to administer an antidote. Unfortunately, the county magistrate seemed reluctant to trouble the royal household for the sake of a mere constable. Therefore, whether Huang Qi's could survive remained uncertain, of course, had Qin Song not acquired the Yuanling's sacred body the previous day. His fate would likely have mirrored Huang Qi's. Even as a cultivator, he had heard no tales of any cultivator being immune to poison. While contemplating the identity of the figure in black, Wang Sheng returned to his chamber, this time accompanied by a young man whom Qin Song recognized. However, his interactions with this individual had been limited, as he had only recently begun his tenure as a coroner, less than a month prior. "I recall mentioning the need for an experienced coroner. Why have you brought me a novice?" Qin Song sighed in exasperation. Wang Sheng, equally frustrated, responded, "It's not that I didn't seek someone more experienced, but there is only old E left in the Yamen." "What of the others?" Qin Song inquired, genuinely taken aback. Although the Yamen often dealt with trivial matters, incidents involving fatalities were not uncommon. Typically, the county magistrate's office would dismiss less severe cases, ultimately landing them in the Yamen's lap. Therefore, one would expect a sufficient number of coroners to be available, at least a dozen. Yet Wang Sheng informed him that not a single one was present, save for a newly appointed young coroner. Were he a normal person, Qin Song would not have bothered pursuing the matter further. However, he was somewhat familiar with the young man before him, who had inherited his father's position as coroner following the latter's untimely demise in an accident. The Yamen had appointed this young man to succeed his father out of consideration for his family. In response to Qin Song's skepticism, the young man stepped forward, addressing him. Respected Qin Constable, the personnel in the Yamen have all been reassigned to the county magistrate's office early this morning. Reassigned? By the county magistrate? Qin Song's curiosity deepened. The number of coroners at the county magistrate's office far exceeded those in the Yamen. What could necessitate such a large contingent? As Qin Song pondered this, the young man continued, though I may appear youthful, I have been apprenticing under my father for over a decade, making me a reasonably experienced coroner. Oh? Qin Song regarded the young man with newfound interest. Very well then. Gather your tools and accompany me. Having spoken, Qin Song took the lead and strode out of the room, not pausing for Wang Shang and the coroner behind him. Time, at this juncture, was of the essence for Qin Song. He had been allotted a mere 7 days by Meng Shou. Should he fail to uncover the clues regarding the man in black within this time frame, Qin Song understood that his aspirations to assume the position of the chief constable would be rendered nearly impossible. Even if Huang Qi were to falter this time, Qin Song was certain that the Yamen would elevate another individual to the role of constable, pitting him against a formidable rival. Consequently, Qin Song, having lost his standing with Meng Shou, would find himself at a distinct disadvantage in the pursuit of the chief constable's position. Such an outcome would be a significant blow to Qin Song's subsequent plans, and he was resolute in not allowing this opportunity to slip through his fingers. Only by successfully securing the chief constable's position could Qin Song engage with more practitioners, thereby acquiring substantial rewards to bolster his own powers. Chapter 58. The terrifying forces. Soon enough, Qin Song, accompanied by Wang Shang and the others, returned to the Yamen's prison. However, compared to his initial visit, the guards at the prison entrance had significantly diminished. Following the resolution of the prison break incident, Yu Shang had been incarcerated once more in the Yamen's dungeon. The elite guards stationed there had been reassigned, replaced by the Yamen's own sentinels. As a result, Qin Song encountered far less stringent scrutiny upon entering the prison this time. Furthermore, the guards recognized him, and without any inquiry, they permitted him and his companions to enter. Qin Song had two primary objectives for this visit to the Yamen's prison. First, he intended to reassess the cause of death of the two men in black. No-one understood the circumstances surrounding their demise better than he did, especially since he had personally dispatched them. Yet, to Qin Song's astonishment, both the conclusions drawn by the Yamen and the coroner's findings deviated from the actual facts. Initially, he suspected that someone was aiding him in covering up the truth. However, with the second man in black's death being attributed to strangulation, despite having been killed with a single punch from Qin Xiao, the incongruity left Qin Song perplexed. Had it not been for Wang Shang's revelation the previous day, he might still be oblivious to this matter. Connecting this with the earlier incident involving the first man in black, Qin Song sensed an invisible force manipulating events within the Yamen. This force was likely the very thing Meng Shou wanted him to investigate. However, unraveling the hidden powers at play was no simple task. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly faced assassination attempts. Before long, Qin Song and Wang Sheng arrived at the morgue, where he discovered the bodies of the two men in black. Although the first man had been deceased for several days, the case remained unresolved, and thus his body lay in the morgue. Qin Song directed his attention to the first corpse, while he independently approached the second body, which was still covered by a white shroud. The young coroner, upon receiving Qin Song's instruction, nodded and retrieved his toolkit, proceeding to examine the body near the entrance. Meanwhile, Wang Shang glanced at their positions but ultimately chose to join Qin Song in inspecting the recently deceased man in black. As Qin Song lifted the white veil covering the second corpse, he was confronted by the sight of a man with a bluish complexion and a deep strangulation mark on his neck. The sight caused Qin Song's brow to furrow deeply. He had not anticipated the presence of such a mark. In addition to the strangulation mark, Jing Qi slowly placed his hand on the man's chest, only to discover a noticeable indentation. However, this indentation did not align with the observations he had made at the scene of the initial encounter. The true cause of death for this man in black had been Qin Xiao's powerful punch. Qin Song was convinced that had he endured that blow himself, he would have met a similar fate as the man before him. Yet, the body he was examining bore a chest indentation that was clearly insufficient to account for a fatality. Had he not been aware of the true circumstances, Qin Song might have been deceived by the corpses before him. The body before him was not the original man in black, although their features were strikingly similar. Nevertheless, the injury on the neck of this individual was indeed the cause of his demise. This outcome, however, was not what Qin Song had hoped to uncover. The occurrence of such an event could only imply one thing. The body of the original man in black had been switched. It was entirely possible that the deceased before him was not even an accomplice, but rather a scapegoat procured from elsewhere. It was at this moment that Qin Song grasped the gravity of the situation and comprehended why Meng Shou had tasked him with investigating the matter. While there was an element of assessing his capabilities, the paramount reason was that he was the only individual who had survived direct contact with the men in black. Of course, there was another person, Jing Qi, but at that time, he had already been unconscious, leaving Qin Song uncertain whether he had witnessed the men in black's faces in their final moments. With this thought in mind, Qin Song promptly rose and turned toward the body of the man in black positioned near the entrance. The coroner was meticulously examining every wound on the corpse, even peeling back the clothing on its chest to reveal distinct lacerations. Observing the multitude of wounds, Qin Song realized that this body had also been tampered with. It was evident that the individual had perished under a barrage of blades, consistent with the account that he had been slain by the elite guards. However, Qin Song was acutely aware that the ultimate cause of death was still attributable to his own devastating strike, which had shattered the man's internal organs. The knife wounds, while not the fatal blow, were sufficient to inflict significant harm. Yet, the manner of the knife wounds did not align with the techniques he employed. The Thunderblade technique would leave behind burn marks, whereas the wounds on this body were remarkably clean, suggesting they were not inflicted by his hand. Upon reaching out to touch the man's face, Qin Song discerned that it bore no signs of having been artificially altered. This only served to deepen his confusion. Was it truly possible for two identical individuals to exist in this world, both appearing before him in succession? Gazing at the two corpses in the morgue, Qin Song felt a sense of disorientation. He began to regret taking on this task. The ability to procure two identical individuals as scapegoats signified a level of power that was beyond his grasp. He could not fathom why Meng Shou had compelled him to investigate the forces behind the men in black. Yet, he understood that should he uncover something truly extraordinary, his life might very well hang in the balance. At such a moment, the threat would not be as simple as the men in black. It could very well be genuine practitioners. However, having come this far, he found no reason to abandon his pursuit. Just then, Qin Song caught sight of a very familiar figure appearing before him. Chapter 59. The appearance of Jing Qi. Qin Song's gaze fell upon a figure in the distance. Although the group had yet to arrive at the morgue, Qin Song's keen eyesight allowed him to discern objects at considerable distances. Clad in the garb of the elite guards, with a large blade slung at his side, Jing Qi's unmistakable presence was a rarity in Tianyuan City. What brings him here? Who has arrived? Wang Sheng, who had been standing beside Qin Song, suddenly perked up at the sound of his voice. Despite Qin Song's murmured words being barely audible, Wang Sheng had caught them. Who else could it be? It's our very own Jing Qi, the great constable, Qin Song replied, making his way toward the morgue's entrance. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng stood on his tiptoes to peer outside, only to find nothing amiss. Although he was bewildered as to how Qin Song had come to this conclusion, he nonetheless followed closely behind. As soon as he steadied himself, he heard a laugh that was all too familiar. He'll be able to laugh so heartily within the Yaman's prison. There could be no one else like him. Sure enough, just a few breaths later, Wang Sheng beheld Jing Qi, accompanied by several elite guards, approaching them. "Ha, I had a feeling my brother Qin would be restless at this hour. Soon as I heard someone mention that you had returned to the Yaman, my first thought was that you would come here. Indeed, my guess was correct." Jing Qi approached Qin Song with a beaming smile, arms outstretched, intending to embrace him. However, recalling the injuries Qin Song bore, he refrained from doing so. In the face of Jing Qi's enthusiasm, Qin Song remained unresponsive, instead scrutinizing him before inquiring, "Might I ask what brings you to the prison, Brother Jing?" "Alas, it has nothing to do with you," Jing Qi replied. "Nothing to do with me?" Qin Song felt a wave of confusion. "Isn't it?" Jing Qi shrugged, walking past Qin Song and Wang Sheng. "Yesterday, you and Huang Qi, the captains from the Yaman, were victims of an assassination attempt. Although the attempt was unsuccessful, the matter is quite serious. Upon learning of the incident, The county magistrate ordered Captain Lin to apprehend the assailants, and here I am, this unfortunate soul, assigned to this duty. Jing Qi spread his hands, feigning reluctance. Seeing this, Qin Song sensed that Jing Qi was not fabricating his story. After all, the senior members of their yamen were well aware of Jing Qi's character. Following the jailbreak incident, Jing Qi's status within the county magistrate's office had skyrocketed. While many could issue direct orders to him, only a personal command from the magistrate, recognizing his achievements, would necessitate his presence here. Naturally, Captain Lin, as the magistrate's personal commander, had the authority to direct Jing Qi. Seemed that the county magistrate was indeed taking the assassination attempts seriously, and of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that Huang Qi's uncle was orchestrating matters behind the scenes. Although his uncle held a lowly position within the magistrate's office, his formidable networking skills made him a favored ally among many. Securing direct intervention from the magistrate likely came at a considerable cost. Understanding this, Qin Song became increasingly certain that this matter had no connection to Huang Qi. With that lead thoroughly severed, he could only focus on the corpses of the black-clad assassins. So Brother Jing is also here to investigate this case. Since you are personally involved, it seems this case will soon be resolved. Qin Song began to praise Jing Qi upon their meeting. However, Jing Qi appeared unfazed by the flattery, adopting a serious demeanor as he patted Qin Song's shoulder. Brother Qin, you flatter me. If it weren't for your assistance last time, we wouldn't have apprehended Qin Inger. Ultimately, the main force in this endeavor still relies on you, my dear brother. Jing Qi nodded emphatically and then proceeded toward the corpse of a black-clad assassin lying nearby. Hearing Jing Qi's words, Qin Song felt somewhat helpless. It seemed Jing Qi had firmly resolved to accompany him in this investigation. Observing the group of elite guards that followed Jing Qi, he couldn't help but feel envious. If he had such a cadre of skilled individuals at his command, facing the black-clad assassins would certainly be less daunting. Hey, what's this? At that moment, Jing Qi suddenly pointed at the body being examined by the coroner. Exclaiming, upon hearing Jing Qi's voice, both Qin Song and Wang Sheng hurried over to his side. Brother Qin, didn't that black-clad assassin look different before? Indeed, Qin Song replied, surprised that Jing Qi had noticed the discrepancy. However, he was unable to answer Jing Qi's question regarding the cause of this change. Then why has it transformed like this? Jing Qi inquired. Qin Song shook his head, gesturing toward the coroner who was diligently working. We are counting on this young brother here to provide us with the answers. Upon hearing Qin Song's words, Jing Qi was taken aback. Yet, after careful observation, he realized that while he had never seen this coroner before, the young man's focused work ethic and methodology suggested he was indeed highly skilled. Though unsure of Qin Song's reasoning, Jing Qi didn't dare interrupt, as his hopes rested entirely on Qin Song. Thus, everyone in the mortuary focused their attention on the young coroner, who, undeterred by the scrutiny, increasingly quickened his pace. It was evident that after initially showing some hesitance, he had become adept at the dissection, indicating he had likely devoted much effort to honing his craft. After approximately the time it takes to brew tea, the coroner finally set down his tools. All done. The young coroner wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to look for Qin Song. However, he was taken aback to find a throng of people gazing intently at him. Despite his serious demeanor during the task, facing such a large crowd, many of whom he recognized as elite guards from the magistrate's office, caused a flicker of anxiety within him. Nevertheless, having spent considerable time dealing with corpses, he quickly acclimated to the tense atmosphere. Clearing his throat, he prepared to report the findings of his examination. Before he could speak, however, Qin Song raised a hand to halt him. Circling around the young coroner, he approached the corpse of the black-clad assassin to make his own observations. Chapter 60. The trap. The crowd showed little reaction to Qin Song's actions. The young coroner spared him a glance before earnestly beginning to report the results of his examination. Yet, instead of addressing only Qin Song, he spoke to the entire assembly. This black-clad individual appears to be around 30 years old and shows signs of long-term training. He bears 17 knife wounds on his chest, 2 of which are fatal. Additionally, I observed a mark on his neck consistent with a heavy object striking him. This mark, though faint, suggests it has been there for some time. While not lethal, such an injury could certainly render someone unconscious. As the coroner reported, the onlookers remained silent, fully engrossed in his description. Although Wang Sheng and the others were already aware of the cause of death, they listened intently, particularly Qin Song, who rather than displaying any surprise, began to probe the corpse for further details, seemingly in search of something. Can we determine the time of death? It should have occurred around the hour of the rooster. The hour of the rooster? The voice did not belong to Qin Song but came from Jing Qi, who stood beside Wang Sheng. Both Jing Qi and Qin Song were first-hand witnesses to the incident. However, their experiences diverged. Qin Song had witnessed the entire event, while Jing Qi had lost consciousness during it. This discrepancy led to slight differences in their understanding of the black-clad assassin's demise, though their overall conclusions aligned. Jing Qi clearly remembered that the time of death could not have been during the hour of the rooster. Yet, everyone present, with the exception of Qin Song, remained silent on this matter. The coroner, confronted with Jing Qi's question, confidently affirmed, indeed, it was during the hour of the rooster. Hearing this, Jing Qi was about to inquire further when Qin Song stood up, returning to the group. He cast a glance at the young coroner and then pulled Jing Qi aside into a corner. Recognizing that the two officials required a moment of privacy, the crowd promptly turned away from the mortuary, gathering at the entrance to await their return. Qin Song, however, paid them no mind as he pulled Jing Qi closer. Brother Jing, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Jing Qi felt a surge of alarm and quickly asked, "What is wrong? Have you discovered something?" Seeing the sudden change in Jing Qi's demeanor, which had previously exuded confidence, Qin Song's words had evidently unsettled him. He had accepted this task because he trusted in Qin Song's involvement. Otherwise, he would never have ventured out to tackle such a delicate issue alone. Now, with Qin Song abruptly stating that they could not proceed, it was no wonder he felt anxious. "This is clearly a trap someone has laid for us," Qin Song frowned, his gaze fixed on the bodies of the black-clad assassins. "It is indeed peculiar." "Why?" Jing Qi's words trailed off abruptly as he stared blankly at Qin Song. "Are you suggesting that someone has swapped the real black-clad assassin's corpse? Is the purpose of presenting two false bodies simply to mislead us? What could they possibly gain from this charade?" Regarding this matter that is so transparent, Jing Qi finds it utterly incomprehensible. Yet, he is not the only one in the dark. Qin Song is equally perplexed. However, they find themselves with no option of retreat. Even if they recognize the pit before them, both Qin Song and Jing Qi must muster the courage to leap into the unknown. As he contemplates this, a fleeting suspicion crosses his mind, wondering if this predicament is a deliberate scheme orchestrated by Meng Shou and his associates. Nevertheless, this notion vanishes almost instantly, as Qin Song dismisses it. The likelihood of such a scenario is exceedingly slim. Or else Jing Qi would not have found himself in this predicament. Thus, Jing Degu, Qin Song begins, "Although we remain unaware of the secrets concealed within, my instinct urges me that it would be prudent for us to investigate separately." Starting with those responsible for transporting the bodies, Jing Qi, pondering Qin Song's proposition, is taken aback by the suggestion to split their efforts. Internally, he vehemently disagrees, fully aware of his own investigative capabilities and recognizing that relying solely on himself could lead to an interminable search. Yet, before he can voice his refusal, Qin Song interjects. "Indeed, we shall investigate separately." Qin Song nods, glancing back and forth at the two corpses of the cloaked figures. "I recall that the first black-clad body was transported by personnel from the county magistrate's office. As you know, it would be unwise for my subordinates to probe into that matter. Therefore, I must trouble you, Jing Degu, to take the lead." Suddenly halting, Qin Song bows respectfully to Jing Qi, adding, "I implore you to notify me at the earliest opportunity should you uncover any leads." "Oh, of course, no problem at all." Jing Qi seems to grasp Qin Song's intentions, a smile reappearing on his countenance. "Rest assured, I am well acquainted with the individuals from the county magistrate's office. You can anticipate my good news." Initially, Jing Qi believed Qin Song intended for him to investigate alone, but to his relief, he finds that assistance is still required. This realization lightens his heart, filling him with a sense of pride. With Qin Song by his side, Jing Qi feels assured that this case should not present insurmountable challenges. After all, while many failed to recognize Qin Inger as a cultivator, it was Qin Song who discerned her true nature. A feat that has garnered him considerable renown in Tianyuan City. Though many question whether Qin Song's success was merely serendipitous, Jing Qi holds a different view. To him, Qin Song has become a pillar of support, especially considering he is backed by at least one cultivator, a rarity that many would covet. Thus, when Qin Song presented his request, Jing Qi agreed without a moment's hesitation. "By the way, Qin Lao Di, how is your injury faring?" Jing Qi inquires, recalling the rumors he had heard the previous day regarding Qin Song's condition. Jing Degu, I assure you, the rumors are unfounded. Do I appear to be afflicted? Qin Song replies with a smile, somewhat amused by the concern surrounding his supposed poisoning. The source of such speculation likely stems from the recent revelation regarding Qin Xiao's ascendance to cultivator status, which has undoubtedly stirred the populace in this remote corner of Tianyuan City. Given the spate of recent incidents that have incited public anxiety, the emergence of a cultivator plays a pivotal role in restoring calm. Meanwhile, within the Yamen, Sun Yin has also become a cultivator, though news of his status has been suppressed by an elder from the Tianyin sect, presumably to keep the information under wraps. It is clear that the elder holds great faith in Sun Yan's potential. Hence the secrecy. Consequently, Qin Xiao has been thrust into the spotlight, drawing the attention of numerous factions. Jing Qi, however, is devoid of any affiliations. His sole interest lies in aligning himself with powerful allies. Hearing Qin Song's reassurances brings him immense relief. That is a relief. I am glad to hear it, he exclaims, patting Qin Song on the shoulder. He then shifts his gaze to the nearest corpse of the black-clad figure. Qin Lao Di, do you think this body could have been switched as well? Unfamiliar with the circumstances surrounding the second black-clad figure, Jing Qi is uncertain. It's not a question of whether it could be. It has already been swapped, Qin Song states, exuding a hint of exasperation as he approaches the corpse. Pointing to the chest area, this individual suffered a fatal wound here, yet observe now. He lifts the figure's clothing to reveal a similar but non-fatal injury. Look at the neck. That is where the true fatal wound lies. Qin Song does not elaborate further, confident that Jing Qi, as a veteran of the Yamen, can easily discern the underlying truths. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Song's account, Jing Qi compares the wounds on the black-clad figure and realizes that the body has indeed been tampered with. He is taken aback, astonished that such an act could transpire within the Yamen, and even more astonished that it was executed so brazenly, without any attempt at concealment. Qin Lao Di, do not fret. I shall return to the county magistrate's office immediately to investigate those who transported the bodies, he declares, his tone filled with indignation. As he speaks, he strides toward the door of the mortuary. Once he observes that the personnel from the county magistrate's office have departed, Wang Sheng approaches Qin Song, accompanied by the coroner. Qin Captain, should we conduct a further examination of this corpse? The young coroner inquires. Gesturing toward the black-clad figure. Well, let us proceed with the examination, Qin Song replies after a moment's hesitation. Though he has already scrutinized the body, it would be prudent to allow a professional to conduct a thorough assessment. After receiving Qin Song's consent, the coroner opens his toolkit and commences a new round of inspections. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Sheng quietly approaches Qin Song, lowering his voice to ask, Qin Tu, I noticed Jing Qi appeared rather cheerful when he left. What were you two discussing? Nothing of consequence. Qin Song shakes his head, his attention diverted as he contemplates the next steps. By the way, where were you on the day we apprehended Chun Inger? Well, Wang Sheng stammers, his response faltering under Qin Song's scrutiny. His evasive demeanor only heightens Qin Song's suspicions. Previously, Wang Sheng had slipped his mind, but now Qin Song recalls that the last time he regained consciousness after his injury, Wang Sheng had been there, battered and bruised. Had he not been preoccupied with other matters, this incident would have likely been overlooked. Reflecting on that day, it occurs to him that Wang Sheng was supposed to wait for him outside Chunfeng Tower. Yet throughout the entire operation to apprehend Chen Inger, Qin Song had not once seen him. What transpired that day? Qin Song demands, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Sheng, seeking any sign of truth. Well, boss, if I tell you, please don't mock me, Wang Sheng implores, unable to meet Qin Song's piercing stare. That depends on whether your story is amusing, Qin Song replies, crossing his arms as he leans against a pillar. Scrutinizing Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng scratches his head, wrestling with his thoughts before finally divulging the entire ordeal to Qin Song. You mean to say that on that day, Huang Qi's men ambushed you? How can you be so certain? Qin Song queries, astonished by the turn of events. Is there any doubt? After those men assaulted me, they fled the scene, taking my knife with them. Only Huang Qi's people would dare such audacity. Wang Sheng's indignation grows as he recounts the encounter, expressing his frustrations about Huang Qi's subordinates' behavior. However, Qin Song remains strangely composed, his mind racing with possibilities. The details Wang Sheng reveals seem to illuminate a path forward. Tantalizingly close yet just out of reach, so, You did not actually see who attacked you that day? Qin Song presses further. A group of masked individuals brazenly dragged you into an alley to beat you? Are you jesting with me? Upon hearing Qin Song's inquiry, Wang Shang's previously lowered head suddenly lifted, revealing an expression that suggested he wished to explain himself. However, after several failed attempts to articulate his thoughts, the words remained unspoken. Speak your mind, or release your grievances. Do not behave like a timid woman, Qin Song remarked, delivering a swift kick to Wang Shang. Although the force behind the kick was minimal, it nonetheless emboldened Wang Shang considerably. I did see their faces at the time, but no matter how hard I try, I can't seem to remember them, he confessed. Is that so? Qin Song furrowed his brow, recognizing the peculiarity of Wang Shang's statement. Yet, he harbored no doubts about Wang Shang's honesty. After all, this was a world dominated by cultivators, where extraordinary events were commonplace. But were those individuals truly cultivators? Chapter 62. Investigating the scene. In Qin Song's estimation, those people could not possibly be cultivators. If they were, why would such a multitude be required to confront Wang Shang? The logic simply did not add up. Conversely, if they were not cultivators, the power capable of orchestrating such an event must be formidable. Contemplating this, Qin Song inquired, what happened afterward? Did you not see where they went after they attacked you? I didn't see anything. I was knocked unconscious. Wang Shang's voice became increasingly faint. Had it not been for Qin Song's heightened hearing, he might have struggled to catch the words. Do you remember the exact location of the incident? Lead me there, Qin Song urged, turning his gaze toward the young coroner nearby. The primary reason the coroner had yet to depart was to await the cause of death for the second cloaked figure. Fortunately, this young coroner displayed a commendable efficiency in his work. Just as Qin Song finished his conversation with Wang Shang, the coroner successfully completed his examination. What did you find? Wang Shang asked, impatience creeping into his tone. This individual died from asphyxiation, the coroner stated confidently, indicating the ligature marks around the corpse's neck. In other words, he was indeed strangled. And the injury to his chest? The chest? The coroner paused, then bent down to examine the indentation on the corpse's chest. This wound appears to be an old injury, not a recent one. An old injury? Are you certain? Qin Song regarded the coroner with surprise. The coroner nodded vigorously, clearly convinced of his findings. Very well, we shall conclude our investigation for today, Qin Song declared, straightening his posture. When you return, compile today's findings, and I will instruct you on how to proceed. Yes, Captain Qin, the coroner responded without hesitation, clasping his hands in respect before departing. Naturally, Qin Song and Wang Shang did not linger in that location. Having established that neither of the deceased was a genuine cloaked figure, there was little merit in remaining. Thus, Qin Song requested Wang Shang to guide him to the site of his recent assault. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to explore several locations, particularly the district overseen by Huang Qi, which he had seldom visited. Boss, this is the place, Wang Shang announced, gesturing toward a nearby alley as they stood on familiar streets. Qin Song hesitated before entering, opting instead to survey the surrounding environment. Noting the proximity of the now-sealed Chunfeng building, he realized that the alley was merely 100 meters away. According to the earlier arrangement, on the opposite side of the street, directly across from their current location, lay the hideout of Jing Qi and his cadre of guards. Had Wang Shang exited the Chunfeng building, Jing Qi would undoubtedly have witnessed Wang Shang's predicament. Yet, why had Wang Shang still been dragged into the alley and assaulted? Did Jing Qi recognize those individuals? Qin Song pondered before following Wang Shang into the alley. It was a dead end. Seldom frequented by passers-by, however, many sought convenience by relieving themselves in the area. As they stepped into the alley, an overwhelming stench assailed their senses, nearly suffocating them. Cough, cough, cough. If I encounter anyone defecating here during my next patrol, I will not let them off easily, Wang Shang exclaimed, covering his nose as he coughed and muttered. Recalling the foul odor that had clung to him upon awakening, he longed to apprehend the nearby vendors. Qin Song, however, remained unfazed. He adjusted to the stench as they delved deeper into the alley, meticulously searching for traces that might yield clues. Where did you lose consciousness, boss? Right where you were standing, Wang Shang indicated the spot at Qin Song's feet. Bending down to examine the area Wang Shang had pointed out, Qin Song was met with an even more repugnant odor that assaulted his nostrils, causing him to furrow his brow in distaste. Yet, amidst the foulness, he detected a faint hint of blood. The scent of blood was subtle, easily overshadowed by the overpowering stench. Had his senses not been greatly heightened, Qin Song might have overlooked it entirely. However, the presence of this unusual scent intrigued him. He even crouched to gather a sample of the ground, raising it to his nose for a closer inspection. Tio Wangsheng, this action was astonishing. Everyone knew the nature of the ground in this area, and he could hardly believe Qin Song dared to touch it, let alone smell it. The thought sent a chill down Wangsheng's spine. Just as he contemplated advising against such behavior, Qin Song abruptly stood, a serious expression on his face. Do you know who lives in the two neighboring houses? The neighboring houses. Wangsheng hesitated. One of them is the Li family. The tofu vendors from Shirley Fong.as for the other. I can't recall. He scratched his head, caught off guard by Qin Song's question. Fortunately, it was not a challenging inquiry to resolve. A nearby vendor could easily provide the answer. Before long, Wangsheng returned from a bun shop with the information. Boss, I found out. The other family moved out last month, and a new family has moved in. One that nobody knows, I see. Qin Song nodded. Turning to leave the alley, Wangsheng, uncertain of Qin Song's next move, hurried to follow him. Upon returning to the entrance of the house Wangsheng had mentioned, Qin Song peered through the dilapidated door. Catching glimpses of the interior, however, the eerie silence within was unsettling. After observing for a while without hearing any signs of life, Wangsheng ventured, Are there really no occupants? He reached for the dusty lock. Attempting to open the door. In contrast, Qin Song took a more direct approach, delivering a powerful kick that sent the door crashing open. Chapter 63. The emergence of the underground passage with a resounding crash. The door fell, creating a loud noise that attracted the attention of everyone on the street. However, upon realizing the two were clad in official attire, the onlookers quickly turned away, pretending nothing had occurred. The insignia of the magistracy was unmistakable, wielding a considerable deterrent effect on the nearby vendors. Like the others, Wangsheng instinctively recoiled several steps at the sudden commotion, even drawing his sword. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the courtyard before them remained eerily still despite the ruckus. Boss, it seems there is truly no one here, Wangsheng observed cautiously, remaining vigilant by Qin Song's side. Not necessarily, Qin Song replied, examining the ground for traces. Be cautious. It appears someone has been here. Although Wangsheng did not fully grasp Qin Song's reasoning, he became increasingly alert, gripping his sword tightly as he kept watch over Qin Song's back. Thus, the two advanced deeper into the residence, entering the heart of the dwelling. That moment, an all-too-familiar sensation washed over them. Once again, they were being followed. This time, Wangsheng was rather quick to notice. Yet no matter how diligently he searched, he found no trace of anyone nearby. Qin Song, however, was acutely aware of the presence long before Wangsheng, even sensing it as they entered the room. Although both were under observation, this time the atmosphere lacked the palpable menace they had encountered with the cloaked figures the previous day. This suggested that, despite being watched, there was no immediate threat to them. Faced with such a scenario, Qin Song chose to disregard it. If someone wished to observe, then let them indulge their curiosity. Naturally, Qin Song was not entirely unguarded. He did not wander aimlessly in someone else's domain without precautions. While he searched the room, he intentionally left minor vulnerabilities, inviting the watcher to strike. However, the outcome surprised him. After thoroughly inspecting the room alongside Wangsheng, they found no signs of anyone and were not ambushed. This situation clearly exceeded Qin Song's expectations. Boss, it seems this room has been uninhabited for quite some time, Wangsheng remarked, observing the accumulated dust and easily drawing such a conclusion. He was keen to understand how Qin Song had arrived at his earlier assertion of the presence of others. Everything in the room indicated long-term vacancy, with even the bed covered in a thick layer of dust. Understanding Wangsheng's unspoken curiosity, Qin Song did not hide anything. He returned to the courtyard and pointed to a corner where some hair lay, saying, "Do you see that? A cluster of fresh feathers." Following Qin Song's, Wangsheng's gaze fell upon a cluster of shimmering green feathers. These feathers were caked in dirt and bore an imprint resembling a footprint. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed half a footprint pressed into the feathers. Cautiously lifting the feathers, Wangsheng felt a surge of astonishment. He could not fathom how Qin Song had spotted such minuscule feathers with a mere cursory glance. Gazing at the beautiful feathers fluttering in the wind, he desperately recalled which bird they might belong to. Unfortunately, in his memory, he found no record of such a bird. Stop looking, this is a species from the south. Not native to our region, Qin Song stated, surveying the surroundings as if searching for something. Qin Gu, why would such a bird appear here? Wang Shang inquired, puzzled. Who knows? Qin Song shrugged, continuing to circle the courtyard wall. Just as he reached the edge of the well in the yard, he suddenly halted. Wang Shang, come here, Qin Song called out. Coming right away, Wang Shang responded without hesitation, tucking the feathers into his chest and hurrying to Qin Song's side. Go summon the nearby brothers, inform them that work is afoot. With that, Qin Song lowered his head, examining the dried well with meticulous attention. Although Wang Shang did not fully grasp what Qin Song meant by work, he complied with the order and sprinted towards the street. Observing the bustling passers-by, Wang Shang retrieved the special whistle from the government office. Taking a deep breath, he expended nearly all his strength to blow the bone whistle. The effort produced a sharp and resonant sound that echoed throughout Qin Song's jurisdiction. The vendors around them clutched their ears, accustomed to the noise, while the constables, who were searching for the whereabouts of the cloaked figures under Qin Song's orders, dropped their tasks and rushed towards Wang Shang upon hearing the whistle. Such a sound signified an urgent matter, prompting immediate action. In less than the span of a tea brew, at least a dozen constables had gathered around Wang Shang. These individuals were Qin Song's trusted aides, forming the foundation of his influence within the office. Though their combat prowess was modest, their loyalty was unwavering, willing to risk everything for Qin Song. Seeing that enough people had arrived, Wang Shang said nothing further and led them to Qin Song's side. However, upon re-entering the courtyard, Wang Shang was utterly astonished by the sight before him. He had not anticipated that the seemingly mundane dry well concealed such a remarkable secret. Taking advantage of Wang Shang's absence, Qin Song had pried away all the bricks surrounding the well's opening. If this task had been attempted under normal circumstances, it would have taken several individuals an entire afternoon to complete. Yet, thanks to his physical training, Qin Song now possessed strength beyond measure, accomplishing such a feat with relative ease. Since when did this tunnel appear? Wang Shang pointed at the staircase leading underground, utterly stunned. You ask me, but who should I ask? Qin Song retorted. Did no one notice anything unusual while patrolling this area? Digging a tunnel of this magnitude clearly takes more than a day or two. Did none of you perceive anything amiss? His stern voice compelled the surrounding subordinates to bow their heads. At this moment, no one dared to utter a word. Qin Song resembled a tiger. Anyone who dared to move would face dire consequences. Chapter 64. Diverging paths. Observing the silent subordinates around him, Qin Song sighed. He had no intention of holding them accountable at this moment. He merely sought to instill a sense of awareness in them. You two stay behind to guard the scene, 2 of you return to the office for reinforcements, and the rest come with me. As soon as Qin Song issued his command, the constables began to act without needing further instruction. Having followed him for some time, they had developed a mutual understanding. Witnessing this, Qin Song felt a flicker of satisfaction. Just as he turned to descend into the tunnel, Wang Shang stealthily approached him. Whispering, Boss, if we go back to fetch people now, they'll likely be from Huang Qi's faction. Are you sure they'll heed your orders? Wang Shang was not questioning Qin Song's authority, but was concerned that Huang Qi's men might not respond. And what of Huang Qi's men? Qin Song dismissed the concern. Apart from the chief constable, who else is there in the office? Everyone knows the consequences of defiance. I trust that as long as they are not foolish, they will come. Of course, if they choose not to, that is of little concern, he added, his demeanor intensifying, startling those around him. The pressure he exerted was familiar to the constables, as they had often felt it emanating from the chief constable, Meng Shou. However, this was their first encounter with such intensity from Qin Song. Why this was occurring, they dared not inquire, choosing instead to focus on their tasks. By the way, Wang Shang, show the feather you found earlier to Inzhuang. He enjoys birds. As he spoke, Qin Song scanned the area for the man waiting in a corner of the courtyard. Upon hearing his name, the man looked momentarily surprised before quickly making his way to Qin Song. Qin Gu, did you call for me? Inzhuang inquired, clasping his fists. Wang Shang, upon seeing Inzhuang, produced the feather he had tucked away. We just found this in the courtyard. Could you identify the bird it belongs to? Before taking the feather from Wang Shang, Inzhuang repeatedly rubbed his hands on his clothing to ensure cleanliness, then carefully examined the feather in his grasp. The green feather felt remarkably soft to the touch. After a thorough inspection, Inzhuang deduced that the feather likely belonged to a domesticated pet. Holding the feather up to the sunlight, he became increasingly convinced of its familiarity. Although he frequently interacted with various birds and had a wide range of species at home, he had never encountered one with such green feathers tinged with red. However, just before they gathered in response to the whistle, he recalled a fleeting shadow resembling this feathered creature soaring overhead, heading north. With this thought, Yinzhuang immediately looked up at Qin Song and said, "Qin Gu, I do not recognize this bird." "Really? You do not recognize it?" Qin Song responded, surprised by Yinzhuang's answer. "Indeed, I have not seen it. The feather is exceptionally soft and light, characteristic of southern birds. While I am fond of birds, I rarely come across those from other regions. However, I did see a similar bird flying overhead when I hurried to assemble." "Oh? Are you certain?" This response reignited Qin Song's interest, which he had nearly abandoned, "I am certain." Yinzhuang's reaction exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Upon observing the feedback provided by his subordinates, Qin Song appeared to comprehend the source of the previous illusion of being monitored. Nonetheless, such a notion required a chance for verification. Undoubtedly, the tunnel before them seemed to be the most suitable experimental venue. With the objective clearly defined, Qin Song did not linger any longer. He assigned 2 individuals to guard the courtyard and led the others into the tunnel. The dark passageway was shrouded in utter blackness, accompanied by chilling drafts that surged from the surroundings. The pitch-black environment quickened the breaths of the group, as they were uncertain of the dangers that lay in wait within the tunnel. They lit torches, remaining vigilant of their surroundings, prepared to report any issues promptly. Leading the way, Qin Song was the first to ignite his torch, then turned to instruct his followers. Once numerous torches blazed. The temperature within the tunnel rose, yet the path ahead remained unclear. With no alternative options available, they could only advance step by step. Taking the lead, Qin Song positioned himself at the forefront of the group. Given the ambiguity of the situation, it was only natural for him, as the most formidable member of the team, to assume this role. However, his subordinates did not share this sentiment. Most of them had visited his home the previous day and were aware of his injuries. Consequently, they vied to walk ahead, shielding Qin Song in the center to prevent further harm. Notably, Wang Shang, the moment they entered the tunnel, unsheathed his blade and stood before Qin Song. After a prolonged struggle for position, their efforts were ultimately dismissed by a single statement from Qin Song. Once the atmosphere stabilized, he guided the group through the enigmatic tunnel. However, after traversing for a while, they sensed something amiss. It appeared they had lost their way. "Boss, this place doesn't seem like a recently excavated tunnel," Wang Shang remarked, illuminating the walls with his torch and running his hand over the surface. Unlike when they first entered, the walls had transformed from earth to blue bricks. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his firm knocks against the wall resonated dully, indicating that these walls had a considerable age. "Qin Tu, could we have stumbled into someone's tomb?" At this moment, Yinzhuang approached Qin Song's side. "Don't speak nonsense. Who buries a tomb inside a house?" Without waiting for Qin Song's response, Wang Sheng promptly offered a rebuttal. "Let's not dwell on that. Let's proceed further and see," Qin Song suggested. "If we truly cannot find our way, we shall turn back and return when we have sufficient manpower." As the commanding officer, Qin Song's word was final, and the others had no choice but to continue moving forward. Yet, after traversing less than 100 meters, they suddenly encountered 3 diverging paths before them. Faced with such a situation, Qin Song was momentarily unsure of which route to take. Chapter 65. Encounter. Even in the face of such uncertainty, Qin Song could not retreat. His orders had been issued. To maintain his prestige in the eyes of his subordinates, he had no choice but to press on. Fortunately, the number of individuals accompanying him was not insignificant, and his strength had multiplied manifold compared to the past. Even if he were to encounter another ambush by the black-clad assailants, he felt capable of confronting it alone. Thus, standing at the crossroads, Qin Song pondered briefly before making a decision. "Wang Sheng, take a few men down the left path. The rest will follow Yinzhuang down the right." Having made his choice, Qin Song issued his commands without hesitation. "Yes, Captain." The surrounding officers had little dissent to his orders, save for one individual. Wang Sheng, realizing that Qin Song had made a definitive decision, understood it would not be easily altered, yet he still sought to voice his concerns. "Boss, considering your condition, perhaps it would be wise to bring along a couple of brothers?" "Indeed, Qin Tu. I concur with Wang Sheng's perspective," Yinzhuang added, siding with Wang Sheng and persuading Qin Song. Regrettably, Qin Song had no intention of heeding their counsel. It was not a matter of ingratitude. Rather, he was apprehensive about the possibility of encountering the black-clad assailants. If that time came, he would be responsible not only for safeguarding his subordinates, but also for preventing any revelation of his own capabilities. Thus, Qin Song chose to go alone. He was confident that, should he face an attack, even against two black-clad individuals, he could evade successfully. The newly acquired Yulong Teiyu technique offered ample room for maneuvering in such confined spaces. Proceed as I have instructed, and move swiftly, Qin Song urged, wishing to avoid wasting time on this matter. He then raised his torch and ventured deeper into the tunnel alone. Wang Shang and Yin Zhuang exchanged glances. Resigned to their fate, faced with such a headstrong captain, they could only reflect on the situation with a sense of exasperation. However, despite their sentiments, they dared not defy Qin Song's orders. Shortly after Qin Song set forth, both groups entered their designated paths. After parting ways with Wang Shang and his team, Qin Song's pace was not brisk. Instead, he ambled through the tunnel, his mind preoccupied with the events of the day. He felt an unsettling premonition that he would inevitably encounter the black-clad individuals once more. According to Yin Zhuang's prior assertions, those individuals were likely using birds to monitor him. Such actions would undoubtedly be accompanied by subsequent maneuvers. His efforts to create an optimal opportunity for assassination would not be in vain. Moreover, this was the very reason Qin Song felt emboldened to allow Wang Shang and Yin Zhuang to lead separate teams. He believed that since the black-clad figure's target was solely him, this decision would minimize casualties among his subordinates. Having previously witnessed the ease with which these black-clad figures dealt with the Imperial Guards, he surmised that confronting his officers would be akin to cutting through vegetables. Consequently, Qin Song aimed to draw the black-clad figure's attention entirely to himself, thereby alleviating the risk of loss among his men. However, whether this strategy would prove successful hinged on the actions of the black-clad organization that had been surveilling him. Yet, until Qin Song reached the end of the tunnel, no ambush materialized. Not only were there no attacks, even the traps typically associated with such passages were scarce. Most mechanisms were designed to prevent the tunnel from collapsing, posing little threat to him at present. So the exit is here. After searching for quite some time, Qin Song finally discovered an indentation in the ceiling. A few gentle taps revealed a hollow sound echoing from above, indicating a spacious area. In other words, directly above him lay the tunnel's exit. With this realization, Qin Song felt no inclination to conceal his presence. He had grown increasingly impatient in this confined, narrow space. With a slight bend in his posture, he gathered strength throughout his body. Break! With a full-powered strike, Qin Song smashed a hole through the rock ceiling above him. Fresh, invigorating air surged into the tunnel as he surveyed the situation above. Though the space was limited, he could clearly discern the room's beams. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved to ascend and investigate further. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Qin Song emerged from the tunnel, still unsteady on his feet, he suddenly sensed several shadowy figures swiftly approaching his vital points. Having anticipated such an ambush, he had prepared himself prior to his ascent. Crucially, he recognized the nature of this attack. It was the very poison dart that had nearly struck him during his previous encounter with the black-clad figures. Having learned from his prior experience, Qin Song was determined not to falter at the same obstacle twice. This time, when faced with the incoming poison darts, he refrained from overt, evasive maneuvers, instead grounding himself and awaiting their approach. As the poison darts neared, Qin Song finally sprang into action. Utilizing the Yulong Teiyu technique to its fullest extent, he deftly maneuvered to evade the darts. Although the projectiles flew swiftly, nearly invisible to the naked eye, they were all deftly avoided with subtle movements of his body. Humph! Mere trifles. Qin Song emitted a cold snort, and as he landed steadily, the long blade in his hand was already unsheathed. Indeed, just as he had surmised while in the underground tunnels, two figures clad in black now stood before him. Although both were dressed in identical attire, their faces obscured, one bore evident injuries that even an untrained eye could discern. In an instant, Qin Song recognized that this individual was likely the same black-clad assailant who had ambushed Huang Qi the previous day and had fled after sustaining serious wounds. The other figure, however, appeared rather ordinary, sharing little resemblance with his companion, save for his notably smaller stature. As Qin Song scrutinized the two, the black-clad duo regarded him with equal caution. In this tense standoff, neither side harbored intentions of holding back. Almost simultaneously, Qin Song and the two black figures sprang into action, transforming the room into a flurry of flashing blades and clashing weapons. In a heartbeat, the air resonated with the clangor of their weapons colliding. Qin Song exchanged blows with the two black-clad figures, leaving several cuts upon their forms within mere moments of combat. Likewise, he too bore minor injuries, yet when compared to those of his adversaries, they were almost negligible. Thus, the initial encounters concluded with Qin Song emerging victorious, a result that evidently exceeded the expectations of the two cloaked figures. After their skirmish, they exchanged a glance, quickly dispersing to opposite corners of the room. It was clear they had realized that their opponent was no ordinary foe. This realization led them to conclude that Qin Song had deliberately concealed his true strength, leading them to erroneous assumptions about his capabilities. Even the earlier rumors of his poisoning likely bore falsehoods. The term cunning swiftly manifested in their minds. As seasoned assassins, they had encountered clever adversaries like Qin Song before. Understanding this, the duo, partners for an extended duration, communicated with a mere glance, swiftly recalibrating their strategy. They no longer intended to engage Qin Song in direct confrontation. With a numerical advantage and knowing that Qin Song's strength did not vastly exceed theirs, they opted to attack from two different directions, a decision they deemed prudent. Of course, given their current physical condition, they were ill-equipped to engage in a protracted battle against Qin Song. They understood that he was not alone. Hence, a swift resolution became their sole strategy. Unbeknownst to Qin Song, he remained oblivious to their thoughts, disinterested in conjecturing their intentions. In the face of overwhelming strength, any tactic would prove futile. During their previous encounter, Qin Song had employed only half of his power, initially aiming to gauge the strength of the black-clad figures to validate his hypotheses. Now, those hypotheses had been confirmed. It was evident that neither of the two adversaries was a practitioner of martial arts. Yet they both possessed some degree of cultivation. This situation would be difficult for an ordinary person to discern. However, equipped with his unique abilities, Qin Song could effortlessly detect the presence of cultivators. He could have emerged unscathed, but to approach them, he intentionally revealed vulnerabilities, thereby drawing closer to his foes. Such actions were perilous yet worthwhile, instilling him with newfound confidence. Even in the face of numerical disadvantage, he stood resolute in the room, observing the two black-clad figures with a calm demeanor. The two figures, witnessing Qin Song's demeanor, found themselves momentarily perplexed by his unfounded confidence. However, recognizing that he was prepared to face his demise, they resolved to oblige him. Once more, their gazes locked, and the two black figures, now a mere yard away from Qin Song, advanced with renewed determination. "Humph, is this the extent of your abilities?" Qin Song taunted, unable to suppress his derision as he observed their hesitant movements within the confines of the room. "Since you are so eager for death, allow me to grant your wish," a raspy voice echoed in Qin Song's ear. Yet before he could discern the speaker's identity, the two black figures lunged at him from opposite directions. Faced with this imminent threat, Qin Song wasted no time, positioning his long blade defensively across his chest. Competing in speed. Ever since acquiring the agile moonlight dragon technique, Qin Song had not encountered anyone swifter than himself. Although his adversaries were swift, they paled in comparison to their fallen comrade, the one who had bestowed upon him this technique. With such confidence, Qin Song awaited this very opportunity, relieved that he did not have to wait long. "Moonlight dragon. How is this possible? How could you master such a technique?" "It is an unspoken secret." The two black figures gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the technique Qin Song wielded. This was precisely the reaction Qin Song desired. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he observed their shock. "Since you've recognized my technique, do you still have time to be astonished?" Qin Song did not indulge them. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, he swiftly closed the distance to one of the black-clad figures, the one who had previously attempted to ambush Huang Qi but had escaped grievously wounded. This had been his predetermined target. After a brief exchange, it became evident that, despite his injuries, this individual possessed greater combat prowess than the other. If he could eliminate this black-clad figure, the remaining opponent would surely fall into his grasp. Thus, Qin Song unleashed his full strength, bolstered by the enhancement of the sacred body of origin spirit, coinciding with a recent breakthrough in his cultivation, elevating the power of his thunderous blade technique to new heights. With a force imbued with potent lightning energy, he aimed directly at the black-clad figure's chest. The might of this strike was sufficient to cleave a boulder in twain, let alone a human. The blinding arcs of electricity left the black figure with no time to react, compelling him to instinctively raise his short blade in defense. Yet, all was in vain. Qin Song could guarantee that. At this distance, even a true practitioner would struggle to withstand his assault, much less the black-clad figure before him. The short blade shattered, splintering into pieces amidst the tempest of lightning that enveloped the space. The fragments soared through the air, hurtling toward the second black figure. This forced the second assailant, who had intended to exploit the opportunity to strike Qin Song, to alter his trajectory. However, as he executed a somersault in midair and regained his stance, he was met with the sight of his fallen comrade, sprawled on the ground, utterly unresponsive. To his astonishment, Qin Song had vanished from sight. Panic seized him as he realized he could no longer discern Qin Song's presence within his line of sight. "Were you searching for me?" A disquieting voice whispered into the black figure's ear, causing the surrounding air to freeze in that fleeting moment. The black figure trembled, abruptly turning around, only to find that Qin Song had materialized at his right side, the long blade poised menacingly against his throat. The crackling arcs of electricity danced along the edge of the blade, coursing into his collar and penetrating his body, instantly inundating him with a tingling sensation that spread throughout his being. The remaining black figure sought to react, yet found himself utterly immobilized. "Humph, do you still wish to struggle?" The voice of Qin Song resounded once more, but this time, accompanying it was the sight of his fist. As large as a sandbag, this formidable blow landed squarely on the face of the cloaked assailant, shattering his nose and causing a torrent of blood to erupt, splattering the ground as the black-clad figure collapsed. However, Qin Song did not end this man's life. Leaving him alive might prove beneficial for the unfolding events, of course. Extracting anything useful from these professional killers was generally an unlikely endeavor. Yet, Qin Song was unconcerned, for his current objective was merely to fulfill the task assigned to him by Meng Shou. Furthermore, in that moment, the long knife in Qin Song's hand shattered as the enemy fell. The thunderclap blade technique he had just employed was the most potent strike he could muster at that time. Regrettably, it seemed that such a technique could only be wielded once. Attempting to utilize it a second time would necessitate a blade capable of withstanding that immense force. The long knife he held, reduced to a mere hilt, was one he had specifically exchanged for just prior to his departure from the prefectural office. It was indeed the finest blade within that establishment, yet even it could not endure the might of his strike. Thus, Qin Song relinquished the notion of slaying the cloaked figure before him. He could hardly afford to eliminate both adversaries, as this would unduly amplify his strength in the eyes of others. It was worth noting that merely a day prior, Qin Song had been in a state of injury and poisoning, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had not only returned to the prefectural office in vibrant health, but had also apprehended 2 black-clad men, even dispatching them both. Such news, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly raise suspicions. This was entirely contrary to Qin Song's desire for discretion. After weighing various factors, he opted not to take the man's life. However, this did not imply that Qin Song would refrain from taking any action at all. Observing the unconscious black-clad figure sprawled on the ground, he worried that the man might be feigning his condition, and thus delivered a swift kick to ensure he would not rise again. Only after confirming the man's incapacitation did he turn his attention to the lifeless body of the other assailant he had just slain. Crouching down, Qin Song began to search the man's person. Before long, he retrieved a porcelain vial from the man's embrace. Although he could not ascertain whether it was the item he sought, he found nothing else of interest on the man. Regardless, he decided to take it back for further inspection. Carefully stowing the vial away, Qin Song then tore the mask from the face of the fallen black-clad figure. Beneath the veil lay a visage etched with the marks of time. His pale countenance bore several scars, most likely inflicted by blades and swords. Such wounds would likely have proven fatal to an ordinary individual. Yet this robust man had endured, and this light, he could be regarded as a toughened warrior. Alas, despite his resilience, he had sustained grievous injuries, and the direct blow to his chest had ultimately led to his demise, causing Qin Song to miss an opportunity for reward extraction. Although he remained perplexed about why these non-cultivators allowed him to extract rewards, he was nonetheless pleased by the prospect. While the cultivation rewards from these individuals were not plentiful, they were tangible, granting him access to some of the techniques they employed. With this in mind, Qin Song sighed and returned to the side of the unconscious black-clad man. Surely, one of the two would yield something for him to extract. Even a modest amount of cultivation reward would be a welcome boon. For such unexpected rewards from the heavens, Qin Song was always eager to accept. The more, the better. Similarly, as he removed the mask from this man's face, he placed his hand upon his chest, initiating the extraction process. During this endeavor, he glanced at the progress bar, which was remarkably short. Such brevity had only been encountered once before, on the person of Sun Yin, who had just awakened and had yet to embark on his cultivation journey. Of course, his sister, Qin Shuyu, had also not formally begun her training, yet her progress bar was at least half again as long as this man's. Even Xiao Yu's progress bar surpassed that of this individual. Consequently, Qin Song's extraction proceeded with remarkable speed. He estimated it would be completed in under a minute. However, such a short progress bar indicated that the rewards he would receive would likely be modest, perhaps akin to those from Sun Yin. Merely standard cultivation rewards without anything extraordinary. Just then, Qin Song was struck by an overwhelming sense of danger from behind him. This sensation came upon him so suddenly that he barely had time to react. In the face of this imminent threat, he could only turn and defend with his left hand. Regrettably, the strength of his left hand paled in comparison to that of his right. The instinctive punch he threw lacked power and failed to intercept the attack that came from behind. A sharp pain pierced him. Qin Song felt a shadow whisk past him, and an immediate stinging sensation radiated from his arm. Looking down, he saw a gruesome wound, a bloody puncture as if something sharp had pierced through. At that moment, he could not dwell on the injury to his arm. He needed to swiftly ascertain the identity of his assailant. As the extraction progress bar neared completion, Qin Song scanned the room multiple times, yet found no one else capable of movement apart from himself. Although he could not identify who had attacked him, he understood that whether human or specter, their ultimate aim was likely the two black-clad figures still in his possession. As long as they remained within his grasp, he need not worry about further ambushes. Now that he was prepared, Qin Song regained his confidence. He would not allow that individual to succeed in their next attempt. Chapter 68. The Great Bird. At that moment, noise emanated once again from outside the room. Qin Song quickly shifted his gaze around, realizing that the door to the chamber had been opened. Though he could not recall when, perhaps it had been during their recent skirmish. Nonetheless, he now understood that the one who had just attacked him was likely lurking just outside the room. Uncertain of the situation beyond the doorway, Qin Song refrained from stepping out recklessly. However, this was not a significant issue. After all, the assailant's objective was presumably the two black-clad figures within the room. "Come out, stop hiding out there," he called, keeping a wary eye on the entrance, hoping to lure the hidden figure inside. Unfortunately, his tactic appeared ineffective, as even after several attempts, those lurking outside remained unresponsive. Yet, this provided Qin Song with an opportunity to safely complete his extraction. Soon, the extraction process was complete, and without pausing to examine the rewards he had obtained, he hurried to a corner of the room to crouch down. Observing a nearby window, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there were no immediate threats before slowly making his way toward it. As he approached the windowsill, he attempted to push it open, only to discover it was firmly shut so tight. Qin Song made another attempt, and he unwittingly increased the force he applied with his hands. It was under such pressure that the dilapidated window finally budged. The sharp creaking sound echoed in Qin Song's ears as the window opened. Although the noise was not particularly loud, in the current environment, it could easily alert anyone outside. Qin Song was unwilling to expose his position due to such a trivial action. Fortunately, after the sound was made, there was no commotion outside. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Song cautiously leaned his head out. What lay beyond the room was a spacious courtyard, quite expansive, comparable even to the one at his own home. Towering trees grew wildly in the yard, their lush branches and leaves shielding the blazing sun from above. In such an environment, a pavilion was naturally a requisite, a hallmark of affluent households from this alone. It was evident that Qin Song had found himself in the backyard of a wealthy family, and of course, it was likely that the residents had long since vanished, or perhaps this place had originally served as a stronghold for the men in black and their clandestine organization. Regardless of the scenario, it presented a valuable lead. Perhaps he could trace the identity of the mansion's owner and uncover the organization behind the black-clad figures. This would undoubtedly yield more clues for the case. However, the pressing concern at the moment was not to ponder the identity of the mansion's owner, but rather to locate the assailant who had attacked him earlier, who was still at large. This uncertainty kept Qin Song on edge. Observing the opulent courtyard before him, he swiftly climbed through the window and into the center of the yard. Everything around him was eerily silent, heightening the sense of unease. Without a weapon in hand, Qin Song felt his confidence wane when faced with a formidable adversary. Gripping the short blade he had acquired from the man in black, he began to meticulously search the courtyard. He believed that despite the numerous rooms in the mansion, the assailant had only two options: either to flee quickly or to remain and wait for another opportunity to strike. Clearly, if the individual had truly intended to escape, they would not have launched an attack on him in the first place. Thus, Qin Song was convinced that the assailant was still lurking within the courtyard. He carefully traversed the area, inspecting the vast majority of the space, yet found no signs of anyone. Just as he approached the base of one of the large trees and lifted his gaze, a shadow suddenly swooped down. It was evident that this shadow had been concealed in the tree all along. Anticipating the surprise attack, Qin Song was well prepared. With his agile movements, he was as swift as the shadow itself. As the shadow closed in within a mere 2 or 3 paces, he could fully discern its trajectory. Once the shadow was in close proximity, Qin Song shifted his body slightly to deftly evade the incoming assault. In the next instant, the short blade slipped from his grip, soaring straight towards the shadow. However, upon sensing the imminent danger from behind, the shadow let out a piercing cry and ascended into the sky. Was it a bird? Upon realizing the nature of the shadow, Qin Song was momentarily taken aback. Then it dawned on him that he had previously been monitored by a bird. He was uncertain if this was the same creature. Nevertheless, knowing that the one who had ambushed him was not an accomplice of the men in black alleviated some of the tension in his heart. Watching the large bird circle above, Qin Song picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the creature without hesitation. The bird, adorned with vibrant green feathers, seemed to sense the threat posed by the stone and emitted a cry before hastily fleeing from its trajectory. This time, the bird departed towards the exterior of the mansion, evidently not intending to return. However, its master remained inside the house. Therefore, Qin Song refrained from jumping to conclusions. What if the foolish bird attempted to rescue its owner? Recalling the injury on his arm inflicted by the bird earlier, he felt that the situation was far from resolved. Nonetheless, with events having unfolded to this point, he could only proceed step by step. With that thought in mind, Qin Song refrained from searching any other rooms and meticulously scoured the entire courtyard, ensuring that no one else would suddenly appear. After confirming the area was clear, he returned to the room. Observing the still unconscious man in black on the floor, Qin Song chose to disregard him and instead jumped into the underground passage. His task was straightforward: to summon his subordinates from the tunnel as quickly as possible. He could not guarantee that the commotion they had caused would not attract others. It was evident that the mansion was situated outside his jurisdiction, and he risked drawing more men in black hidden within Tianyuan City. Thus, he could only wait until his forces were assembled before proceeding with further actions. Only when Wang Shang and the others arrived with their men would Qin Song feel secure enough to conduct a thorough search of the entire mansion. Chapter 69. A special reward. Shortly after Qin Song sent out his signal, a group of individuals began to emerge one by one from the tunnel. None were missing. Qin Song felt immense satisfaction at this outcome, as it indicated that the other areas of the tunnel were devoid of danger. Perhaps there was only one genuine path within the entire tunnel, and he had fortuitously stumbled upon it. However, that was all in the past. Qin Song's focus now lay firmly on the mansion before him. Boss, this? As soon as Wang Shang and Yin Zhuang emerged, they were met with the sight of 2 men in black lying on the ground. Shock instantly registered on their faces. Not just them, but the other individuals present were equally astonished by the scene before them. Although many had not personally experienced the terrifying prowess of the men in black, rumors had circulated from the governor's office to the local precinct, stating that the men who had appeared were all exceptionally skilled, with some even claiming they were cultivators whose strength rivaled that of the one in the governor's office. In summary, the message conveyed was clear. These men in black were formidable and should not be provoked lightly. Thus, when the guards, who had heard the tales since yesterday, beheld the 2 unconscious men in black, their astonishment was palpable. Yet, amidst their amazement, Qin Song's subordinates quickly fell into a practiced routine, efficiently beginning to secure the area. Everyone be cautious. This one is still alive. Suddenly, one of Qin Song's subordinates shouted. Upon hearing this, the others promptly drew their weapons, warily eyeing the body on the ground. Especially Wang Shang, who instinctively positioned himself in front of Qin Song. Seeing the tense expressions on everyone's faces, Qin Song could only sigh in resignation and push past Wang Shang. Fearing a comatose individual, truly, he shook his head and approached the man in black. Noticing the unconscious figure was beginning to stir, Qin Song raised his fist and struck him squarely in the face. With a resounding thud, everyone instinctively recoiled. While they had grown accustomed to such behavior, the sheer intensity of Qin Song's strike evoked a sense of dread among many, a palpable assertion of dominance. All right, someone get him out of here, Qin Song declared, clapping his hands to rid them of the blood that had stained them once more. He spoke with a hint of displeasure as he glanced at the fresh blood on his hands. Without hesitation, his subordinates complied, swiftly carrying the now unconscious man in black out of the room. At that moment, the observant Yin Zhuang noticed the wound on Qin Song's arm. Chief Qin, what happened to your hand? It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about, Qin Song replied, waving his hand dismissively as he felt the weight of their gazes upon him. But that injury is not something an ordinary person would inflict. Yin Zhuang pressed. Yin Zhuang discerned Qin Song's intentions, prompting him to approach and inquire directly. Meanwhile, Wang Shang heightened his awareness, attentively listening to the dialogue between Qin Song and the others while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. At this juncture, Qin Song realized that it was futile to conceal the truth from Yin Zhuang. As a seasoned bird keeper, Yin Zhuang could effortlessly discern that the injury on Qin Song's arm was not self-inflicted. After all, it was quite implausible for a normal person to have 3 talon marks, especially one sharp enough to pierce through flesh. Faced with such meticulous observation and concern from his subordinate, Qin Song could only nod slightly, admitting, alas, it was primarily my own negligence. I was inadvertently attacked by that bird you saw earlier. He recounted the events leading to his injury to the 2 men. Upon hearing Qin Song's account, Yin Zhuang fell into contemplation, while Wang Shang appeared utterly astonished. What manner of bird could possibly ambush the boss? Wang Shang mused, considering that such an attack could only be orchestrated by a coalition of shadowy figures. To his surprise, the culprit turned out to be a mere bird. This revelation momentarily shattered Wang Shang's understanding of the world. However, Qin Song remained unfazed. After all, it was merely a superficial wound, not particularly troublesome. By the way, Wang Shang, take a few men and thoroughly search this residence inside and out. Leave no corner unchecked. There may be hidden chambers, so ensure they examine everything carefully. Understood, Wang Shang replied without hesitation, clasping his fists in respect before leading most of the group out of the room. Once Wang Shang departed, Qin Song redirected his attention to the contemplative Yin Zhuang, not wishing for him to dwell on the escaped bird. Qin Song assigned him a task. Yin Zhuang, take 2 men and visit the county magistrate's office to fetch Jing Qi for me. Inform him that I've uncovered some clues, but the location is somewhat peculiar. Just relay my words. He will comprehend. Qin Song's voice jolted Yin Zhuang back to the present. Oh, got it, boss. With the same decisiveness, Yin Zhuang took his 2 companions and exited the room. For a moment, apart from Qin Song, the house was left with only a few officers investigating the scene. This state of affairs allowed Qin Song to finally relax. Everything had been arranged. Now, he merely awaited the news that Wang Shang would bring. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Song began to review the rewards he had obtained. Animal language. Initially, upon seeing the cultivation reward, it was exactly as he had anticipated, merely the minimal amount. However, following the cultivation reward was an unexpected skill, animal language. This was something Qin Song had never envisioned. Of course, the skill held limited utility for him, as acquiring another language would not significantly enhance his safety in this perilous world. Hence, upon encountering this reward, he felt a sense of disdain. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that it was not entirely without merit. At the very least, it could prove advantageous for his current profession, particularly when tracking down criminals. As knowing an additional language could be immensely helpful, especially in seeking assistance from animals. Chapter 70. The Trap. After pondering this newfound ability for a while, Qin Song concluded that it was not as ineffectual as he initially thought. The incident with the bird earlier hinted at its potential. An animal capable of inflicting such harm was not commonplace. Clearly, The surviving figure in black must possess some means of controlling that bird. Or perhaps other creatures as well. Qin Song regretted not acquiring such a capability himself. Nevertheless, the ability to communicate with animals was an unexpected boon and, of course, to reach the level of the figure in black, Qin Song believed he would require considerable time to study how to effectively wield the skill of animal language. "Boss, come quickly." At that moment, Wang Shang's voice abruptly interrupted Qin Song's contemplation. Lifting his gaze, he noticed that most of the people in the courtyard were looking towards Wang Shang, eager to discover what he had uncovered. When Wang Shang failed to appear within his line of sight, Qin Song decided to seek him out personally. Following Wang Shang's voice, he traversed the courtyard and arrived at the rear of the estate, which was likely the true residence of the owners. Before Qin Song stood two rooms on either side, with a large room directly in front of him. The doorways of the two smaller rooms were cluttered with various boxes, suggesting they contained items of considerable value. In the middle room, Wang Shang was surrounded by a large group, seemingly engrossed in something. As Qin Song approached, he was taken aback to find that the room was filled with bird cages, the ground littered with droppings and remnants of feathers, indicating that numerous birds had once inhabited the space. Yet, the cages were now empty, devoid of even a single feather. Clearly, these cages had been meticulously cleaned, and Qin Song suspected the birds had long since been released by the previous figures in black, likely to alert their comrades at other outposts. With their awareness of Qin Song's movements, it was inevitable that others lurking within Tianyuan City would also receive this information. Realizing this, Qin Song swiftly turned to his companions. "You two, hurry and notify the guards at the city gate to conduct thorough checks on anyone attempting to leave. And you, inform Yin Zhuang to relay the message to the county magistrate's office. The associates of the figures in black have likely received word and are preparing to flee." Promptly, those designated by Qin Song clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Once they disappeared from view, Qin Song refocused his attention on the room. "Boss, look over there." With his orders given, Wang Shang guided Qin Song to a corner where several objects were shrouded in black cloth. They bore a resemblance to the cages outside but were significantly larger. Appearing to be unsuitable for housing birds, in fact, they seemed capable of containing a person. "Let us open it," Wang Shang suggested, his impatience palpable, as he grasped a long knife and cautiously lifted the black cloth. Qin Song followed closely behind, ready to protect him in case of any potential traps. After all, he was the only one among the crowd with such capabilities. As the black cloth was lifted, the concealed objects were finally revealed to the onlookers. Gasping collectively, the crowd, including Qin Song, was taken aback by the gruesome sight before them. The contents hidden beneath the cloth were not mere objects, but rather a pile of bones. Stark white and piled high, filling the massive cages. Wang Shang, standing closest, had never encountered such a shocking scene before, leaving him momentarily stunned. Even when Qin Song nudged him from behind, Wang Shang remained unresponsive. Realizing the situation, Qin Song circumvented Wang Shang and approached the pile of bones. Crouching down, he attempted to examine the remains closely. However, mere observation was insufficient for identification. Thus, he boldly extracted a bone from the cage. This action triggered a tremor throughout the room, causing numerous cracks to abruptly appear in the previously smooth floor. The unfolding situation exceeded Qin Song's expectations, but his reaction was swift. "Move quickly. We need to get out. This place is about to collapse." The loud cries of Qin Song roused many from their slumber. Under his urgent prompting, the crowd hastily began to flee outdoors. Particularly affected was Wang Shang, whose mind had only just begun to recover from the ghastly images of skeletal remains. Now, startled once more by Qin Song's close-range shout, he stood frozen in shock. Observing Wang Shang's bewildered state, Qin Song had no choice but to grasp him firmly and flee the room. Fortunately, Qin Song's current strength and speed were incomparable to before. Thus, once they had all successfully exited the chamber, a resounding crash echoed from within, reminiscent of toppled building blocks collapsing, boom, boom, boom. As the ground trembled beneath them, a cloud of dust surged skyward, nearly suffocating those present. Once the dust settled, the onlookers were finally able to comprehend the situation. Not only had the room before them collapsed, but the adjacent two rooms had also succumbed to the same fate. They could only consider themselves fortunate, for Wang Shang and the others had initially searched those very two rooms, leaving them unoccupied at this moment. Any items of value had already been removed by them. Cough, Cough, cough. The air was thick with dust, rendering speech nearly impossible. With reluctance, Qin Song endured the assault of the dust and retrieved his whistle to signal his comrades to retreat. Once everyone had regrouped in the small courtyard they had previously occupied, they began to catch their breath. Qin too. What on earth just happened? Indeed, it was a near brush with death. I suspect those men in black set a trap. I don't think so. Perhaps it was a pre-existing situation. The fortunate survivors began to discuss, with Qin Song equally eager to understand why such calamity had unfolded. Chapter 71. A hot potato. Just as Qin Song and his subordinates were still recovering from their fright, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Qin Song turned to see the officials from the county governor's office arriving. However, judging by their demeanor, it was clear they were not allies of Jingqi. This indicated that they had been drawn here by the recent disturbances. Thus, Qin Song dared not underestimate the situation, for not all within the governor's office were inclined to cooperate with them. Particularly those who had held them in disdain from the outset. In their eyes, the presence of the governor's office was entirely superfluous, as the county governor's authority alone sufficed within Tianyuan City. Of course, this was a matter of the Daxia dynasty's system, which they had no power to dismantle. Consequently, in their daily interactions, they had never been met with kindness from the officials. Clearly, the individuals who had arrived were of this particular ilk. The leading imperial guard strode into the courtyard with an air of arrogance, surveying the crowd as if he were the emperor himself. Such behavior inevitably irked those present. Yet, due to the guard's status, the surrounding officials could only endure it, striving to avert their gazes. However, for Qin Song, retreating was not an option. The target of their scrutiny was none other than himself. Therefore, as the imperious captain of the guards approached, Qin Song remained steadfast, calmly meeting his gaze. Crucially, in Qin Song's hand was the segment of bone he had previously extracted. "You are Qin Song?" The captain of the guards paused, taken aback by Qin Song's composed demeanor. "Indeed, that is correct," Qin Song replied, clasping his fist in salute. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am Hong Si, dispatched by the county governor to conduct an inspection," given Qin Song's unassuming yet assertive manner. The captain of the guards could only return the gesture with a fist salute. Such an exchange was almost unheard of in ordinary circumstances. For reasons unknown, at the moment Hong Si laid eyes upon Qin Song, he felt a tremor within his very soul. From that point onward, his actions became somewhat involuntary and beyond his control. Although he felt a surge of displeasure at his own reaction, he was powerless to resist. Who could have anticipated that the man before him would exude such formidable pressure, especially while clutching a bone in such a peculiar manner? "Brother Hong Si, I presume you arrived here in response to the recent commotion?" Qin Song inquired directly, bypassing any formalities. Hong Si was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing. While it was true that this area fell under his jurisdiction, there were simply too many residents for him to remember each household. Fortunately, one of his subordinates discreetly whispered something in his ear, triggering Hong Si's recollection of the homeowner's identity. "Qin Captain, according to the regulations of the office, this is my jurisdiction, and you are not entitled to information regarding it. However, considering our recent collaboration, I shall make an exception this once and inform you of the homeowner's identity." With that, Hong Si gestured towards the group behind Qin Song. At that moment, everyone understood Hong Si's implication, particularly his men, who had retreated to a safe distance. Wang Shang, not one to back down, took the lead, motioning for the officials to disperse. Thus, a vacuum formed at the center of the courtyard, with Qin Song and Hong Si facing each other in a tense standoff. Qin Song could not comprehend why a mere inquiry had escalated to such dramatic proportions. Meanwhile, Hong Si reveled in the newfound assertiveness, finally regaining the face he had lost earlier. "Now, may I speak?" "Brother Hong Si?" Qin Song twirled the bone in his hand, urging him to proceed. "Very well. Since Captain Qin insists, I shall not withhold information from you. According to my subordinates, the original owner of this residence was a family by the surname of Zhou. However, they suddenly vanished not long ago. Initially, it was presumed that they simply relocated to a larger dwelling, but now it seems there may be more to this story." Listening intently, Qin Song realized that Hong Si's revelations offered little clarity regarding the matter at hand. Thus, he pressed further. "And what business did this Zhou family engage in?" Them. Hong Si shook his head. "They dabbled in every trade imaginable. Nearly every profitable venture in Tianyuan City had their involvement. Every venture? Qin Song was taken aback. Indeed. Have you considered their connections? Hong Xi's words trailed off ambiguously, prompting Qin Song to ponder for a moment before the realization struck him. Are you suggesting that this family had ties to the governor's office? Sure. Hong Xi placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. I have said nothing, Captain Qin. All of this is merely your own deduction. Observing Hong Xi's demeanor, Qin Song's suspicions were further solidified. It was no wonder that Hong Xi had reacted so strongly upon learning of the family's identity. He was simply trying to avoid entanglement in the affair. It was evident that those who thrived within the governor's office were astute individuals. Qin Song felt an urge to express his admiration but was constrained by the current circumstances. Captain Qin, given the implications of this matter, I believe it would be prudent for us to report to our superiors and allow them to make the final decision. Noticing the troubled expression on Qin Song's face, Hong Xi offered his counsel. Under normal circumstances, Qin Song would have acquiesced to such advice, for the stakes had undeniably escalated beyond his capacity to manage. However, his subordinates had already been dispatched, and orders had been communicated to the various city gates. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Failing to apprehend the remaining men in black would likely lead to dire consequences for him. Therefore, Qin Song had no choice but to decline Hong Xi's well-intentioned suggestion. Sincerely clasping his fists as he spoke, I appreciate Brother Hong Xi's guidance, but since this matter came to my attention, it is only fitting that our governor's office take charge. With that, Qin Song produced the waist token of Meng Shou. Seeing this, Hong Xi felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a weight had been lifted. He bowed gratefully to Qin Song. Captain Qin, should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. With that, Hong Xi took his leave, leading his men away. Having spoken, Hong Xi strode away without looking back, accompanied by the guards of the courtyard, vanishing from the sight of Qin Song and the others. Chapter 72. A call for help from Jing Qi. Once Hong Xi and his companions had vacated the premises, Wang Sheng promptly approached Qin Song's side. However, Qin Song's countenance bore an expression of distress, primarily due to the overwhelming complexities entangled in this matter, something he had never anticipated upon receiving this task. He had initially presumed it to be a straightforward affair. All that was required was to unearth the identity of the cloaked figure and the forces backing them. Yet, the situation had escalated beyond what he could bear. It appeared that the power behind the black-clad figure was far from a mere assassin organization. Boss, who exactly is the owner of this house? Wang Sheng inquired, observing the shifts in Qin Song's expression, his confusion deepening. The information was not clearly conveyed to me either. All I was told was that the head of this household is surnamed Zhou. Qin Song replied, shaking his head as he turned towards the collapsed structure. Wang Sheng stood there, echoing Qin Song's words, surnamed Zhou. Could it be the Zhou family from the eastern city? Or perhaps the Zhou family that runs the Rouge shop? In an instant, a plethora of information regarding the Zhou family flooded Wang Sheng's mind, yet he found himself unable to discern the true identity of the house's owner. Raising his gaze to Qin Song, he ultimately relinquished his speculation and hastened to catch up. Qin Song, as was his habit, squatted down, examining the fragment of bone in his hands with meticulous attention. Why do you think those individuals placed beast bones in the house, even confining them within several cages? As Wang Sheng approached, ready to squat beside him, he was met with an unexpected query. Not human bones. Wang Sheng gasped in astonishment. Initially, upon seeing the white bones confined in the cages, his first instinct had been to assume they were human remains. It was worth noting that the entire residence had been turned upside down. There was not a trace of life, not even a mouse. Hence, Wang Sheng and the others had concluded that the occupants of the house must have been slaughtered by the black-clad assailants. Now, it appeared their previous assumptions might have been erroneous. Boss, if these are not human remains, do you think the owner of this house could still be alive? It's hard to say, Qin Song replied, shaking his head with a serious demeanor. If these individuals are indeed alive, where could they possibly be? Those who dwell here must belong to prominent families, especially the Zhou family, which boasts considerable influence. The number of residents, both servants and family members, is likely substantial. Given this, it is perplexing that so many would vanish without a trace. Under such circumstances, it is difficult to ascertain what transpired. To uncover the truth, perhaps beneath this vast expanse of ruins lies the answer Qin Song seeks. However, Clearing this entire area is no trivial task. He has only 7 days and cannot afford to spend all his time here. Qin Song merely hopes that the dispatched Yin Zhuang and Jing Qi will prove effective. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. Just as Qin Song found himself at an impasse, a commotion arose behind him. The newcomers were none other than the guards of the county governor's office, but this time they were from Jing Qi's faction, which Qin Song recognized at a glance. "Captain Qin, our leader requests your immediate presence." The guard wasted no time, rushing up to Qin Song and bowing slightly. "What has happened?" Qin Song inquired urgently. At that moment, the surrounding officers also gathered, eager to discern the cause of the guard's evident anxiety. "Captain Qin, we encountered a group of individuals on the outskirts of the southern city. Their strength is formidable, and our leader has sent me to seek your assistance." At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. Who could possibly instill such difficulty in the guards, prompting them to seek help? In terms of strength, they were undoubtedly superior to the well-trained guards. How many of them were there? Are they affiliated with those black-clad figures? What were your losses? Qin Song refrained from making an immediate decision, opting instead for a calm inquiry. Seeing that Qin Song remained impassive, the guard grew anxious but still answered honestly. There were 3 of them. They were clad in black, making it impossible to discern their features. When we received the news, Jing Lauda had already led his men to the city gate. Upon our arrival, we discovered that all the guards at the gate had been knocked unconscious. As we pursued them, by the time our leader sent me to inform you, a third of our brothers had already perished. "Captain Qin, time is of the essence. You must come with me at once." The guard's urgency intensified as he noted Qin Song's reluctance to move. Upon hearing this, Qin Song finally straightened up. Wang Sheng, observing the scene, stepped forward swiftly to stand beside Qin Song. However, Qin Song had no intention of allowing him to accompany him. Indeed, he planned to exclude all present from joining him in support. If Jing Qi had truly encountered the allies of the black-clad figures, sending his subordinates would be futile, akin to delivering them to their doom. Thus, Qin Song cast a glance at the collapsed house behind him and commanded, "Wang Sheng, you are to immediately take people to the chief constable and report everything we have uncovered today. The rest shall go to the Yamen and summon all available personnel to clear this area. I expect that by the time I return, you will have managed to clear a section." As Qin Song spoke, he adjusted his official attire and turned to the guards before him. "Let us proceed. Lead the way." "Captain Qin, you're not bringing anyone else?" The guard gazed incredulously at Qin Song, suspecting he was jesting. However, Qin Song seemed disinclined to explain, walking directly towards the exit. With no other option, the guard cast a sympathetic glance at the visibly disappointed Wang Sheng and the others within the Yamen, hastening to follow in Qin Song's footsteps. Wang Sheng longed to accompany Qin Song. Yet he recognized that, given his current capabilities, he would be of little assistance. Moreover, among the gathered individuals, few possessed strength surpassing his own. With a heavy sigh, Wang Sheng watched as Qin Song departed, before leading 2 others to leave the residence as well. The remaining individuals, upon receiving Qin Song's orders, had no choice but to stay behind and clear the already collapsed areas. Yet, such work was far from as gratifying as joining Qin Song and providing support. Chapter 73. An ambush. Exiting the residence, Qin Song followed the guard towards the outskirts of the southern city. The streets were bustling with activity, and the surrounding merchants or residents appeared unaffected by the recent collapse of the house, each absorbed in their daily endeavors. Such a scenario was rather unusual, yet in Tianyuan City, it was not without precedent. After all, this place was located on the border, where anything could transpire, at least in Qin Song's recollection. There had been numerous occasions when enemy spies were detected within the city, causing far greater disturbances than the current situation. However, the lack of commotion among the surrounding populace might relate to the owners of the residence. It would be understandable if Qin Song and his companions were unaware of the family's background, but those around them surely had a deep understanding of the household. Thus, even if they heard the noise from the collapsed house, they lacked the courage to investigate the commotion. Yet, as Qin Song and the guard emerged, the people nearby collectively directed their gazes towards the pair. "Captain Qin, we have no horse this time. We must run," the guard explained hastily, noticing Qin Song's gaze sweeping the area. "In no matter." Qin Song waved a hand dismissively. "Lead on." "Understood, Captain Qin. This way." Upon hearing the command, the Imperial Guard pointed in a direction and promptly took the lead in a sprint. Following the gestured path, Qin Song cast a glance and discerned a narrow alley. Nevertheless, he paid it little mind, for although he had frequented this area, it was merely for leisurely strolls. Naturally, he lacked the familiarity with the routes that the guards of the Lord's Manor possessed. Thus, witnessing the guard lead the way, he followed suit without further contemplation, deeming it imperative to rescue the person in need. Thus, the two commenced their frantic dash through one of the most affluent districts of Tianyuan City. It remained uncertain whether they were attempting to take a shortcut, but Qin Song soon observed that the guard was navigating through seldom trodden paths, rarely venturing onto the main thoroughfares. This peculiar choice of route only deepened Qin Song's bewilderment. Logically, given their official attire, ordinary citizens would not only avoid obstructing their passage, but would also likely retreat upon sighting them. Hence, there should be no impediment to their mission of reaching the outskirts of the city to save a life. Yet, the current situation felt distinctly amiss to Qin Song. If not for the unwavering direction towards the southern part of the city, he would have halted long ago. However, this peculiar circumstance did not persist for long. After turning a corner, the leading guard abruptly came to a halt, prompting Qin Song, who was closely trailing him, to stop as well. At this moment, Qin Song's face was etched with anxiety, his gaze scanning the surroundings. The location to which the guard had led him turned out to be a dead end. Such dead ends were not uncommon in Tianyuan City, yet they were notably absent from the affluent area they had just traversed. Consequently, Qin Song could ascertain his approximate position. Although there were several residences nearby, the environment was eerily quiet. From this, Qin Song deduced that they had indeed reached the south of the city, where the majority of residents belonged to the lower echelons of society. At this hour, everyone was preoccupied with their own livelihoods, rendering it entirely plausible for homes to be deserted. Thus, they found themselves in a naturally enclosed environment where any disturbances would likely go unnoticed. Perhaps this was precisely what the guard had in mind, and of course, faced with such circumstances, Qin Song would not yield passively. Even though he was unarmed, his composure remained unshaken. "Have you finally succumbed to the urge to act?" he inquired, preempting the guard's words. "No wonder you are the captain of the manor's guards. Your prowess is indeed formidable." The guard regarded Qin Song, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since Captain Qin is already aware, there is no need for further pretense, though. Qin Song shifted his stance slightly. "Your confidence suggests you are oblivious to recent events. Is that so? Would you like me to inform you personally how your comrades met their demise?" Upon hearing Qin Song's words, while the guard's expression remained unchanged, the pupils in his eyes unmistakably contracted. Such a subtle reaction could not escape Qin Song's keen observation. Realizing that the guard was genuinely unaware of the fate that had befallen his two companions, Qin Song's confidence surged. This indicated that the guard was likely acting alone, without the presence of allies nearby. Although the method by which this individual had disguised himself as one of Jing Qi's entourage remained unclear, Qin Song was convinced that perhaps Jing Qi was indeed engaged in a battle against other cloaked figures in the southern outskirts of the city. The appearance of this individual now seemed far less perplexing. Assassins, after all, had but one ultimate goal: to kill. If someone had put a price on his head, these assassins would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate him. This aligned perfectly with the modus operandi of a killer organization. Thus, Qin Song readied himself, prepared to launch an offensive against the assassin before him. In the absence of a weapon, taking the initiative was his best option, for once the guard drew his blade, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. Consequently, before the guard could make any move, Qin Song acted first. With the agile grace of a dragon traversing the moonlit sky, he closed the distance between himself and the guard in an instant. With a swift motion, his right hand transformed into a claw, aiming for the guard's throat. Qin Song's strike was executed with remarkable speed, intended to be lethal. Yet, the guard was no novice. Observing Qin Song's movement, he did not evade. Instead, he raised his right leg to deliver a kick. With a resounding thud, Qin Song's palm connected with the guard's ankle, sending the leg flying away. Subsequently, he unleashed a powerful punch to the guard's chest, producing a thunderous crack as the guard was propelled backward. It was undeniable that the guard possessed formidable strength. Though Qin Song's punch forced him back, he managed to regain his footing, swiftly brandishing his long blade and lunging at Qin Song. Chapter 74. Who are you? Prepare to die. The guard roared, the blade glinting ominously in the sunlight. Initially, Qin Song had not given it much thought. But now he realized that the weapon in the guard's hand was not the standard issue of the Imperial Guards. It became evident that this individual not only concealed his identity but also managed to disguise his weaponry. Such capabilities piqued Qin Song's interest. He yearned to spare this individual's life, hoping to acquire his skill of deception. However, the guard clearly had other intentions. He was intent on taking Qin Song's life. "Humph, if you wish to claim my life, you must first possess the strength to do so," Qin Song retorted, his voice booming, yet his body remained unmoving, a sly smile gracing his lips as he observed his opponent. As the guard's blade sliced through the air towards him, Qin Song suddenly pivoted to the side. The blade narrowly grazed his ear, missing him by mere inches. The guard was taken aback, but before he could react, Qin Song's voice echoed once more, this time emerging from behind him. "Slow. Exceedingly slow. Is it not embarrassing to be such a lethargic assassin?" "Huh." Upon hearing that familiar voice, the guard whipped around to face the source. With a swift motion, he swung his blade behind him, but once again, it struck nothing but air, cleaving through a few leaves that fluttered down around him. Where is he? Panic surged within the guard. He could not fathom how Qin Song had appeared behind him and vanished in an instant. This inability to track his opponent rendered the situation perilously precarious. For being unaware of his adversary's whereabouts could lead to unforeseen harm. Indeed, the reality was not far from his fears. Just as the guard hastened to locate Qin Song, a sudden sharp pain shot through his thigh, causing him to lose his balance mid-stride. With a crash, he collided into a nearby pile of debris, scattering its contents everywhere. At that moment, Qin Song approached him slowly, wielding a short blade, a kitchen knife he had just picked up from the ground. The blade bore a significant chip and was rusted, indicating it had been discarded for some time. Qin Song named this knife Tetanus Blade. Despite its dilapidated state, this unassuming knife proved to be a tremendous asset. With a weapon in hand, Qin Song could finally employ his sole combat technique, the Thunderclap Blade technique. Observing the guard as he staggered to his feet, visibly limping, Qin Song's kitchen knife began to crackle with electric energy. Who are you, truly?" At this moment, the elite guard finally recognized the terrifying nature of the individual before him. The ability to condense the power of lightning upon an ordinary blade could only belong to a cultivator. Yet, according to previous intelligence reports, the man before him was merely a completely unremarkable constable. Such individuals were commonplace. However, the strength displayed by Qin Song had far surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary person. This extraordinary power was highly indicative of a true cultivator. The elite guard was acutely aware that, although he was significantly stronger than an average person, he ultimately did not possess the essence of a genuine cultivator. Thus, confronted with the formidable might of Qin Song, his sole desire was to flee swiftly and relay this information back to headquarters. Yet, the injury to his right leg left him with no assurance of escape in the presence of Qin Song. Consequently, the elite guard could only resort to a desperate gamble. Qin Song discerned the man's intent but remained indifferent. The guard's eyes bulged wide, his face suddenly flushed crimson, and his muscles began to swell as if engorged with blood. Transforming his physique into an imposing figure, faint blue patterns emerged on the surface of his body, resembling intricate designs. Though Qin Song had seldom witnessed such phenomena, he understood that this was likely the man's ultimate gambit. Thus, he did not dare to underestimate the threat. As the blue markings materialized on the elite guard's body, they coalesced into a pale blue flame emblem. From Qin Song's perspective, it appeared as if a blue flame was suspended in midair. Utterly bizarre. Yet, the more peculiar the situation, the more it underscored the exceptional identity of the man before him. This realization further dissuaded Qin Song from the idea of killing him. However, when faced with such a desperate adversary, the outcome was often beyond control. With the kitchen knife held across his chest, Qin Song intensified the flow of spiritual energy within him. And no matter who you are, today you are destined to perish at my hands. Noticing that Qin Song had not responded to his earlier inquiries, the elite guard suddenly shouted aloud. As soon as his words left his mouth, a faint blue energy surged toward Qin Song with remarkable speed. Momentarily startling him. It was as if the man had activated some hidden power, unleashing an unprecedented frenzy. Fortunately, Qin Song adapted swiftly. Almost instantaneously, as the elite guard closed in, Qin Song's kitchen knife was already in motion. A brilliant flash of blade, imbued with formidable lightning energy, cleaved through the air, striking the pale blue shadowed. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the surroundings, creating an atmosphere of intense shock. After their attacks clashed, they separated. At that moment, the elite guard appeared as if struck by an electric shock, trembling violently as he was propelled backward. As he flew through the air, a piercing scream escaped his lips. Upon landing heavily nearby, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. However, Qin Song did not cease his assault. Seizing the opportunity, he launched another attack while the elite guard was still reeling from his injuries. This time, the force of the blade was significantly diminished. Though the elite guard was gravely wounded, he managed to evade the strike with considerable effort. Yet, this perfectly played into Qin Song's strategy. As the elite guard struggled to avoid the blade, Qin Song swiftly closed the distance between them. Now, Qin Song reverted to a bare-handed stance. Without a weapon, his fists became his blades. With his right fist raised high, he delivered a powerful blow to the elite guard's ribs. Instantly, a deep crater formed on the stone-paved ground. Crack! The elite guard's ribs shattered under the immense impact. Yet, lying at the bottom of the pit, he seemed to feel nothing. After the sudden enhancement he had just experienced, he was devoid of any sensation of pain. Therefore, even after being so brutally struck by Qin Song, he did not relinquish his offensive. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he thrust his left hand toward Qin Song's waist with all his might. This strike represented his final gambit. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. Upon realizing that Qin Song might be a cultivator, his objective shifted from an absolute need to eliminate him to merely attempting to bring him down. For an assassin, failing to eliminate a target was undoubtedly a source of shame. Nevertheless, in the face of such a pronounced disparity in strength, inflicting serious harm upon the opponent was still commendable. At the very least, such an act would spare him the wrath of his organization for his failure. However, as his attack was executed, the result was far from what he had envisioned. Without a weapon, his ordinary strikes were nearly ineffective against Qin Song. Whether through the Yuanling's sacred body or the military body tempering technique he had learned from Meng Shou, Qin Song's physical prowess had been significantly enhanced. Coupled with his now mastered agility, he was nearly impervious to harm from those who were not cultivators. Of course, this excluded instances where he intentionally left openings to allow black-clad individuals to approach him. However, such a scenario was unlikely to unfold here. The moment the elite guard made his move, Qin Song had already sensed his intent. In a similar state of being unarmed, he felt no trepidation. He unleashed a punch that landed squarely on the guard's wrist. Crack! The elite guard's left hand broke in response. Without any hesitation, Qin Song continued his assault, this time directing his fist toward the elite guard's face. Boom! The stone-paved ground reverberated once more. However, this time, only Qin Song emerged unscathed from the crater. The elite guard had been decisively dealt with by his punch. Phew, how exhausting. Qin Song slumped onto the stone ground, gazing down at the crater below. The elite guard lay motionless, contorted into an eerie position. Observing the lifeless assassin, Qin Song grasped an object resembling a mask in his hand. In a wonder it could alter appearances. Qin Song attempted to test the item and discovered that it could indeed change one's visage when worn. Regrettably, he picked up a broken shard of a mirror from the ground to inspect himself, lamenting that he should have been gentler in his strike. The reflection revealed that a significant portion of his face now resembled that of the recently defeated elite guard, though a large section in the lower right corner was severely damaged. This was precisely where he had struck the guard. Had he controlled his strength more deftly, he would have donned a complete mask. Alas, what was done, and there was no way to alter it. Nevertheless, Qin Song did not discard the item. Instead, he carefully tucked it away, pondering the possibility of its future utility. After completing all of this, Qin Song once again leaped into the deep pit, shouldering the corpse of the guard. In the process, he also picked up the long knife lying on the ground, finally acquiring a weapon that suited him. In his previous encounters with the men in black, they were either wielding long swords or exclusively using short blades, making it impossible for him to obtain a decent long knife. Fortunately, this time, the individual had delivered a long knife directly into his hands. Most importantly, this long knife had been meticulously adorned. To the untrained eye, it bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to the ordinary long knives used by the guards. This provided Qin Song with considerable convenience. Carrying the assassin's corpse, Qin Song jumped onto the rooftop of a nearby house. At this moment, he was unwilling to leave the body on the ground. Not only was this area a slum, but the appearance of a guard's corpse could easily incite chaos. Moreover, he could not guarantee that there were no companions of this man lurking nearby. Thus, Qin Song preferred to bear the weight of the assassin's body while making his escape rather than abandon it. However, upon reaching the rooftop, he noticed billowing black smoke rising not far from him. Judging by the appearance of the smoke, it seemed to be a communication signal employed by the magistrate's office, likely originating from the city gate. Only at that location would there be a smoke signal used for alerting purposes. Realizing that something serious had occurred there, Qin Song felt compelled to act swiftly. Fortunately, the place where this assassin had chosen to ambush him was not far from the city gate. Given Qin Song's unconventional route, he estimated he could reach it in just a few minutes, provided he could navigate the rooftops without incident. It is worth noting that this was indeed a slum area, where many rooftops were devoid of tiles. Offering scant footholds, Qin Song managed to traverse the rooftops without falling, relying solely on luck. It was this stroke of fortune that allowed him to spot Jing Qi, who was besieged in the midst of the chaos upon landing. At this moment, the city gate was shrouded in rising black smoke. Fortunately, the gate had been closed, preventing any unforeseen disasters. However, the soldiers stationed there had suffered significant casualties while battling the black-clad figures defending Jing Qi. With the ratio of fallen soldiers to their adversaries being almost 5-1, fortunately, the black-clad individuals near the city gate did not seem particularly formidable, and their numbers were relatively few. At least in Qin Song's eyes, their strength appeared to be only slightly superior to that of the guards. Compared to those he had encountered previously, they were hardly in the same league. At that moment, Jing Qi also noticed Qin Song. Upon seeing him with a corpse slung over his shoulder, Jing Qi, disregarding everyone else, called out loudly, "Qin, hurry! Don't come here!" Jing Qi's shout moved Qin Song deeply, but amidst his emotional response, he realized that the attention of the surrounding black-clad figures had shifted entirely to him in an instant. He was at a loss as to whether Jing Qi intended to assist him or inadvertently complicate his predicament. The black-clad figures, in unison, redirected their focus, brandishing their weapons as they charged toward Qin Song. Chapter 76. Stalling for time. Faced with such a situation, Qin Song was loath to witness. Surrounded by adversaries, all affiliated with the magistrate's office and the governor's residence, and with his desire to keep his abilities concealed, it seemed unrealistic to eliminate the approaching black-clad figures. However, he could not afford to retreat in the face of danger. Should he falter now, it was likely that once the dust settled, the personnel from the governor's residence would be the first to seek retribution against him. Thus, in this predicament, Qin Song resolved to do what he could, to set down the corpse he had been carrying, draw the long knife hanging at his waist, and face the approaching foes. His aim was not to annihilate them all but merely to buy time until reinforcements arrived. With such a significant incident occurring at the city gate, help would undoubtedly be on its way. He believed that if he could endure for a while longer, he would find relief. Of course, considering the multitude around him, if just a couple of individuals came to assist, it would not be exceedingly difficult to manage. Yet, the ideal scenarios he envisioned were far removed from reality. Apart from Jing Qi's shout urging him to leave, none of the remaining individuals present seemed inclined to offer him assistance. Nevertheless, Qin Song was too preoccupied to dwell on this. The nearest black-clad figure had already lunged toward him. "Come, those unafraid of death," Qin Song sneered, and with a flick of his arm, he twirled the long knife in a flourish. In an instant, the blade seemed to come alive under his command, transforming into a blurt. A powerful gust of wind emanated from his knife, sweeping in all directions. Qin Song's speed surged dramatically, yet he refrained from revealing his full strength, instead ensuring that the black-clad figures could not discern his trajectory. The black-clad figures charging toward him initially dismissed his display of the long knife, assuming that someone who brandished a large blade in such a manner would possess little combat prowess. Most were mere posturing. Thus, the leader of the black-clad figures subtly signaled to his companions. The two individuals nearest him understood the cue and, without hesitation, split their forces into two groups. The two designated by the leader pressed onward toward Qin Song, while the others halted, adopting a defensive stance against the surrounding threats. This coordination was second nature to them, having been drilled into their minds countless times. Although they were unaware of where the plan had faltered, one truth remained. Qin Song had to die. He was one of the primary targets of their mission in Tianyuan City. Despite being a seemingly insignificant character, their repeated attempts to eliminate him had failed, raising their caution an hour prior upon learning of Qin Song's whereabouts. They had devised a renewed assassination strategy, a meticulously crafted chain of attacks. Such tactics were typically unnecessary for an ordinary individual like Qin Song. Had the situation not been urgent and had their movements not already drawn attention, they would not have acted so brazenly. Now, with Qin Song directly before them, they believed that if they could successfully eliminate him, they would be able to leave the city unscathed. This was the singular thought occupying the minds of the black-clad figures. Thus, the two dispatched to eliminate Qin Song had no intention of holding back from the outset. Having fought for an extended period during the assault on the city gate, they were now weary and eager to conclude matters with Qin Song swiftly. In stark contrast, Qin Song's thoughts diverged entirely from theirs. He had no desire to reveal his capabilities today. Thus, he aimed to stall for as long as possible, ideally waiting for reinforcements from the governor's residence. Consequently, as the two black-clad figures drew close, weapons drawn, the two sides engaged in a battle of attrition. Leveraging his superior agility, Qin Song managed to evade their attacks with remarkable finesse, leaving the two black-clad figures perplexed. "What is wrong with you two? Why aren't you attacking?" As Qin Song found himself locked in a stalemate with two men clad in black, a piercing voice sliced through the tension. He looked up to see the leader of the black-clad figures, who had remained passive until now. Upon receiving orders, the two attackers intensified their onslaught, at times opting to endure blows that they could have easily evaded, all in a desperate bid to land a hit on Qin Song. With this reckless approach, Qin Song sensed that if this continued, he would soon be unable to maintain his facade. After all, to the outside observer, he appeared battered and torn by the relentless assault of the two black figures. If he were to endure a moment longer, he would be left with no unscathed parts of his body, making it difficult to justify his lack of visible injuries. Fortunately, at that moment, Qin Song heard a commotion behind him. Although he had no chance to look back, the sound of galloping hooves told him that reinforcements were on the way. Typically, only those from the governor's office could ride horses within Tianyuan City. Moreover, the soldiers surrounding him who had begun to press their attack indicated that these newcomers were likely high-ranking officials from the governor's office, for only such individuals could compel them to fight to the utmost. Having remained sheltered in safety, Jingqi was now eager to make his presence known. Upon recognizing the newcomers, he swiftly drew the long knife at his waist and charged towards one of the black-clad men. Naturally, at least 4 or 5 guards stood by his side to ensure his safety. The black-clad figures were acutely aware of the urgent situation. However, since their mission to eliminate Qin Song remained unfulfilled, retreating would likely lead to dire consequences upon their return. Thus, the leader of the black-clad men finally prepared to strike. Qin Song had been closely observing the movements of this individual. Noticing his intent to attack, Qin Song resolved to no longer hold back. He decided to cease wasting time with the two men who had been toying with him. Gripping his long knife with both hands, he assumed the standard starting stance of the thunderclap blade technique, which bore a striking resemblance to the typical stances of martial arts. Upon seeing this, the two black-clad men exchanged a knowing glance before splitting into two directions to advance upon Qin Song. Chapter 77. The strength of Captain Lin. At that moment, the speed of the two black-clad men reached its zenith. To the onlookers, their forms had nearly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the leader of the black-clad men prepared to attack from the front. Thus, the three figures formed a triangular formation, encircling Qin Song within their grasp. Faced with such a coordinated assault, a flicker of anxiety surged within Qin Song. Just as he was about to make his move, the two black-clad men had already closed in on him from either side. Qin Song sought to evade, but the flawless synchronization of their movements left him with no viable escape. Reluctant to reveal his mastery of the dragon-treading moonlight technique, he found himself compelled to endure the oncoming strikes. Clang, bang. The sound of clashing metal echoed as Qin Song's blade met one of their swords. That instant, another black-clad man attempted a sneak attack from behind. Thud. A muted thump accompanied the sound of a blade piercing flesh. Before Qin Song could turn to assess the situation, a shrill cry pierced the air. Ah! The hoarse cry unmistakably belonged to one of the black-clad men. Thus, after fending off his immediate adversary, Qin Song quickly turned to see a guard had appeared at his side. Not far from them, one of the black-clad figures writhed on the ground, clutching his now empty right arm. Agony etched across his face. Glancing back, Qin Song noticed an arm lying quietly on the ground nearby. At that moment, the guard turned to face him. Captain Lin? Qin Song had pondered many possibilities about the identity of the person behind him. However, upon seeing the weathered visage of Captain Lin, he was taken aback. Previously, during the capture of Chen Inger, Captain Lin had left a rather unfavorable impression. He had not anticipated such a swift arrival this time, especially as Lin had severed the arm of the black-clad man with a single stroke. Though these black-clad men were not cultivators, they were still significantly stronger than ordinary warriors. Judging by the force of Lin's earlier strike, it seemed he possessed strength close to that of a first-tier postnatal practitioner. Such prowess would undoubtedly place him among the ranks of notable individuals within the governor's office. However, Qin Song had no time to ponder why Lin had displayed such strength during this encounter while appearing so ineffectual in the previous one. The leader of the black-clad men had now approached both of them, wielding a blade that was noticeably heftier than those held by Qin Song and Captain Lin. This disparity in weight created a palpable tension in the air, as each swing of his long knife sent ripples through the surrounding atmosphere. Captain Qin, you must leave at once, Captain Lin urged, recognizing the imminent danger posed by the formidable foe before them. He understood that Qin Song, given his current strength, stood no chance against this adversary. Remaining in place would surely lead to a grim fate. Surprised by Lin's insistence, Qin Song cast him a brief glance before nodding in agreement. Refraining from further discussion in such a critical moment, he was genuinely grateful for the assistance in facing the most formidable opponent. Yet, he still harbored uncertainty regarding Captain Lin's chances of victory against this black-clad leader. Nevertheless, trusting Lin's judgment, Qin Song resolved to eliminate the remaining black-clad figure before him. Only by neutralizing the immediate threats could he afford the time to assess Captain Lin's true capabilities. Thus, with a roll, Qin Song distanced himself from Captain Lin. At that moment, the black-clad man who had been entangled with Qin Song took note of his movement and resumed his aggressive approach. Armed with a long sword, he charged at Qin Song once more. However, this time, Qin Song had no intention of delaying any further. With reinforcements now present, it was time to bring this tumultuous affair to a swift conclusion. A premonition surged within him. Should he successfully deal with the leader of the black-clad men, he would surely extract invaluable information from him. Qin Song held great confidence in his interrogation skills. Thus, as he faced the blade of the black-clad man once more, Qin Song was prepared to unleash his full potential. He refrained from employing any abilities exclusive to cultivators, relying solely on his raw strength, bolstered by unwavering confidence. After numerous encounters, he had thoroughly deciphered the attack patterns of these black-clad foes. Especially regarding the two black-clad men, despite their numbers, their techniques mirrored one another as if they were crafted from the same mold. It was clear to Qin Song that these individuals were likely elite assassins specifically trained by the organization of black-clad figures. Only such an explanation could account for the peculiarities surrounding this situation. Since he had already discerned their predictable attack methods, Qin Song was determined not to allow them to close in on him again. Instead, he skillfully maintained distance, relying on his agile movements. At that opportune moment, an arrow flew through the air, forcing the black-clad man to twist his body mid-flight to evade the sudden assault. Swish! As the black-clad figure touched down, Qin Song had already vanished from his line of sight. The black-clad man scanned his surroundings, unable to catch a glimpse of Qin Song, which instilled a sense of wariness within him. Yet, at that moment, Qin Song's blade had already been unleashed, as the black-clad man searched for his elusive opponent. The long knife struck true, embedding itself firmly into his side. Thud! A piercing scream echoed through the air, swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of the surrounding tumult. Qin Song withdrew his long blade from the chest of the cloaked assailant, shaking off the droplets of blood before lifting his gaze towards the direction of Lieutenant Lin. To his surprise, Lieutenant Lin was not at a disadvantage as he had anticipated. Rather, he was engaged in a fierce exchange with the leader of the black-clad figures. Observing this scenario, Qin Song refrained from rushing to his aid and instead began to search for Jing Qi in such a chaotic environment, as the only individual of significance within the governor's residence. Qin Song was naturally keen to ensure Jing Qi's safety. Any misfortune befalling him could jeopardize future communications with the governor's estate. Fortunately, Jingqi was a man who valued his life above all else. Even amidst such peril, he was surrounded by several members of the Imperial Guard for protection. However, it was uncertain whether the recent cries had drawn attention, for apart from Qin Song, only Jingqi's vicinity boasted more than 3 black-clad assailants. Despite the numerical advantage surrounding Jingqi, he found himself struggling to withstand the assault of the 3 attackers. Chapter 78. A single strike to slay. Seeing his ally in distress, Qin Song could not stand idly by. Yet, a considerable distance lay between him and Jingqi, with numerous black-clad foes and city guards interspersed in between. The two factions were locked in a fierce struggle, though overall, the strength of the black-clad assailants appeared to be more formidable. However, the defenders were equipped with an array of weaponry, with many guards wielding crossbows that posed a significant threat to the cloaked adversaries.